Part 1 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces by Various. Part 1. Ferdinand Vanderveer Hayden and the Founding of the Yellowstone National Park. One of the prime movers among the many explorers of the West who played key roles in establishing the Yellowstone National Park was Ferdinand Vanderveer Hayden of the U.S. Geological and Geographical Survey of the Territories, a predecessor of today's U.S. Geological Survey. His signal accomplishments in 1871-72 were among the many highlights of a long and distinguished career in public service. Hayden's professional training was as a doctor of medicine. It is a tribute to his determination and energy that he reached this professional status. Born in Westfield, Massachusetts, on September 7, 1829, he was, in his early youth, sent by his widowed mother to live with an uncle on a farm in Rochester, New York. Following an unusually studious childhood, he began teaching school when he was 16 years old. He soon became discontented with what he considered an inadequate education, and made his way to Oberlin, Ohio. There he persuaded the president of Oberlin College to allow him to enroll in medical school, although he was virtually penniless. Young Hayden proved to be a diligent and dedicated student, and won the respect of classmates and professors alike for his hard-working attitude. None, however, foresaw the great success that he later achieved. While working his way through college, Hayden formed a close association with a young geologist named John Strong Newberry, who persuaded Hayden to pursue his studies under his own former teacher, James Hall of Albany, New York. Soon after, Hayden enrolled at Albany Medical College, and though he graduated with an M.D. in 1853, it is during this time that his interest in geology was fostered under the influence of Professor Hall. Shortly after his graduation from medical school, Hayden set out on his first geographical expedition under the sponsorship of Hall. Accompanied by the paleontologist Fielding Bradford Meek, Hayden headed up the Missouri River to explore the Dakota Badlands and to collect fossil specimens. Returning in 1854, he and Meek began to acquire reputations of their own, and, as a team, they added significant geological information to what was known about the nation's western frontier. During the war between the states, Hayden practiced medicine for the only time in his career, serving with the Army as a surgeon. Following the war, he received his first formal degree in geology when he was elected Professor of Geology and Mineralogy at the University of Pennsylvania in 1865, a post he held mainly in absentia for 7 years. For the next several years, much of his time was spent studying and reporting on the geology of the Nebraska Territory and Rocky Mountain region. In 1869, Hayden's activities became officially organized under the Department of the Interior as the United States Geological and Geographical Survey of the Territories. In that same year he completed a highly successful expedition through the western mountains from Denver to Santa Fe. This expedition set the pattern for those to follow, for his team studied not only the geology, but virtually all natural phenomena which they encountered, including wildlife, water resources, and mineral deposits. Hayden's historic expedition into the Yellowstone area in 1871 was preceded by 2 expeditions which fired the imagination of those interested in that largely unknown region. The Folsom-Cook group penetrated the Yellowstone country in 1869, followed by the Washburn-Langford-Doane expedition in 1870. Lieutenant Gustavus C. Doane, who served as the leader of the military escort for this latter expedition, as well as for the later Hayden survey, filed a detailed report which was published as a congressional document and became a landmark of the Yellowstone story. The following is taken from his report. Quote, We kept the Yellowstone to our left, and finding the canyon impassable, passed over several high spurs coming down from the mountains, over which the way was much obstructed by fallen timber, and reached at an elevation of 7,331 feet, an immense rolling plateau extending as far as the eye could reach. This elevated slope of country is about 30 miles in extent, with a general declivity to the northward. Its surface is an undulated prairie dotted with groves of pine and aspen. Numerous lakes are scattered throughout its whole extent, and great numbers of springs, which flow down the slopes and are lost in the volume of the Yellowstone. The river breaks through this plateau in a winding and impassable canyon and trachyte lava over 2,000 feet in depth. The middle canyon of the Yellowstone, rolling over volcanic boulders in some places, and in others forming still pools of seemingly fathomless depth. At one point it dashes here and there, lashed to a white foam upon its rocky bed. At another it subsides into a crystal mirror, wherever a deep basin occurs in the channel. Numerous small cascades are seen tumbling from the lofty summits, a mere ribbon of foam in the immeasurable distance below. This huge abyss, through walls of flinty lava, has not been worn away by the waters, for no trace of fluvial agency is left upon the rocks. It is cleft in the strata brought about by volcanic action plainly shown by that irregular structure which gives such a ragged appearance to all such igneous formations. Standing on the brink of the chasm, the heavy roaring of the imprisoned river comes to the ear in a sort of hollow, hungry growl, scarcely audible from the depths, and strongly suggestive of demons in torment below. Lofty pines on the bank of the stream dwindle to shrubs in dizziness of distance. Everything beneath has a weird and deceptive appearance. The water does not look like water, but like oil. Numerous fish-hawks are seen busily plying their vocation, sailing high above the waters, and yet 1,000 feet below the spectator. In the clefts of the rocks, hundreds of feet down, bald eagles have their eyries, from which we can see them swooping still further into the depths to rob the ospreys of their hard-earned trout. It is grand, gloomy, and terrible, a solitude peopled with fantastic ideas, and empire of shadows and of turmoil." Spurred on by these reports, Hayden organized his expedition with the support of a $40,000 appropriation from Congress. On June 1, 1871, a team of 34 men and 7 wagons set out from Ogden, Utah. Among the group were geologist and managing director James Stevenson, mineralogist A.C. Peel, topographer Antoine Schoenborn, artists Henry W. Elliott and Thomas Moran, and photographer William H. Jackson. The latter two proved to be invaluable members of the expedition, for their work served as dramatic and effective publicity in favor of establishing the park. Moran's famous landscapes were afterwards hung in the halls of Congress, and Jackson's equally famous photographs, portraying the primeval grandeur of the Yellowstone, were widely distributed. After several weeks' travel, the Hayden expedition reached Boertler's ranch in the Yellowstone River Valley. There they were joined by the Barlow Heap military party of engineer explorers, who also planned a reconnaissance of the upper Yellowstone. This latter group intermittently explored with the Hayden expedition during the next several weeks. The results of the Barlow Heap explorations were published as a modest Senate document, which proved to be of material help in establishing the Yellowstone National Park. The joint Hayden-Barlow Heap expeditions departed from Boertler's on July 20, 1871. The journey through the wilderness was by no means an easy one. The wagons had to be abandoned and the gear packed on mules. Progress was slow, and the difficulty of moving through the dense forest was compounded by the great number of trees felled by fires that periodically swept the region. The Yellowstone Basin, however, proved to be an ideal open-air laboratory for the geologist, and perhaps one of the best places on earth for studying active volcanic processes, because of the wide variety of geological features. Each of the scientists accompanying the expedition found unique opportunities for observation and study. Hayden recorded his thoughts as his party advanced up the river. "But the objects of the deepest interest in this region are the falls and the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone. I will attempt to convey some idea by a description, but it is only through the eye that the mind can gather anything like an adequate conception of them. But no language can do justice to the wonderful grandeur and beauty of the canyon below the lower falls. The very nearly vertical walls slightly sloping down to the water's edge on either side, so that from the summit of the river appears like a thread of silver foaming over its rocky bottom. The variegated colors of the sides, yellow, red, brown, white, all intermixed and shading into each other. The Gothic columns of every form standing out from the sides of the walls with greater variety and more striking colors than ever adorned a work of human art." Hayden continued to describe the falls, "standing near the margin of the lower falls and looking down the canyon, with its sides 1,200 to 1,500 feet high, and decorated with the most brilliant colors that the human eye ever saw, with the rocks weathered into an almost unlimited variety of forms, the whole presents a picture that would be difficult to surpass in nature. From any point of view, the upper falls are most picturesque and striking. The entire volume of water seems to be, as it were, hurled off the precipice with the force which it has accumulated in the rapids above, so that the mass is detached into the most beautiful snow-white, bead-like drops, and as it strikes the rocky basin below, it shoots through the water with a sort of ricochet for the distance of 200 feet." Of the Yellowstone itself, Hayden said, "The river, by its width, its beautiful curves and easy flow, moves on down towards its wonderful precipices with a majestic motion that would charm the eye of an artist." However, not all was majestic beauty, for there was also the power and mystery of the geysers and the grotesque forms of the hot mud springs. Hayden described these phenomena, such as one geyser he named the Grotto. "A vast column of steam issues from a cavern in the side of the hill, with an opening about 5 feet in diameter. The roaring of the waters in the cavern, and the noise of the waters as they surge up to the mouth of the opening, are like that of the billows lashing the seashore. The water is as clear as crystal, and the steam is so hot that it is only when the breeze wafts it aside for a moment one can venture to take a look at the opening. Located higher up on the side of the hill, not far from the grotto, is the most remarkable mud spring we have ever seen in the West. It may not improbably be called the Giant's Cauldron. It does not boil with an impulse like most of the mud springs, but with a constant roar, which shakes the ground for a considerable distance, and may be heard for half a mile. All the indications around this most remarkable cauldron show it has broken out at a recent period." Examining the mud springs and geysers was hazardous business, and could be a painful experience, as Hayden discovered. "The entire surface is perfectly bare of vegetation and hot, yielding in many places to slight pressure. I attempted to walk among these simmering vents, and broke through to my knees, covering myself with hot mud to my great pain and subsequent inconvenience." Finally, the expedition reached Yellowstone Lake, the focal point of their exploration, causing Hayden to remark, "On the 28th of July we arrived at the lake and pitched our camp on the northeast shore in a beautiful grassy meadow or opening among the dense pines. The lake lay before us, a vast sheet of quiet water, of a most delicate ultramarine hue, one of the most beautiful scenes I have ever beheld. The entire party was filled with enthusiasm. The great object of our labors has been reached, and we were amply paid for all our toils. Such a vision is worth a lifetime, and only one of such marvelous beauty will ever greet human eye. From whatever point of view one may behold it, it presents a unique picture." Hayden's party split into groups, with some continuing to explore the perimeter of the lake, while Hayden, Schönborn, and other members of the expedition went on towards the Firehole Geyser Basin. Eventually, the entire party arrived back at Butler's ranch, having spent 38 days in the wilderness. The most important product of the expedition, in addition to Jackson's photos, was a 500-page report by Hayden documenting findings of his party. Hayden presented this report and photos to senators, congressmen, his superiors in the Interior Department, and nearly anyone else who could possibly influence the founding of a park. He also wrote articles in magazines with national circulation, and spent much personal time and effort in trying to convince Congress to establish the park. On December 18, 1871, a bill was introduced simultaneously in the Senate by Senator Pomeroy of Kansas, and in the House of Representatives by Congressman Clagett of Montana, for the establishment of a park at the headwaters of the Yellowstone River. The bill in each case was referred to the respective committees on public lands. Upon reporting the bill back to the Senate on January 22, 1872, Senator Pomeroy advised that body, quote, "Professor Hayden and party have been there, and this bill is drawn on the recommendation of that gentleman to consecrate for public uses this country for a public park." End quote. Quote, "Be it enacted, and so forth, that the tract of land in the territories of Montana and Wyoming, lying near the headwaters of the Yellowstone River, and described as follows, to wit, commencing at the junction of Gardner's River with the Yellowstone River, and running east to the meridian passing 10 miles to the eastward of the most eastward point of the Yellowstone Lake, thence south along said meridian to the parallel of latitude passing 10 miles south of the most southern point of Yellowstone Lake, thence west along said parallel to the meridian passing 15 miles west of the most western point of Madison Lake, thence north along said meridian of the latitude of the junction of the Yellowstone and Gardner's River, thence east of the place of beginning, is hereby reserved and withdrawn from settlement, occupancy, or sale under the laws of the United States, and dedicated and set apart as a public park or pleasuring ground for the benefit and enjoyment of the people, and all persons who shall locate or settle upon or occupy the same, or any part thereof, except as hereinafter provided, shall be considered trespassers and removed therefrom." Section 2. That said public park shall be under the exclusive control of the Secretary of the Interior, whose duty it shall be, as soon as practicable, to make and publish such rules and regulations as he may deem necessary or proper for the care and management of the same. Such regulations shall provide for the preservation from injury or spoliation of all timber, mineral deposits, natural curiosities, or wonders within said park, and their retention in their natural condition. The Secretary may in his discretion grant leases for building purposes, for terms not exceeding 10 years, of small parcels of ground at such places in said park as shall require the erection of buildings for the accommodation of visitors. All of the proceeds of said leases, and all other revenues that may be derived from any source connected with said park, to be expended under his direction in the management of the same, and the construction of roads and bridle paths therein. He shall provide against the wanton destruction of the fish and game found within said park, and against their capture or destruction for the purpose of merchandise or profit. He shall also cause all persons trespassing upon the same, after the passage of this act, to be removed therefrom, and generally shall be authorized to take all such measures as shall be necessary or proper to fully carry out the object and purposes of this act." End quote. On January 23, 1872, Senator Pomeroy, in response to questioning during consideration of the bill, stated, quote, "This bill originated as the result of the exploration made by Professor Hayden under an appropriation of Congress last year. With a party he explored the headwaters of the Yellowstone and found it to be a great natural curiosity, great geysers, as they are termed, water spouts, and hot springs, and having plotted the ground himself, and having given me the dimensions of it, the bill was drawn up as it was thought best to consecrate and set apart this great place or national resort, as it may be in the future, for the purpose of public enjoyment." The Senate, sitting as Committee of the Whole, gave its final consideration to the bill on January 30. There was limited floor discussion, basically concerning whether or not the land was suitable for agricultural development. The bill's chief supporters convinced their colleagues that the region's real value was as a park area, to be preserved in its natural state, and the bill passed by a comfortable margin. The House considered the same bill on February 27. Again the question was raised as to whether the region should be left open for agricultural development. However, as in the Senate, the obvious value of the region as a scenic preserve made the task of the park's advocates an easy one. The bill was readily passed with 115 yeas to 65 nays, and 60 not voting. On March 1, 1872, President Grant signed the bill into law establishing the Yellowstone region as a public park, thus setting a major conservation precedent. The nation had its first national park. An area of unique beauty was set aside for the enjoyment of generations to come, and a tradition of preserving other such areas was established. End of Part 1. Part 2 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, The Wonders of the Yellowstone, Part 1. I had indulged for several years a great curiosity to see the wonders of the upper valley of the Yellowstone. The stories told by trappers and mountaineers of the natural phenomena of that region were so strange and marvelous that, as long ago as 1866, I first contemplated the possibility of organizing an expedition for the express purpose of exploring it. During the past year, meeting with several gentlemen who expressed like curiosity, we determined to make the journey in the months of August and September. The Yellowstone and Columbia, the first flowing into the Missouri and the last into the Pacific, divided from each other by the Rocky Mountains, have their sources within a few miles of each other. Both rise in the mountains which separate Idaho from the new territory of Wyoming, but the headwaters of the Yellowstone are only accessible from Montana. The mountains surrounding the basin from which they flow are very lofty, covered with pines, and on the southeastern side present to the traveler a precipitous wall of rock several thousand feet in height. This barrier prevented Captain Reynolds from visiting the headwaters of the Yellowstone while prosecuting an expedition planned by the government and placed under his command for the purpose of exploring that river in 1859. The source of the Yellowstone is in a magnificent lake nearly 9,000 feet above the level of the ocean. In its course of 1,300 miles to the Missouri, it falls about 7,200 feet. Its upper waters flow through deep canyons and gorges and are broken by immense cataracts and fearful rapids, presenting at various points some of the grandest scenery on the continent. This country is entirely volcanic and abounds in boiling springs, mud volcanoes, huge mountains of sulphur, and geysers more extensive and numerous than those of Iceland. Old mountaineers and trappers are great romancers. I have met with many, but never one who was not fond of practicing upon the credulity of those who listened to his adventures. Bridger, than whom perhaps no man has experienced more of wild mountain life, has been so much in the habit of embellishing his Indian adventures that they are received by all who know him with many grains of allowance. This want of faith will account for the skepticism with which the oft-repeated stories of the wonders of the upper Yellowstone were received by people who had lived within 120 miles of them, and who at any time could have established their verity by 10 days' travel. Our company, composed of some of the officials and leading citizens of Montana, felt that if the half was true, they would be amply compensated for all the troubles and hazards of the expedition. It was, nevertheless, a serious undertaking, and as the time drew near for our departure, several who had been foremost to join us, upon the receipt of intelligence that a large party of Indians had come into the upper Yellowstone Valley, found excuse for their withdrawal in various emergent occupations, so that when the day for our departure arrived, our company was reduced in numbers to 9, and consisted of the following named gentlemen: General H. D. Washburn, who served with distinction during the War of the Rebellion, and subsequently represented the Clinton District of Indiana in the Congress of the United States; Samuel T. Hauser, President of the First National Bank of Helena; Cornelius Hedges, a leading member of the Bar of Montana; the Hon. Truman C. Everts, late United States Assessor for Montana; Walter Trumbull, son of Senator Trumbull; Ben Stickney, Jr., Warren C. Gillette, Jacob Smith, and the writer. The preparation was simple. Each man was supplied with a strong horse, well equipped with California saddle, bridle, and cantinas; a needle gun, a belt filled with cartridges, a pair of revolvers, a hunting knife, added to the usual costume of the mountains, completed the personal outfit of each member of the expedition. When mounted and ready to start, we resembled more a band of brigands than sober men in search of natural wonders. Our provisions, consisting of bacon, dried fruit, flour, &c., were securely lashed to the backs of 12 broncos, which were placed in charge of a couple of packers. We also employed 2 colored boys as cooks. Major General Hancock, in favorable response to our application for a military escort, had given orders for a company of cavalry to accompany us, which we expected to join at Fort Ellis in the Gallatin Valley, a distance of 120 miles from Helena. We were none the less obliged to General Hancock for his prompt compliance with our application for an escort, because of his own desire, previously expressed, to learn something of the country we explored, which would be of service to him in the disposition of the troops under his command, for frontier defense; and if the result of our explorations in the least contributed to that end, we still remain the debtor of that officer for his courtesy and kindness, without which we might have failed altogether in our undertaking. Our ride to Fort Ellis, through a well-settled portion of the territory, was accomplished in 4 days. That portion of the valleys of the Missouri and Gallatin through which we passed, dotted with numerous ranches, presented large fields of wheat, oats, potatoes, and other evidences of thrift common in agricultural districts. Large droves of cattle were feeding upon the bunch grass which carpeted the valleys and foothills. Even the mountains, so wild, solemn, and unsocial a few years ago, seemed to be domesticated as they reared their familiar summits in long and continuous succession along the bordering uplands. At the 3 forks, where the Jefferson, Madison, and Gallatin unite and form the Missouri, a thriving agricultural community has sprung up, which must eventually grow into a town of considerable importance. Entering the magnificent valley of the Gallatin at this point, our course up the river lay through one of the finest agricultural regions on the continent. The soil is remarkably fertile, and the valley stretches away on either side, a distance of 20 miles, to immense mountain ranges, which traverse its entire length, enclosing a territory as large as one of the larger New England states, every foot of which is susceptible of the highest cultivation. Bozeman, a picturesque village of 700 inhabitants, situated at the foot of the Belt Range of mountains, is considered one of the most important prospective business locations in Montana. It is near the mouth of one of the few mountain passes of the territory deemed practicable for railroad improvement. Its inhabitants are patiently awaiting the time when the cars of the Northern Pacific will descend into their streets. The village is neatly built of wood and brick. Its surroundings are magnificent. The eye can distinctly trace the mountains by which it is encircled, a distance of 400 miles. Fort Ellis, 3 miles distant, is built upon a table of land, elevated above the valley, and which overlooks it for a great distance. Our party was welcomed by Colonel Raker, the commandant, and we pitched our tent near the post. On the morning succeeding our arrival, we were informed that owing to the absence on duty of most of the soldiers, a fraction of a company, 5 cavalrymen and a lieutenant in command, were all that could be afforded for our escort, but realizing that a small body of white men can more easily elude a band of Indians than can a large party, and without hesitating to consider the possible defense which we could make against a war party of hostile Sioux with this limited number, we declared ourselves satisfied and took our departure for the terra incognita as fully assured of a successful journey as if our number had been multiplied by hundreds. Our pack horses were brought up and their loads fastened to them with that incredible rapidity and skill which is the result only of lifelong practice. The dexterity with which a skillful packer will load and unload his horse is remarkable. The rope is thrown around the body of the animal and securely fastened in less time than it takes to tell it. No matter what the character of the beast, wild or tame, it is under the perfect control of its master. The bronco is, however, a refractory customer. He has many tricks unknown to his well-trained brother of the East. Bucking is a frequent vice for which there is small remedy, but as was proved in a single instance on the morning we left the fort, that horse must be more expert than was any of our train who can foil an experienced packer. Every leap of the enraged brute only increased the tension of the cord which bound and finally subdued him and rendered him tractable. Once under way, our little company, now increased to 19, presented quite a formidable appearance, as by dint of whip and spur our steeds gaily wheeled across the plain towards the mountains. After a tedious ride of several hours up steep acclivities, over rocks, and through dark defiles, we at length passed over the summit of the mountain range, took a last look of the beautiful valley of the Gallatin, and descended into a ravine coursed by the waters of Trail Creek. Following this 2 days, we came to the Yellowstone, up which we rode to the solitary ranch of the brothers Boteler, the last abode of civilized man in the direction of our travels. These hardy mountaineers received and entertained us in hardy mountain style, giving us the best of everything their ranch afforded, together with a great deal of information and advice about the country, which we afterwards found to be invaluable. The Botelers belong to that class of pioneers, of which there are many in the new territories, who are only satisfied when their location and field of operations are a little in advance of civilization, exposed to privation and danger, and yet unite with these discomforts some advantages of hunting, trapping, and fishing not enjoyed by men contented to dwell in safety. Free-hearted, jolly, and brave, living upon such means as the country afforded, accustomed to roam for days and weeks in the mountains in pursuit of game and furs, their experience renewed our courage, and the descriptions which they gave us of the wonders they had seen increased our curiosity. It was not pleasant, however, to learn that 25 lodges of Crows had gone up the valley a few days before our arrival, or to be told by a trapper whom we met that he had been robbed by them and, in common parlance, been set on foot by having his horse and provisions stolen. In anticipation of possible trouble from this source, we organized our company and elected General H. D. Washburn, Surveyor General of Montana, commander. It was understood that we should make but one march each day, starting at 8 a.m. and camping at 3 p.m. This obviated the necessity of unpacking and cooking a dinner. At night the horses were to be carefully picketed, a fire built beyond them, and 2 of the company to keep guard until 1 o'clock, then to be relieved by 2 others who were to watch until daylight. This divided the labor among 14, who were to serve as picket men twice each week. These precautionary measures being fully understood, we left Boteler's, plunging at once into the vast unknown which lay before us. Following the slight Indian trail, we traveled near the bank of the river amid the wildest imaginable scenery of river, rock, and mountain. The foothills were covered with verdure, which an autumnal sun had sprinkled with maroon-colored tints, very delicate and beautiful. The path was narrow, rocky, and uneven, frequently leading over high hills, in ascent and descent more or less abrupt and difficult. The increasing altitude of the route was more perceptible than any over which we had ever traveled, and the river, whenever visible, was a perfect mountain torrent. While descending a hill into one of the broad openings of the valley, our attention was suddenly arrested by half a dozen or more mounted Indians, who were riding down the foothills on the opposite side of the river. Two of our company, who had lingered behind, came up with the information that they had seen several more making observations from behind a small butte, from which they fled in great haste on being discovered. They soon rode down on the plateau to a point where their horses were hobbled, and for a long time watched our party as it continued its course of travel up the river. Our camp was guarded that night with more than ordinary vigilance. A hard rainstorm, which set in early in the afternoon and continued through the night, may have saved us from an attack by these prowlers. When we started the next morning, General Washburn detailed 4 of our company to guard the pack train, while he, with 4 others, rode in advance to make the most practicable selection of routes. 6 miles above our camp we ascended the spur of a mountain, which came down boldly to the river's edge. From its summit we had a beautiful view of the valley stretched out before us, the river fringed with cottonwood trees, the foothills covered with luxuriant, many-tinted herbage, and over all the snow-crowned summits of the mountains, many miles away, but seemingly rising from the midst of the plateau at our feet. Looking up the river, the valley opened widely, and from the rock on which we stood was visible the train of pack-horses slowly winding their way along the sinuous trail which followed the inequalities of the mountain-side. The whole formed a scene of great interest. Pursuing our course a few miles further, we camped just below the lower canyon of the river. Our hunters provided us with a sumptuous meal of antelope, rabbit, duck, grouse, and trout. The night was very cold, the mercury standing at 40 degrees when we broke camp at 8 o'clock the next morning. We remained some time at the lower canyon of the Yellowstone, which, as a single isolated piece of scenery, is very beautiful. It is less than a mile in length and perhaps does not exceed 1,000 feet in depth. Its walls are vertical, and seen from the summit of the precipice, the river seems forced through a narrow gorge, and is surging and boiling at a fearful rate, the water breaking into millions of prismatic drops against every projecting rock. After traveling 6 miles over the mountains above the canyon, we again descended into a broad and open valley, skirted by a level upland for several miles. Here an object met our attention which deserves more than a casual notice. It was 2 parallel vertical walls of rock, projecting from the side of a mountain to the height of 125 feet, traversing the mountain from base to summit, a distance of 1,500 feet. These walls were not to exceed 30 feet in width, and their tops for the whole length were crowned with a growth of pines. The sides were as even as if they had been worked by line and plumb, the whole space between and on either side of them having been completely eroded and washed away. We had seen many of the capricious works wrought by erosion upon the friable rocks of Montana, but never before upon so majestic a scale. Here an entire mountain-side, by wind and water, had been removed, leaving, as the evidence of their protracted toil, these vertical projections, which, but for their immensity, might as readily be mistaken for works of art as of nature. Their smooth sides, uniform width and height, and great length, considered in connection with the causes which had wrought their insulation, excited our wonder and admiration. They were all the more curious because of their dissimilarity to any other striking objects in natural scenery that we had ever seen or heard of. In future years, when the wonders of the Yellowstone are incorporated into the family of fashionable resorts, there will be few of its attractions surpassing in interest this marvelous freak of the elements. For some reason, best understood by himself, one of our companions gave to these rocks the name of the Devil's Slide. The suggestion was unfortunate, as, with more reason perhaps, but with no better taste, we frequently had occasion to appropriate other portions of the person of His Satanic Majesty, or of his dominion, in signification of the varied marvels we met with. Some little excuse may be found for this in the fact that the old mountaineers and trappers who preceded us had been peculiarly lavish in the use of the infernal vocabulary. Every river and glen and mountain had suggested to their imaginations some fancied resemblance to portions of a region which their pious grandmothers had warned them to avoid. It is common for them, when speaking of this region, to designate portions of its physical features as Firehole Prairie, the Devil's Glen, Hell-roaring River, and so forth, and these names, from a remarkable fitness of things, are not likely to be speedily superseded by others less impressive. We camped at the close of this day's travel near the southwestern corner of Montana, at the mouth of Gardner's River. Crossing this stream the next morning, we passed over several rocky ridges into a valley which for a long distance was crowded with the spires of protruding rocks, which gave it such a dismal aspect that we named it the Valley of Desolation. The trail was so rough and mountainous that we were able to travel but 6 miles before the usual hour for camping. Much of the distance was through fallen timber, almost impassable by the pack train. A mile before camping, we discovered on the trail the fresh tracks of unshod ponies, indicating that a party of Indians had recently passed over it. Lieutenant Doane, with one of our company, had left us in the morning and did not come into camp this evening. One of our horses broke his lariat during the night and galloped through the camp, rousing the sleepers, who grasped their guns, supposing the Indians were really upon them. We started early the next morning, and soon struck the trail which had been traveled the preceding day by Lieutenant Doane. It led over a more practicable route than the one we left. The marks made in the soil by the travois (lodge poles) on the side of the trail showed that it had been recently traveled by a number of lodges of Indians, and a little colt, which we overtook soon after making the discovery, convinced us that we were in their immediate vicinity. Our party was separated, and if we had been attacked, our pack train, horses, and stores would have been an easy conquest. Fortunately, we were unmolested, and when again united, made a fresh resolution to travel as much in company as possible. All precautionary measures, however, unless enforced by the sternest discipline, are soon forgotten, and danger, until actually impending, is seldom borne in mind. A day had scarcely passed when we were as reckless as ever. From the summit of a commanding range, which separated the waters of Antelope and Tower Creeks, we descended through a picturesque gorge, leading our horses to a small stream flowing into the Yellowstone. 4 miles of travel, a great part of it down the precipitous slopes of the mountain, brought us to the banks of Tower Creek, and within the volcanic region where the wonders were supposed to commence. On the right of the trail our attention was first attracted by a small hot sulphur spring, a little below the boiling point in temperature. Leaving the spring, we ascended a high ridge, from which the most noticeable feature, in a landscape of great extent and beauty, was Column Rock, stretching for 2 miles along the eastern bank of the Yellowstone. At the distance from which we saw it, we could compare it in appearance to nothing but a section of the Giant's Causeway. It was composed of successive pillars of basalt, overlying and underlying a thick stratum of cement and gravel resembling pudding stone. In both rows, the pillars, standing in close proximity, were each about 30 feet high and from 3 to 5 feet in diameter. This interesting object, more from the novelty of its formation and its beautiful surroundings of mountain and river scenery than anything grand or impressive in its appearance, excited our attention, until the gathering shades of evening reminded us of the necessity of selecting a suitable camp. We descended the declivity to the banks of Tower Creek, and camped on a rocky terrace 1 mile distant from and 400 feet above the Yellowstone. Tower Creek is a mountain torrent flowing through a gorge about 40 yards wide. Just below our camp it falls perpendicularly over an even ledge 112 feet, forming one of the most beautiful cataracts in the world. For some distance above the falls the stream is broken into a great number of channels, each of which has worked a tortuous course through a compact body of shale to the verge of the precipice, where they reunite and form the fall. The countless shapes into which the shale has been wrought by the action of the angry waters add a feature of great interest to the scene. Spires of solid shale, capped with slate, beautifully rounded and polished, faultless in symmetry, raise their tapering forms to the height of from 80 to 150 feet, all over the plateau above the cataract. Some resemble towers, others the spires of churches, and others still shoot up as lithe and slender as the minarets of a mosque. Some of the loftiest of these formations, standing like sentinels upon the very brink of the fall, are accessible to an expert and adventurous climber. The position attained on one of their narrow summits amid the roar of waters and at a height of 250 feet above the boiling chasm, as the writer can affirm, requires a steady head and strong nerves. Yet the view which rewards the temerity of the exploit is full of compensations. Below the fall the stream descends in numerous rapids with frightful velocity through a gloomy gorge to its union with the Yellowstone. Its bed is filled with enormous boulders against which the rushing waters break with great fury. Many of the capricious formations wrought from the shale excite merriment as well as wonder. Of this kind, especially, was a huge mass 60 feet in height, which, from its supposed resemblance to the proverbial foot of His Satanic Majesty, we called the Devil's Hoof. The scenery of mountain, rock, and forest surrounding the falls is very beautiful. Here, too, the hunter and fisherman can indulge their tastes with the certainty of ample reward. As a halfway resort to the greater wonders still farther up the marvelous river, the visitor of future years will find no more delightful resting place. No account of this beautiful fall has ever been given by any of the former visitors to this region. The name of Tower Falls, which we gave it, was suggested by some of the most conspicuous features of the scenery. Early the next morning, several of our company left in advance to explore a passage for our pack train over the mountains, which were very steep and lofty. We had been following a bend in the river, but as no sign of a change in its course was apparent, our object was, by finding a shorter route across the country, to avoid several days of toilsome travel. The advance party ascended a lofty peak, by barometrical measurement 10,580 feet above ocean level, which, in honor of our commander, was called Mount Washburn. From its summit, 400 feet above the line of perpetual snow, we were able to trace the course of the river to its source in Yellowstone Lake. At the point where we crossed the line of vegetation, the snow covered the side of the apex of the mountain to the depth of 20 feet, and seemed to be as solid as the rocks upon which it rested. Descending the mountain, we came upon the trail made by the pack train at its base, which we followed into camp at the head of a small stream flowing into the Yellowstone. Following the stream in the direction of its mouth, at the distance of a mile below our camp, we crossed an immense bed of volcanic ashes, 30 feet deep, extending 100 yards along both sides of the creek. Less than a mile beyond, we suddenly came upon a hideous-looking glen filled with the sulphurous vapor emitted from 6 or 8 boiling springs of great size and activity. One of our company aptly compared it to the entrance to the infernal regions. It looked like nothing earthly we had ever seen, and the pungent fumes which filled the atmosphere were not unaccompanied by a disagreeable sense of possible suffocation. Entering the basin cautiously, we found the entire surface of the earth covered with the encrusted cinder thrown from the springs. Jets of hot vapor were expelled through 100 natural orifices with which it was pierced, and through every fracture made by passing over it. The springs themselves were as diabolical in appearance as the witch's cauldron in Macbeth, and needed but the presence of Hecate and her weird band to realize that horrible creation of poetic fancy. They were all in a state of violent ebullition, throwing their liquid contents to the height of 3 or 4 feet. The largest had a basin 20 by 40 feet in diameter. Its greenish yellow water was covered with bubbles, which were constantly rising, bursting, and emitting sulphurous gas from various parts of its surface. The central spring seethed and bubbled like a boiling cauldron. Fearful volumes of vapor were constantly escaping it. Near it was another, not so large, but more infernal in appearance. Its contents, of the consistency of paint, were in constant noisy ebullition. A stick thrust into it, on being withdrawn, was coated with lead-colored slime 1/4 of an inch in thickness. Nothing flows from this spring; seemingly it is boiling down. A 4th spring, which exhibited the same physical features, was partly covered by an overhanging ledge of rock. We tried to fathom it, but the bottom was beyond the reach of the longest pole we could find. Rocks cast into it increased the agitation of its waters. There were several other springs in the group, smaller in size, but presenting the same characteristics. The approach to them was unsafe, the incrustation surrounding them bending in many places beneath our weight, and from the fractures thus created would ooze a sulphury slime of the consistency of mucilage. It was with great difficulty that we obtained specimens from the natural apertures with which the crust is filled, a feat which was accomplished by one only of our party, who extended himself at full length upon that portion of the incrustation which yielded the least, but which was not sufficiently strong to bear his weight while in an upright position, and at imminent risk of sinking into the infernal mixture, rolled over and over to the edge of the opening, and with the crust slowly bending and sinking beneath him, hurriedly secured the coveted prize. There was something so revolting in the general appearance of the springs and their surroundings, the foulness of the vapors, the infernal contents, the treacherous incrustation, the noisy ebullition, the general appearance of desolation, and the seclusion and wildness of the location, that, though awestruck, we were not unreluctant to continue our journey without making them a second visit. They were probably never before seen by white men. The name of Hell Broth Springs, which we gave them, fully expressed our appreciation of their character. Our journey the next day still continued through a country until then untraveled. Owing to the high lateral mountain spurs, the numerous ravines, and the interminable patches of fallen timber, we made very slow progress, but when the hour for camping arrived, we were greatly surprised to find ourselves descending the mountain along the banks of a beautiful stream in the immediate vicinity of the great falls of the Yellowstone. This stream, which we called Cascade Creek, is very rapid. Just before its union with the river it passes through a gloomy gorge, of abrupt descent, which on either side is filled with continuous masses of obsidian that have been worn by the water into many fantastic shapes and cavernous recesses. This we named the Devil's Den. Near the foot of the gorge, the creek breaks from fearful rapids into a cascade of great beauty. The first fall of 5 feet is immediately succeeded by another of 15, into a pool as clear as amber, nestled beneath overarching rocks. Here it lingers as if half reluctant to continue its course, and then gracefully emerges from the grotto, and, veiling the rocks down an abrupt descent of 84 feet, passes rapidly on to the Yellowstone. It received the name of Crystal. The Great Falls are at the head of one of the most remarkable canyons in the world, a gorge through volcanic rocks 50 miles long, and varying from 1,000 to nearly 5,000 feet in depth. In its descent through this wonderful chasm, the river falls almost 3,000 feet. At one point, where the passage has been worn through a mountain range, our hunters assured us it was more than a vertical mile in depth, and the river, broken into rapids and cascades, appeared no wider than a ribbon. The brain reels as we gaze into this profound and solemn solitude. We shrink from the dizzy verge, appalled, glad to feel the solid earth under our feet, and venture no more, except with forms extended and faces barely protruding over the edge of the precipice. The stillness is horrible. Down, 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 we see the river attenuated to a thread, tossing its miniature waves and dashing with puny strength the massive walls which imprison it. All access to its margin is denied, and the dark gray rocks hold it in dismal shadow. Even the voice of its waters in their convulsive agony cannot be heard. Uncheered by plant or shrub, obstructed with massive boulders and by jutting points, it rushes madly on its solitary course, deeper and deeper into the bowels of the rocky firmament. The solemn grandeur of the scene surpasses description. It must be seen to be felt. The sense of danger with which it impresses you is harrowing in the extreme. You feel the absence of sound, the oppression of absolute silence. If you could only hear that gurgling river, if you could only see a living tree in the depth beneath you, if a bird would fly past, if the wind would move any object in the awful chasm to break for a moment the solemn silence that reigns there, it would relieve that tension of the nerves which the scene has excited, and you would rise from your prostrate condition and thank God that He had permitted you to gaze unharmed upon this majestic display of natural architecture. As it is, sympathizing in spirit with the deep gloom of the scene, you crawl from the dreadful verge, scared lest the firm rock give way beneath and precipitate you into the horrid gulf. We had been told by trappers and mountaineers that there were cataracts in this vicinity 1,000 feet high. But if so, they must be lower down the cañon in that portion of it which by our journey across the bend in the river we failed to see. We regretted, when too late, that we had not made a fuller exploration, for by no other theory than that there was a stupendous fall below us, or that the river was broken by a continued succession of cascades, could we account for a difference of nearly 3,000 feet in altitude between the head and the mouth of the cañon. In that part of the cañon which we saw, the inclination of the river was marked by frequent falls 15 and 20 feet in height, sufficient, if continuous through it, to accomplish the entire descent. The fearful descent into this terrific cañon was accomplished with great difficulty by Messrs. Hauser and Stickney at a point about 2 miles below the falls. By trigonometrical measurement they found the chasm at that point to be 1,190 feet deep. Their ascent from it was perilous, and it was only by making good use of hands and feet, and keeping the nerves braced to the utmost tension, that they were enabled to clamber up the precipitous rocks to a safe landing place. The effort was successfully made, but none others of the company were disposed to venture. From a first view of the cañon we followed the river to the falls. A grander scene than the lower cataract of the Yellowstone was never witnessed by mortal eyes. The volume seemed to be adapted to all the harmonies of the surrounding scenery. Had it been greater or smaller, it would have been less impressive. The river, from a width of 200 feet above the fall, is compressed by converging rocks to 150 feet, where it takes the plunge. The shelf over which it falls is as level and even as a work of art. The height, by actual line measurement, is a few inches more than 350 feet. It is a sheer, compact, solid, perpendicular sheet, faultless in all the elements of grandeur and picturesque beauties. The cañon, which commences at the upper fall, half a mile above this cataract, is here 1,000 feet in depth. Its vertical sides rise gray and dark above the fall to shelving summits, from which one can look down into the boiling, spray-filled chasm, enlivened with rainbows and glittering like a shower of diamonds. From a shelf protruding over the stream 500 feet below the top of the cañon, and 180 above the verge of the cataract, a member of our company, lying prone upon the rock, let down a cord with a stone attached into the gulf, and measured its profoundest depths. The life and sound of the cataract, with its sparkling spray and fleecy foam, contrast strangely with the somber stillness of the cañon a mile below. There all was darkness, gloom, and shadow. Here all was vivacity, gaiety, and delight. One was the most unsocial, the other the most social scene in nature. We could talk and sing and whoop, waking the echoes with our mirth and laughter in presence of the falls, but we could not thus profane the silence of the cañon. Seen through the cañon below the falls, the river for a mile or more is broken by rapids and cascades of great variety and beauty. Between the lower and upper falls, the cañon is 200 to nearly 400 feet deep. The river runs over a level bed of rock and is undisturbed by rapids until near the verge of the lower fall. The upper fall is entirely unlike the other, but in its peculiar character equally interesting. For some distance above it the river breaks into frightful rapids. The stream is narrowed between the rocks as it approaches the brink, and bounds with impatient struggles for release, leaping through the stony jaws in a sheet of snow-white foam over a precipice nearly perpendicular, 115 feet high. Midway in its descent the entire volume of water is carried by the sloping surface of an intervening ledge 12 or 15 feet beyond the vertical base of the precipice, gaining therefrom a novel and interesting feature. The churning of the water upon the rocks reduces it to a mass of foam and spray, through which all the colors of the solar spectrum are reproduced in astonishing profusion. What this cataract lacks in sublimity is more than compensated by picturesqueness. The rocks which overshadow it do not veil it from the open light. It is up amid the pine foliage which crowns the adjacent hills, the grand feature of a landscape unrivaled for beauties of vegetation as well as of rock and glen. The two confronting rocks overhanging the verge at the height of 100 feet or more could be readily united by a bridge, from which some of the grandest views of natural scenery in the world could be obtained, while just in front of, and within reaching distance of the arrowy water, from a table 1/3 of the way below the brink of the fall, all its nearest beauties and terrors may be caught at a glance. We rambled around the falls and cañon 2 days, and left them with the unpleasant conviction that the greatest wonder of our journey had been seen. We indulged in a last and lingering glance at the falls on the morning of the first day of autumn. The sun shone brightly, and the laughing waters of the upper fall were filled with the glitter of rainbows and diamonds. Nature, in the excess of her prodigality, had seemingly determined that this last look should be the brightest, for there was everything in the landscape illuminated by the rising sun to invite a longer stay. Even the dismal cañon, so dark and gray and still, reflected here and there on its vertical surface patches of sunshine, as much as to say, "See what I can do when I try." Long vistas of light broke through the pines which crowned the contiguous mountains, and the snow-crowned peaks in the distance glistened like crystal. Catching the spirit of the scene, we laughed and sung and whooped as we rambled hurriedly from point to point, lingering only when the final moment came to receive the very last impression. At length we turned our backs upon the scene and wended our way slowly up the river bank along a beaten trail. The last vestige of the rapids disappeared at the distance of half a mile above the upper fall. The river, expanded to the width of 400 feet, rolled peacefully between low, verdant banks. The water for some distance was of that emerald hue which is so distinguishing a feature of Niagara. The bottom was pebbly, and but for the treacherous quicksands and crevices of which it was full, we could easily have forded the stream at any point between the falls and our camping place. We crossed a little creek strongly impregnated with alum, and 3 miles beyond found ourselves in the midst of volcanic wonders of great variety and profusion. The region was filled with boiling springs and craters. Two hills, each 300 feet high and from a quarter to half a mile across, had been formed wholly of the center thrown from adjacent springs, lava, sulphur, and reddish-brown clay. Hot streams of vapor were pouring from crevices scattered over them. Their surfaces answered in hollow intonations to every footstep, and in several places yielded to the weight of our horses. Steaming vapor rushed hissingly from the fractures, and all around the natural vents large quantities of sulphur in crystallized form, perfectly pure, had been deposited. This could be readily gathered with pick and shovel. A great many exhausted craters dotted the hillside. One, near the summit, still alive, changed its hues like steel under the process of tempering, to every kiss of the passing breeze. The hottest vapors were active beneath the encrusted surface everywhere. A thick leathern glove was no protection to the hand exposed to them. Around these immense thermal deposits, the country, for a great distance in all directions, is filled with boiling springs, all exhibiting separate characteristics. The most conspicuous of the cluster is a sulphur spring 12 by 20 feet in diameter, encircled by a beautifully scalloped sedimentary border, in which the water is thrown to a height of from 3 to 7 feet. The regular formation of the border and the perfect shading of the scallops forming it are among the most delicate and wonderful freaks of nature's handiwork. They look like an elaborate work of art. This spring is located at the western base of Crater Hill, above described, and the gentle slope around it for a distance of 300 feet is covered to considerable depth with a mixture of sulphur and brown lava. The moistened bed of a small channel leading from the spring down the slope indicated that it had recently overflowed. A few rods north of the spring, at the base of the hill, is a cavern whose mouth is about 7 feet in diameter, from which a dense jet of sulphurous vapor explodes with a regular report like a high-pressure engine. A little farther along we came upon another boiling spring 70 feet long by 40 wide, the water of which is dark and muddy and in unceasing agitation. About 100 yards distant we discovered a boiling alum spring, surrounded with beautiful crystals, from the border of which we gathered a quantity of alum, nearly pure, but slightly impregnated with iron. The violent ebullition of the water had undermined the surrounding surface in many places, and for the distance of several feet from the margin had so thoroughly saturated the incrustation with its liquid contents that it was unsafe to approach the edge. As one of our company was unconcernedly passing near the brink, the incrustation suddenly sloughed off beneath his feet. A shout of alarm from his comrades aroused him to a sense of his peril, and he only avoided being plunged into the boiling mixture by falling suddenly backward at full length upon the firm portion of the crust, and rolling over to a place of safety. His escape from a horrible death was most marvelous, and in another instant he would have been beyond all human aid. Our efforts to sound the depths of this spring with a pole 35 feet in length were fruitless. Beyond this we entered a basin covered with the ancient deposit of some extinct crater, which contained about 30 springs of boiling clay. These unsightly cauldrons varied in size from 2 to 10 feet in diameter, their surfaces being from 3 to 8 feet below the level of the plain. The contents of most of them were of the consistency of thick paint, which they greatly resembled, some being yellow, others pink, and others dark brown. This semi-fluid was boiling at a fearful rate, much after the fashion of a hasty pudding in the last stages of completion. The bubbles, often 2 feet in height, would explode with a puff, emitting at each time a villainous smell of sulphuretted vapor. Springs 6 and 8 feet in diameter, but 4 feet asunder, presented distinct phenomenal characteristics. There was no connection between them, above or below. The sediment varied in color, and not unfrequently there would be an inequality of 5 feet in their surfaces. Each, seemingly, was supplied with a separate force. They were embraced within a radius of 1,200 feet, which was covered with a strong incrustation, the various vents in which emitted streams of heated vapor. Our silver watches and other metallic articles assumed a dark leaden hue. The atmosphere was filled with sulphurous gases, and the river opposite our camp was impregnated with the mineral bases of adjacent springs. The valley through which we had made our day's journey was level and beautiful, spreading away to grassy foothills, which terminated in a horizon of mountains. We spent the next day in examining the wonders surrounding us. At the base of adjacent foothills we found 3 springs of boiling mud, the largest of which, 40 feet in diameter, encircled by an elevated rim of solid tufa, resembles an immense cauldron. The seething, bubbling contents, covered with steam, are 5 feet below the rim. The disgusting appearance of this spring is scarcely atoned for by the wonder with which it fills the beholder. The other 2 springs, much smaller, but presenting the same general features, are located near a large sulphur spring of milder temperature, but too hot for bathing. On the brow of an adjacent hillock, amid the green pines, heated vapor issues in scorching jets from several craters and fissures. Passing over the hill, we struck a small stream of perfectly transparent water flowing from a cavern, the roof of which tapers back to the water, which is boiling furiously at a distance of 20 feet from the mouth, and is ejected through it in uniform jets of great force. The sides and entrance of the cavern are covered with soft green sediment, which renders the rock on which it is deposited as soft and pliable as putty. About 200 yards from this cave is a most singular phenomenon, which we call the Muddy Geyser. It presents a funnel-shaped orifice in the midst of a basin 150 feet in diameter, with sloping sides of clay and sand. The crater or orifice at the surface is 30 by 50 feet in diameter. It tapers quite uniformly to the depth of about 30 feet, where the water may be seen when the geyser is in repose, presenting a surface of 6 or 7 feet in breadth. The flow of this geyser is regular every 6 hours. The water rises gradually, commencing to boil when about halfway to the surface, and occasionally breaking forth in great violence. When the crater is filled, it is expelled from it in a splashing, scattered mass 10 or 15 feet in thickness to the height of 40 feet. The water is of a dark lead color and deposits the substance it holds in solution in the form of miniature stalagmites upon the sides and top of the crater. As this was the first object which approached a geyser, we naturally enough regarded it with intense curiosity. The deposit contained in the water of this geyser comprises about 1/15 of its bulk, and an analysis of it, made by Professor Augustus Stites of Montana, gives the following result: silica 36.7, alumina 52.4, oxide of iron 1.8, oxide of calcium 3.2, oxide of magnesia 1.8, soda and potassa 4.1 and 100. While returning by a new route to our camp, dull, thundering sounds, which General Washburn likened to frequent discharges of a distant mortar, broke upon our ears. We followed their direction and found them to proceed from a mud volcano, which occupied the slope of a small hill, embowered in a grove of pines. Dense volumes of steam shot into the air with each report, through a crater 30 feet in diameter. The reports, though irregular, occurred as often as every 5 seconds, and could be distinctly heard half a mile. Each alternate report shook the ground a distance of 200 yards or more, and the massive jets of vapor which accompanied them burst forth like the smoke of burning gunpowder. It was impossible to stand on the edge of that side of the crater opposite the wind, and one of our party, Mr. Hedges, was rewarded for his temerity in venturing too near the rim, by being thrown by the force of the volume of steam violently down the outer side of the crater. From hasty views, afforded by occasional gusts of wind, we could see at a depth of 60 feet the regurgitating contents. This volcano, as is evident from the freshness of the vegetation and the particles of dried clay adhering to the topmost branches of the trees surrounding it, is of very recent formation. Probably it burst forth but a few months ago. Its first explosion must have been terrible. We saw limbs of trees 125 feet high encased in clay, and found its scattered contents 200 feet from it. We closed this day's labor by a visit to several other springs, so like those already described that they require no special notice. To be continued. End of Part 2. Part 3 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, The Wonders of the Yellowstone, Part 2, Section 1. The writer, in company with General Washburn, rode back 3 miles the next morning to resurvey Crater Hill and the spring in its vicinity. The large sulphur spring was overflowing and boiling with greater fury than on the previous visit, the water occasionally leaping 10 feet high. On our return, we followed the trail of the train fording the river a short distance above the camp. Here we found the first evidence, since leaving Butler's, that the country had been long ago visited by trappers and hunters. It was a bank of earth 2 feet high, presenting an angle to the river ingeniously concealed by interwoven willows, thus forming a rifle pit from which the occupant, without discovery, could bring down geese, ducks, swans, pelicans, and the numerous furred animals with which the river abounds. Near by we stopped a moment to examine another spring of boiling mud, and then pursued our route over hills covered with artemisia (sagebrush), through ravines and small meadows, into a dense forest of pines filled with prostrate trunks which had piled upon each other for years to the height of many feet. Our passage of 2 miles through this forest to the bank of the lake, unmarked by any trail, was accomplished with great difficulty, but the view which greeted us at its close was amply compensatory. There lay the silvery bosom of the lake, reflecting the beams of the setting sun, and stretching away for miles, until lost in the dark foliage of the interminable wilderness of pines surrounding it. Secluded amid the loftiest peaks of the Rocky Mountains, 8,337 feet above the level of the ocean, possessing strange peculiarities of form and beauty, this watery solitude is one of the most attractive natural objects in the world. Its southern shore, indented with long, narrow inlets, not unlike the frequent fjords of Iceland, bears testimony to the awful upheaval and tremendous force of the elements which resulted in its creation. The long pine-crowned promontories, stretching into it from the base of the hills, lend new and charming features to an aquatic scene full of novelty and splendor. Islands of emerald hue dot its surface, and a margin of sparkling sand forms its jeweled setting. The winds, compressed in their passage through the mountain gorges, lash it into a sea as terrible as the fretted ocean, covering it with foam. But now it lay before us, calm and unruffled, save by the gentle wavelets which broke in murmurs along the shore. Water, one of the grandest elements of scenery, never seemed so beautiful before. It formed a fitting climax to all the wonders we had seen, and we gazed upon it for hours, entranced with its increasing attractions. This lake is about 25 miles long and 75 or 80 in circumference. Doubtless it was once the mighty crater of an immense volcano. It is filled with trout, some of gigantic size and peculiar delicacy. Waterfowl, in great variety, dot in flocks its mirrored surface. The forests surrounding it are filled with deer, elk, mountain sheep, and lesser game, and in the mountain fastnesses the terrible grizzly and formidable amis make their lairs. In form it was by one of our party not inaptly compared to a human hand with the fingers extended and spread as much as possible. The main portion of the lake is the northern, which would represent the palm of the hand. There is a large southwest bay, nearly cut off, that would represent the thumb, while there are about the same number of narrow southern inlets as there are fingers on the hand. Enclosing this watery palm is a dense forest of pines, until now untraversed by man. It was filled with trunks of trees in various stages of decay, which had been prostrated by the mountain blasts, rendering it almost impassable. But as the beach of the lake was in many places impracticable, there was no alternative but to recede altogether, or work our way through it. Our course for the first 6 miles lay along the beach, passing a number of hot sulphur springs and lukewarm ponds. 3 steam jets, from encrusted apertures, discharged with a hissing noise resembling the sound of steam escaping from an engine. The water of the lake was thoroughly impregnated with sulphur, and the edges, at a distance of 20 to 50 feet from the beach, bubbled with springs, which, like those on the bank, discharged through pipes of siliceous sinter. These pipes, though completely submerged, were intensely hot, while the water of the lake was too cold for a pleasant bath. At one point along the shore are scattered curiously wrought objects of slate, varying in size from a gold dollar to a locomotive. We gathered specimens of cups which had been hollowed out by the elements, discs, long pestles, resemblances to legs and feet, and many other objects which Nature, in her most capricious mood, had scattered over this watery solitude. So strikingly similar were many of these configurations to works of art, that a fanciful old trapper who had seen them told us that we would find on the borders of the lake the drinking cups, stone war clubs, and remains of the idols of an extinct race which had once dwelt there. These are doubtless the joint production of fire and water, the former roughly fashioning and the latter beautifully polishing and depositing them where they could be easily obtained. We gave to this locality the name of Curiosity Point, and added to our collection a number of specimens from its ample store. Ascending the plateau from the beach, we became at once involved in all the intricacies of a primeval wilderness of pines. Difficulties increased with our progress through it, severely trying the amiability of every member of the company. Our pack horses would frequently get wedged between the trees or caught in the traps of a network of fallen trunks, from which labor, patience, and ingenuity were severely taxed to extricate them. The ludicrous sometimes came to our relief, proving that there was nothing so effectual in allaying excitement as hearty laughter. We had a remarkable pony in our pack train, which, from the moment we entered the forest, by his numerous acrobatic performances and mishaps, furnished amusement for the company. One part of the process of travel through this forest could only be accomplished by leaping over the fallen trunks, an exploit which, with all the spirit needful for the purpose, our little bronco lacked the power always to perform. As a consequence, he was frequently found with the feat half accomplished, resting upon the midriff, his fore and hind feet suspended over the opposite sides of some huge log. His ambition to excel was only equalled by the patience he exhibited in difficulty. On one occasion, while clambering a steep, rocky ascent, his head overtopping his haunches, he literally performed 3 of the most wonderful backward head springs ever recorded in equine history. A continued experience of this kind, after 3 weeks' toilsome travel, found him as sound as on the day of its commencement, and we dubbed him the Little Invulnerable. After 15 miles of unvarying toil, we emerged from the forest to the pebbly beach of the lake. Here we found carnelians, agates, and chalcedony in abundance. The lake was rolling tumultuously, its crested waves rising at least 4 feet high. The scene was very beautiful and exhilarating. Our route the next day was divided between the beach of the lake and the forest, and so much impeded by fallen timber that we traveled but 10 miles. Part of this distance was along the base of a brimstone basin, which stretched from the lake to a semicircular range of mountains. In company with Lieutenant Doane, the writer ascended this range, traversing its slopes a distance of 3 or 4 miles, and found it covered halfway to the summit with a mixture of carbonate of lime and flowers of sulphur. Exhalations, issuing from all parts of the surface, impregnated the atmosphere with strong sulphurous odors. Small rivulets of warm water, holding sulphur in solution, coursed their way down the mountain, uniting at its foot in a considerable stream. The surface over which we rode was strongly encrusted, and sounded hollow beneath the tread of our horses. It was filled with vents and fissures surrounded with sulphur deposits nearly washed away. This mountain exhibited the same general phenomena as Crater Hill, though not in an equal state of activity. Our course during the 2 following days was nearly southeast, on a line parallel with the Wind River Mountains, that remarkable range which forms so conspicuous a feature in Mr. Irving's Astoria and Bonneville's Adventures. The faint outline of their distant peaks had been visible on the northeastern horizon for several days. On our right, 75 miles distant, were the towering summits of the 3 Tetons, the great landmarks of the Snake River Valley. The close of the day on September 6th found us near the southeastern arm of the lake, into which a large river flows. The ground was low and marshy, and being unable to find a fording place, we were compelled to make our camp at the base of a range of bluffs half a mile away. During the night we were startled by the shrill and almost human scream of an amis, or mountain lion, which sounded uncomfortably near. This terrible animal is much larger than the panther of the eastern forests, but greatly resembles it in shape, color, and ferocity. It is the terror of mountaineers, and furnishes them with the staple for many tales full of daring exploits. Early the next morning our commander and several others left camp in search of a ford, while the writer and Lieutenant Doane started in the direction of a lofty mountain, from the summit of which we expected to obtain a satisfactory observation of the southern shore of the lake. At the expiration of 2 hours we reached a point in the ascent too precipitous for further equestrian travel. Dismounting, we led our horses for an hour longer up the steep side of the mountain, pausing every few moments to take breath, until we arrived at the line of perpetual snow. Here we unsaddled and hitched our horses, and climbed the apex to its summit, passing over a mass of congealed snow more than 30 feet in thickness. The ascent occupied 4 hours. We were more than 600 feet above the snow line, and by barometric calculations 11,350 feet above the ocean level. The grandeur and vast extent of the view from this elevation beggar description. The lake and valley surrounding it lay seemingly at our feet within jumping distance. Beyond them we saw with great distinctness the jets of the mud volcano and geyser. But beyond all these, stretching away into a horizon of cloud-defined mountains, was the entire Wind River range, revealing in the sunlight the dark recesses, gloomy canyons, stupendous precipices, and glancing pinnacles which everywhere dotted its jagged slopes. Lofty peaks shot up in gigantic spires from the main body of the range, glittering in the sunbeams like solid crystal. The mountain on which we stood was the most westerly peak of a range which, in long extended volume, swept to the southeastern horizon, exhibiting a continuous elevation more than 30 miles in width. Its central line, broken into countless points, knobs, glens, and defiles, all on the most colossal scale of grandeur and magnificence. Outside of these, on either border along the entire range, lofty peaks rose at intervals, seemingly vying with each other in the varied splendors they presented to the beholder. The scene was full of majesty. The valley at the base of this range was dotted with small lakes and cloven centrally by the river, which in the far distance we could see emerging from a canyon of immense dimensions, within the shade of which 2 enormous jets of steam shot to an incredible height into the atmosphere. This range of mountains has a marvelous history. As it is the loftiest, so it is the most remarkable lateral ridge of the Rocky Range. The Indians regard it as the crest of the world, and among the Blackfeet there is a fable that he who attains its summit catches a view of the land of souls, and beholds the happy hunting grounds spread out below him, brightening with the abodes of the free and generous spirits. In the expedition sent across the continent by Mr. Astor in 1811, under command of Captain Wilson P. Hunt, that gentleman met with the first serious obstacle to his progress at the base of this range. After numerous efforts to scale it, he turned away and followed the valley of the Snake, encountering the most discouraging disasters until he arrived at Astoria. Later, in 1833, the indomitable Captain Bonneville was lost in this mountain labyrinth, and after devising various modes of escape, finally determined to ascend the range. Selecting one of the highest peaks, in company with one of his men, Mr. Irving says, quote, "After much toil he reached the summit of a lofty cliff, but it was only to behold gigantic peaks rising all around, and towering far into the snowy regions of the atmosphere. He soon found that he had undertaken a tremendous task, but the pride of man is never more obstinate than when climbing mountains. The ascent was so steep and rugged that he and his companions were frequently obliged to clamber on hands and knees with their guns slung upon their backs. Frequently, exhausted with fatigue and dripping with perspiration, they threw themselves upon the snow, and took handfuls of it to allay their parching thirst. At one place they even stripped off their coats and hung them upon the bushes, and thus lightly clad, proceeded to scramble over these eternal snows. As they ascended still higher, there were cool breezes that refreshed and braced them, and springing with new ardor to their task, they at length attained the summit." End quote. As late as 1860, Captain Reynolds, the commander of the expedition sent by government to explore the Yellowstone, from his camp at the base of this formidable range, writes, quote, "To our front and upon the right the mountains towered above us to the height of from 3,000 to 5,000 feet, in the shape of bold, craggy peaks of basaltic formation, their summits crowned with glistening snow. It was my original desire to go from the head of Wind River to the head of the Yellowstone, keeping on the Atlantic slope, thence down the Yellowstone, passing the lake, and across by the Gallatin to the Three Forks of the Missouri. Bridger said at the outset that this would be impossible, and that it would be necessary to pass over to the headwaters of the Columbia, and back again to the Yellowstone. I had not previously believed that crossing the main crest twice would be more easily accomplished than the transit over what was in effect only a spur, but the view from our present camp, head of Wind River, settled the question adversely to my opinion at once. Directly across our route lies a basaltic ridge, rising not less than 5,000 feet above us, its walls apparently vertical, with no visible pass or even cañon. On the opposite side of this are the headwaters of the Yellowstone." End quote. We were an hour and a half making the descent of the mountain. At its base we struck the trail of our pack train, which we followed to a point where the direction it had taken would have been lost, but for the foresight of one of our companions, who had formed a tripod of poles, one of which, longer than the others, pointed to the right. Obeying this Indian indication, we descended the bank and crossed the bottom to the river, fording which, we followed the trail through a beautiful pine forest, free from undergrowth and other obstructions, the distance of a mile. Here night overtook us, and mistaking for the trail a dark serpentine line, we soon found ourselves clambering up the side of a steep mountain. The conviction that we were following a band of Indians, and possibly were near their lodges, suggested no pleasant reflections. Alighting from our horses, we built a fire upon the track, and carefully examining it, could not find the impression of a single horseshoe. Further investigation revealed the fact that we had been for some time pursuing the path worn by a gang of elk that had crossed the trail of the pack train since the twilight set in. A night on the mountain, without supper or blankets, was not to be endured. We retraced our route to the base of the mountain, and struck out boldly in the darkness for the beach of the lake, where we supposed our party had camped. Our ride through fallen timber and morass until we reached the shore was performed more skillfully than if we had seen the obstacles which lay in our path. We reached the lake in safety, and after a ride of 2 miles on the smooth beach, rounded a point from which we saw the welcome watch fire of our company. A loud halloo was responded to by a dozen sympathetic voices, showing that our anxiety had been shared by our companions. Our camp was on the eastern inlet of the south shore of the lake, distant but 4 miles from the camp of the preceding night. 13 miles of toilsome travel, zigzagged into only 7 of progress, found us encamped at the close of the next day, 2 miles from the mouth of a small stream flowing into the lake. Our party was separated nearly all day, searching for routes. 2 members, after suffering all the early sensations incident to a conviction of being lost in the wilderness, came into camp at a late hour, full of glee at their good fortune. At one of their halts, after they had dismounted to reconnoiter, a huge grizzly jumped at one of them from the bushes, frightening his horse so that he broke his bridle and ran away. They caught him with difficulty. Our commander and Mr. Hauser, in company while seeking a route for future travel, came suddenly upon a female grizzly and 2 cubs, about half a mile from camp. On their return, 6 of the party started in pursuit, but Madame Brune, meanwhile, had made good her retreat. Our journey of 5 miles the next day was accomplished with great difficulty and annoyance. Almost the entire distance was through a forest piled full of fallen trunks. Traveling was but another name for scrambling, and as man is at times the least amiable of animals, our tempers frequently displayed alarming activity, not only towards the patient creatures laden with our stores, but towards each other. Once, while involved in the reticulated meshes of a vast net of branches and tree tops, each man, with varied expletive emphasis, clamorously insisting upon a particular mode of extrication, a member of the party who was always jolly, restored us to instant good humour by repeating in theatrical tones and manner those beautiful lines from Childe Harold: "There is a pleasure in the pathless woods, there is a rapture on the lonely shore." Our Little Invulnerable, too, was the unconscious cause of many bursts of laughter, which, like the appreciative plaudits of an audience, came in at the right time. We were glad, however, at an early hour in the afternoon, to pitch our tent on one of the small tributaries of Snake River, 3 miles distant from the lake. In the search made by every member of the party for routes, our company was unavoidably much scattered, our first care being for the pack train. When it came up, we missed therefrom the little animal whose frequent mishaps had been to us all a source of so much amusement. An instant search was instituted, and at a late hour we found him 3 miles from camp. He saluted us with a low neigh, and with hurried pace soon rejoined his companions. One of our comrades, the Honorable Truman C. Evarts, late U.S. Assessor of Montana, had failed to come up with the rest of the company, but as this was a common circumstance, we gave it little heed, until the lateness of the hour convinced us he had lost his way. We increased our fire, and fired our guns as signals, but all to no purpose. It had been a sort of tacit agreement among us only the night before that should any one get parted from the company, we would at once go to the southwest arm of the lake, that being our objective point, and await there the arrival of the train. The belief that we should find our companion there hastened us into the commission of an error, which was designed by all as a measure of speedy relief. If we had not continued our journey with all possible expedition towards the point indicated, Mr. Evarts would probably have joined us within 3 or 4 days, as he has informed us since that he visited our camp, but the falling foliage of the pines had entirely obliterated our departing trail. The narrative of this gentleman of 37 days spent in this terrible wilderness will furnish a chapter in the history of human endurance, exposure, and escape, as incredible as it must be painfully instructive and entertaining. 7 miles of struggling took us through the timber to another inlet, 5 miles further on our way. No sign of our missing comrade. We built a large fire on a commanding ridge, and ascended a mountain overlooking the north and west shores of the lake, where we kindled another fire, which could be seen at a great distance. 800 feet above Yellowstone Lake, nestled in a dark mountain glen, we found 2 small lakes, completely environed with frightful masses of basalt and brown lava, seemingly thrown up and scattered by some terrible convulsion. 2 of our company took the backward trail at night, searching for Mr. Everts, and our anxieties were greatly increased lest they too should meet with some disaster. We rose early the next morning, after passing a sleepless night. While at breakfast our 2 companions came in. They had followed the beach to a point east of our camp of 2 days before, and found no trace of Mr. Everts. More than ever assured that we should find him at the west arm of the lake, we struck out for that point, 3 of our party, Mr. Hauser, Lieutenant Doane, and myself in advance, to explore a route for the train and make all possible search by the way. We posted notices on the trees to indicate the route we had taken, and made caches of provisions at several points. Late in the afternoon, at the close of a fatiguing day's travel, mostly through forest, we arrived at our objective point and were greatly distressed to find there no trace of our lost friend. While gathered around our campfire in the evening, devising a plan for more systematic search, our ears were saluted with a screech so terribly human that, for a moment, supposing it to be our missing comrade, we hallooed in response, and would have started to his relief, but that a minatory growl warned us of the near approach of a mountain lion. 3 parties of 2 each struck out the next morning in different directions in pursuit of our companion. 1 followed the lake shore, 1 the back trail through the forest, and the 3rd southerly from the lake to a large brown mountain. The party following the lake shore returned to camp early in the afternoon with the report that they had seen Indians. The story of their adventures written by one of them runs thus: "He and his companion, having penetrated several miles through the inhospitable wilds of that region, dismounted and unsaddled their horses. Mr. T. commenced to fish and prepare them a little dinner, while Mr. S. went ahead with his gun to continue the search on foot. The former had just caught 4 fishes and kindled a fire, when the latter returned in some haste, but perfectly cool and self-possessed, and stated that there were 6 Indians on a point jutting out into the lake about a mile distance. They concluded that neither had a mouth for fish, which they left sweltering in the noonday sun, and saddling their horses they advanced towards the foe. Mr. S. saw them distinctly, but Mr. T. could not, probably because he was somewhat nearsighted. Finally, the former gentleman saw them flitting, phantom-like, among the rocks and trees, at which juncture the party retired to camp in platoons and in good order, at the rate of a mile in every 3 minutes." This tribe of Indians, being one of the curiosities of the expedition, and hitherto unknown, was named after the person who discovered it. Both of the other parties returned after a fruitless search. In their trip to the Brown Mountain, the 2 who went south crossed the main range of the Rocky Mountains through a very low pass, which on the western side terminated in a brimstone basin containing 40 or 50 sulphur and mud springs, and a large number of craters, from which issued jets of vapor. This slope of the mountain was covered with a hollow incrustation through which the water from the springs, percolating in different channels, had spread out over the little patches of soil with which they came in contact, covering them with bright green verdure. In crossing one of these, the horse of one of the party broke through to his haunches, and being extricated, he plunged more deeply into another trap, throwing headlong his rider, whose arm as he fell was thrust violently through the treacherous surface into the scalding morass, from complete submersion in which both man and beast were with great difficulty saved. At the base of the Brown Mountain the party saw a lake of considerable size, which they believed to be the head waters of Snake River, the Lewis Fork of the Columbia. They could not approach it nearer than a mile, on account of the treacherous character of the soil. The other party were absent 2 days. They had visited all the camps of the 6 preceding days, following the trail between them mostly obliterated by the falling foliage of the pines with great difficulty, but without discovering the slightest indication that Mr. Evarts had come upon it. On full consultation we came to the conclusion that he had either been shot from his horse by an Indian, or had returned down the Yellowstone, or struck out upon some of the head waters of Snake River, with the intention of following it to the settlements. It was agreed that we should pursue the search 3 days longer from this point before renewing our journey. Snow began to fall early in the evening. Through the hazy atmosphere we beheld, on the shore of the inlet opposite our camp, the steam ascending in jets from more than 50 craters, giving it much the appearance of a New England factory village. End of Part 3. Part 4 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4, The Wonders of the Yellowstone, Part 2, Section 2. Snow continued to fall all night and the next day, and we made our camp as comfortable as possible. At night the snow was more than 2 feet deep. It turned to rain the following morning. Showers, alternated with sunshine through the day, removed the snow rapidly. We were now so completely environed by forest, and so far away from any recognized trail, that all our fear of molestation by Indians, or of danger from any other cause, was thoroughly dissipated. With true Falstaffian philosophy, we felt that we could take our ease in our inn, and the figure one of us presented has been graphically delineated by our artist upon the spot. We made a circuit round the head of the inlet to the springs we had seen the next day. They were widely different from any we had visited before. In all, they numbered 150, and were scattered along the lake shore about a mile, at a distance of 100 yards from the beach. Those farthest inland resembled boiling mud of various degrees of consistency, some not thicker than paint, others so dense that as they boiled over, the contents piled into heaps, which gradually spread over the ground, forming an extensive vitrified surface. This sediment varies in color, that flowing from some of the apertures being white as chalk, that from others of a delicate lavender hue, and from others of a brilliant pink color. The following are the results of analyses of the various specimens which we gathered by Professor Augustus Steitz of Montana. Here follows a table which the reader has not reproduced. In close proximity to these springs are others of pure, odorless water. Near the shore were several boiling springs, around which the sedimentary increment had formed into mounds of various sizes and heights. The deposit around one of these springs resembles a miniature forest of pines. The most remarkable springs of this group, 6 or 7 in number, are of pure ultramarine hue, very large and wonderfully transparent. The largest is 40 feet wide by 70 feet long. The sides are funnel-shaped, converging regularly to the depth of 40 feet, where they present a dark and apparently unfathomable chasm. From the surface to this opening, the sides of the funnel are furrowed and sinuous, coated with a white sediment, which contrasts vividly with the dark orifice at its base. This group of springs exhibit in their deposits a great variety of shades and colors, no 2 of them being alike. Their constant overflow has fashioned a concrete bank of commingled tufa, 8 feet in height and 1/4 of a mile in length, and on the margin of the lake. The waves have worn this bank into large caverns, which respond in hollow murmurs to their fierce assaults. Between the springs are numerous vents and craters from which heated vapor is constantly rising. Along the edge of the water, and 10 or 20 feet from shore, many springs are bubbling, none of which seem to be strongly impregnated with sulphur. The beach for a mile or more is strewn with fragments of sinter of various colors, which have been worn by the waves into many fantastic forms. The 5 days during which we camped at this locality were occupied by every possible effort to find our missing friend, but the labors of each day only served to increase our fears for his safety. One hope, that of meeting him at Virginia City, was still indulged, but opposed to this were many painful conjectures as to his possible fate, not the least prevalent of which was the one that he might have been shot from an ambush by an Indian arrow. Our provisions were rapidly diminishing, and our longer stay gave promise of unfavorable results. The force of circumstances obliged us to adopt the gloomy alternative of moving forward the next day, leaving one of our own party and 2 of the cavalrymen to prosecute a further search. The loss of our comrade and friend was to us all a source of much unhappy reflection, and the hope of finding him so entirely absorbed our attention that we had little curiosity to examine, and so escaped very many of the wonders of this region which we should otherwise have seen. In our constant passing to and fro in different directions through the forest, along the lake, and over the surrounding mountains, we had glances of objects which, had we been free from a heavy charge, it would have been pleasant to visit and describe. These, however, are reserved for future investigation. The plan of our route led us in a northwesterly direction from the lake towards the headwaters of the Madison. We traveled through a dense pine forest, unmarked by trails and encumbered by fallen timber for most of the distance. The close of the first day's travel found us only 12 miles from the lake, still in the midst of the deep snow, with no place to pitch our tent, and each man seeking unsuccessfully a dry spot whereon to spread his blankets, under the shelter of the trees. The next day we reached the east bank of the Firehole River, the largest tributary of the Madison, down which we traveled, passing several cascades, many craters and boiling springs, to a large basin 2 miles above the point of the union of the Firehole and Burnt Hole rivers. We bade adieu to Yellowstone Lake, surfeited with the wonders we had seen, and in the belief that the interesting portion of our journey was over. The desire for home had superseded all thought of further exploration. We had seen the greatest wonders on the continent, and were convinced that there was not on the globe another region where, within the same limits, nature had crowded so much of grandeur and majesty with so much of novelty and wonder. Our only care was to return home as rapidly as possible. 3 days of active travel from the headwaters of the Madison would find us among the settlers in the beautiful lower valley of that picturesque river, and within 12 miles of Virginia City, where we hoped to meet with Mr. Evarts and realize afresh that all is well that ends well. Judge then what must have been our astonishment as we entered the basin at mid-afternoon of our second day's travel, to see in the clear sunlight, at no great distance, an immense volume of clear, sparkling water projected into the air to the height of 125 feet. "Geysers! Geysers!" exclaimed one of our company, and spurring our jaded horses, we soon gathered around this wonderful phenomenon. It was indeed a perfect geyser. The aperture through which the jet was projected was an irregular oval 3 feet by 7 feet in diameter. The margin of sinter was curiously piled up, and the exterior crust was filled with little hollows full of water, in which were small globules of sediment, some having gathered around bits of wood and other nuclei. This geyser is elevated 30 feet above the level of the surrounding plain, and the crater rises 5 or 6 feet above the mound. It spouted at regular intervals 9 times during our stay, the columns of boiling water being thrown from 90 to 125 feet at each discharge, which lasted from 15 to 20 minutes. We gave it the name of Old Faithful. In our journey down the valley, looking down through a crevice in the crust upon which we were traveling, we discovered a stream of hot water of considerable size, running nearly at right angles with and away from the Fire Hole River. On the summit of a cone 20 feet high was a boiling spring, 7 feet in diameter, surrounded with beautiful incrustations, on the slope of which we gathered twigs and pine tree cones encased in a siliceous crust a quarter of an inch in thickness. But all of the curiosities of this basin sink into insignificance in comparison with the geysers. We saw during our brief stay of but 22 hours 12 in action. 6 of these, from vents varying from 3 to 5 feet in diameter, threw water to the height of from 15 to 25 feet, but in the presence of others of immense dimensions these soon ceased to attract attention. One, which we named the Fan, has an orifice which discharges 2 radiating jets of water to the height of 60 feet, the falling drops and spray resembling a feather fan. It is very beautiful. Its eruptions are very frequent, lasting usually from 10 to 30 minutes. A vent connected with it about 40 feet distant expels dense masses of vapor 50 or 60 feet high, accompanied by loud, sharp reports during the time the geyser is in action. The grotto was so named from its singular crater of vitrified center, full of large, sinuous apertures. Through one of these, on our first visit, one of our company crawled to the discharging orifice, and when, a few hours afterwards, he saw a volume of boiling water 4 feet in diameter shooting through it to the height of 60 feet, and a scalding stream of 200 inches flowing from the aperture he had entered a short time before, he concluded he had narrowly escaped being summarily cooked. The discharge of this geyser continued for nearly half an hour. The castle, situated on the summit of an encrusted mound, has a turreted crater through which a large volume of water is expelled at intervals of 2 or 3 hours to the height of 50 feet, from a discharging orifice about 3 feet in diameter. The architectural features of the siliceous center surrounding it, which is very massive and compact, indicating that at some former period the flow of water must have been much greater than at present, suggested its name. A vent near it is constantly discharging a large stream of boiling water, and when the geyser is in action the water in this vent boils and bubbles with great fierceness. The giant has a rugged crater 10 feet in diameter on the outside, with an irregular orifice 5 or 6 feet in diameter. It discharges a vast body of water, and the only time we saw it in eruption, the flow of water in a column 5 feet in diameter and 140 feet in vertical height continued uninterruptedly for nearly 3 hours. The crater resembles a miniature model of the Colosseum. Our search for new wonders leading us across the Fire Hole River, we ascended a gentle encrusted slope, and came suddenly upon a large oval aperture with scalloped edges, the diameters of which were 18 and 25 feet, the sides corrugated and covered with a grayish-white siliceous deposit, which was distinctly visible at the depth of 100 feet below the surface. No water could be discovered, but we could distinctly hear it gurgling and boiling at a great distance below. Suddenly it began to rise, boiling and spluttering and sending out huge masses of steam, causing a general stampede of our company, driving us some distance from our point of observation. When within about 40 feet of the surface, it became stationary, and we returned to look down upon it. It was foaming and surging at a terrible rate, occasionally emitting small jets of hot water nearly to the mouth of the orifice. All at once it seemed seized with a fearful spasm, and rose with incredible rapidity, hardly affording us time to flee to a safe distance, when it burst from the orifice with terrific momentum, rising in a column the full size of this immense aperture to the height of 60 feet. and through and out of the apex of this vast aqueous mass 5 or 6 lesser jets, or round columns of water, varying in size from 6 to 15 inches in diameter, were projected to the marvelous height of 250 feet. These lesser jets, so much higher than the main column and shooting through it, doubtless proceed from auxiliary pipes leading into the principal orifice near the bottom, where the explosive force is greater. If the theory that water by constant boiling becomes explosive when freed from air be true, this theory rationally accounts for all irregularities in the eruptions of the geysers. This grand eruption continued for 20 minutes, and was the most magnificent sight we ever witnessed. We were standing on the side of the geyser nearest the sun, the gleams of which filled the sparkling column of water and spray with myriads of rainbows, whose arches were constantly changing, dipping and fluttering hither and thither, and disappearing, only to be succeeded by others, again and again, amid the aqueous column, while the minute globules into which the spent jets were diffused, when falling, sparkled like a shower of diamonds, and around every shadow which the denser clouds of vapor, interrupting the sun's rays, cast upon the column, could be seen a luminous circle, radiant with all the colors of the prism, and resembling the halo of glory represented in paintings as encircling the head of divinity. All that we had previously witnessed seemed tame in comparison with the perfect grandeur and beauty of this display. 2 of these wonderful eruptions occurred during the 22 hours we remained in the valley. This geyser we named the Giantess. 100 yards distant from the Giantess was a siliceous cone, very symmetrical, but slightly corrugated upon its exterior surface, 3 feet in height and 5 feet in diameter at its base, and having an oval orifice 24 by 36½ inches in diameter, with scalloped edges. Not one of our company supposed that it was a geyser, and among so many wonders it had almost escaped notice. While we were at breakfast upon the morning of our departure, a column of water entirely filling the crater shot from it, which, by accurate triangular measurement, we found to be 219 feet in height. The stream did not deflect more than 4 or 5 degrees from a vertical line, and the eruption lasted 18 minutes. We named it the Beehive. How many more geysers there are in this locality it would be impossible to conjecture. Our waning stores admonished us of the necessity for a hurried departure, and we reluctantly left this remarkable region less than half explored. In this basin, which is about 2 miles in length and 1 mile in width, more than 1,000 pipes or wells rise to the surface, varying in diameter from 2 to 120 feet, the water in which varies in temperature from 140 degrees to the boiling point, upwards of 100 of which give evidence, by the calcareous and siliceous deposits surrounding them, that they are geysers, and to all appearances they are as likely to be as any we saw in action. The sides of these wells were covered with siliceous incrustations and were funnel-shaped, and in many of the larger ones gradually converged for a distance of from 20 to 50 feet from the edge, below which point the apertures enlarged laterally in all directions like a jug below the neck, and were apparently unfathomable. None of the springs in this locality appear to be impregnated with sulphur. In this basin there are to be found no mud springs, of which we discovered so many in the valley of the Yellowstone, and we found but 1 spring of cold water. This entire country is seemingly under a constant and active internal pressure from volcanic forces, which seek relief through the numberless springs, jets, volcanoes, and geysers exhibited on its surface, and which, but for these vents, might burst forth in one terrific eruption and form a volcano of vast dimensions. It is undoubtedly true that many of the objects we saw were of recent formation, and that many of the extinguished craters recently ceased their condition of activity. They are constantly breaking forth, often assuming new forms, and attesting to the active presence of volcanic force. A mountaineer who visited a portion of this region a year ago found at one place a small volcano which was constantly overflowing with liquid sulphur and lava, and emitting smoke, showing that the genuine volcanic elements were there, and needed but the concentration of the forces now dissipated through thousands of vents to present a spectacle of grandeur surpassing that of Vesuvius or Etna. The geyser is a new and perhaps the most remarkable feature in our scenery and physical history. It is found in no other countries but Ireland and Tibet. The geysers of the country last named are inconsiderable when compared with either those of Iceland or the Firehole or Madison Basin, and those of Iceland, even, dwindle into significance by the side of those of the Madison. Until the discovery of the Madison geysers there were but two of any note known to the world, the Great Geyser and the Stoker of Iceland. The phenomena presented by these have been sufficient at various periods during the past century to invite the personal investigation of some of the most distinguished of European savants. Von Troll, Stanley, Olsen, Hooker, Mackenzie, and, at a later day, Bunsen, have visited Iceland for the purpose of witnessing these aqueous eruptions and forming some satisfactory conclusion relative to the causes in which they originate. The theory published by Sir George Mackenzie that the outbursts were produced by pressure on the air contained in cavernous recesses underground for many years received the sanction of the scientific world. The periods intervening between the eruptions of the Great Geyser of Iceland have been very irregular until within the past 40 or 50 years, since when it has generally projected a small jet to the height of 20 feet every 2 hours, and a large one to the height of 80 feet every 6 hours. Mackenzie's theory was that there were two subterranean cavities connected with the main pipe, one much deeper and larger than the other, which rapidly filled with water after each eruption, and that the pressure of the vapors upon them produced these periodic explosions. Ingenious as this theory appeared to be, it was dissipated by the experiments made upon water by Mr. Doney of Ghent. He discovered that water long boiled became more and more free from air, by which its molecular cohesion is so greatly increased, and that when it is exposed to a heat sufficient to overcome the force of cohesion, the production of steam is so instantaneous and so considerable as to cause explosion. Bunsen ascribes the eruption of the geysers to this cause. He found the water at the bottom of the well of the Great Geyser to be of a constantly increasing temperature up to the moment of an eruption. On one occasion it was as high as 261 degrees Fahrenheit. His idea is that on reaching some unknown point above that temperature ebullition takes place, vapor is suddenly generated in enormous quantities, and an eruption of the superior column of water is the consequence. The geysers of the Madison exhibit precisely the same physical features and doubtless originate in the same causes. They are surrounded, too, as are those of Iceland, by innumerable springs of hot water. The bursting of a column into millions of particles resembles an explosion more than a mere eruption, and the vast clouds of vapor which enshroud them and mingle with them in their ascent sometimes give an appearance of bulk to the upper part of the columns much greater than their real magnitude. The water of the Madison geysers, like that of the geysers of Iceland, appears perfectly pure and doubtless could be used for cooking or drinking. We had not the means of analyzing it on the spot. The center was both carboniferous and siliceous, the latter characteristic predominating, but both prevailing sufficiently to have produced large encrusted mounds and numerous illustrations of petrification in various stages of progress. All this, where such immense volumes of water are being constantly ejected, could be effected with a moderate infusion of silica or soda. Dr. Black gives the following result of an analysis of a quantity of 10,000 grains (about 1/6 of a gallon) of water from the great geyser of Iceland. Soda, .95, alumina, .48, silica, 5.40, muriate of soda, 2.46, dry sulfate of soda, 1.46, total 10.75. That the same elements are held in solution in the waters of the Madison geysers we have abundant proof in the vast encrusted field by which they are surrounded. They are but a reproduction upon a much grander scale of the phenomena of Iceland. A wider field for the investigation of the chemist than that presented by the geysers may be found in the many tinted springs of boiling mud and the mud volcano. These were objects of the greatest interest to Humboldt, who devotes to a description of them one of the most fascinating chapters of Cosmos. It would be rash in us to speculate where that great man hesitated. We can only say that the field is open for exploration, illimitable in resource, grand in extent, wonderful in variety, in a climate favored of heaven, and amid scenery the most stupendous on the continent. By means of the Northern Pacific Railroad, which will doubtless be completed within the next 3 years, the traveler will be able to make the trip to Montana from the Atlantic seaboard in 3 days, and thousands of tourists will be attracted to both Montana and Wyoming in order to behold with their own eyes the wonders here described. Besides these intervals of the upper Yellowstone, one may look upon the strange scenery of the lower valley of that great river, the great falls of the Missouri, the grotesque groups of eroded rocks below Fort Benton, the beautiful cañon of the Prickly Pear, and the stupendous architecture of the vast chains and spurs of mountains which everywhere traverse that picturesque and beautiful country. End of Part 4. Part 5 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 early pieces by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5. More about the Yellowstone. The interesting accounts that have been given in this monthly from time to time of the remarkable natural phenomena in the valley of the Yellowstone have created a general interest throughout the country. During the past summer the writer enjoyed unusual facilities for exploring this singular region, and he gladly bears witness that the statements of Mr. Langford were in no respect exaggerated. Indeed, it is quite impossible for anyone to do justice to the remarkable physical phenomena of this valley by any description, however vivid. It is only through the eye that the mind can form anything like an adequate conception of their beauty and grandeur. We may make our story more clear to our readers if we take as our starting point Fort Ellis, a beautiful frontier military post, located near the head of the fertile valley of the Gallatin. By the great kindness of the officers of that post, we were provided with all the outfit that was necessary for our adventurous journey to the Yellowstone. On the 15th of July last, we commenced our winding way over the grassy hills that form the divide between the waters of the Missouri and the Yellowstone. Our course was nearly due east for about 30 miles, when we came to the valley of the Yellowstone, and then we ascended the valley for 10 miles farther, and pitched our permanent camp near Butler's Ranch, close to the lower cañon, and at the farthest point to which it would be safe to go with our wagons. From this point we changed our mode of travel to pack animals. Here began the more difficult part of our journey. The whole party were filled with enthusiasm to catch a glimpse of the wonderful visions of which we had already heard so much. Opposite our camp were the Yellowstone Mountains, with peaks rising 12,000 feet above sea level and 6,000 feet above the valley. For beauty and symmetry of outline, I have never seen this range equaled in the far west, and several members of the party, who were familiar with the mountains of Central Europe, were struck at once with the resemblance to the Alps. But we will continue our way up the valley, leaving behind us the lofty volcanic hills which wall us in on each side and enter the lower cañon. Here granite walls rise on either side to the height of 1,000 feet or more, and through the narrow gorge the river dashes with great velocity. The bright green color of the water and the numerous ripples capped with white foam, as the roaring torrent rushes around and over the multitude of rocks that have fallen from above into the channel, give a most picturesque view to the eye as we look from our lofty heights. Not the least attractive feature, and one that to us amounted to a wonder, was the abundance of fine trout which the river afforded. There seemed to be no limit to them, and hundreds of pounds weight of the speckled beauties were caught by the different members of our party. But we cannot linger here, although the scenery is very attractive, so we hasten on to the Devil's Slide, or Cinnabar Mountain, as it is usually called. It is one of the singular freaks of nature which occur very seldom in the West, is formed of alternate beds of sandstone, limestone, and quartzites, elevated to a nearly vertical position by those internal forces which acted in ages past to lift the mountain ranges into their present heights. As we stand at the base and look up the sides of the mountains, we are filled with wonder at the apparent evidences of the convulsions of nature which could have thrown 3,000 to 5,000 feet in thickness of rocks into their present position. Ridge after ridge extends down the steep sides of the mountain like lofty walls, the intervening softer portions having been washed away, leaving the harder layers projecting far above. At one locality the rocks incline in every possible direction, and are crushed together in the utmost confusion. Between the walls at one point is a band of bright brick-red clay, which has been mistaken for cinnabar, and hence the name of the mountain. The most conspicuous ridge is composed of basalt, and the igneous material was poured out on the surface when all the rocks were in a horizontal position during the Jurassic period. Indeed, all the rocks are either of the Carboniferous, Jurassic, or Cretaceous stage. During the day we passed many examples of volcanic action, which in any other region would have excited attention. Small lakes, covered with wild fowl and fringed with a luxuriant growth of vegetation, occupied the old volcanic craters. On the evening of the third day, as we came to the junction of Gardner's River, the warm springs began to appear near the edge of the stream. The white calcareous deposit, which always indicates that those springs do exist or have existed, covered the bottom, and from underneath this crust a stream poured a volume of water into the river 6 feet wide and 2 feet deep, with a temperature of 130 degrees. A little farther up the stream were a number of hot springs of about the same temperature, with nearly circular basins 6 to 10 feet in diameter and 2 to 4 feet deep. Around them had already gathered a number of invalids who were living in tents, and their praises were enthusiastic in favor of the sanitary effects of the springs. Some of them were used for drinking and others for bathing purposes. From the river our path led up the steep sides of the hill for about 1 mile, when we came suddenly and unexpectedly in full view of the springs. This wonder alone, our whole company agreed, surpassed all the descriptions which had been given by former travelers. Indeed, the Langford party saw nothing of this. Before us arose a high, white mountain, looking precisely like a frozen cascade. It is formed by the calcareous sediment of the hot springs, precipitated from the water as it flows down the steep declivities of the mountainside. The upper portion is about 1,000 feet above the waters of Gardner's River. The surface covered with the deposit comprises from 3 to 4 square miles. The springs now in active operation cover an area of about 1 square mile, while the rest of the territory is occupied by the remains of springs which have long since ceased to flow. We pitched our camp upon a grassy terrace at the base of the principal group of active springs. Just in the rear of us were a series of reservoirs or bathing pools, rising one above the other, semicircular in form, with most elegantly scalloped margins, composed of calcareous matter, the sediment precipitated from the water of the spring. The hill, which is about 200 feet high, presents the appearance of water congealed by frost as it quickly flows down a rocky declivity. The deposit is as white as snow, except when tinged here and there with iron or sulphur. Small streams flow down the sides of the snowy mountain in channels lined with oxide of iron colored with the most delicate tints of red. Others present the most exquisite shades of yellow with a deep, bright sulphur to a dainty cream color. In the springs and in the little channels is a material like the finest cashmere wool, with its slender fibers floating in the water, vibrating with the movement of the current, and tinged with various shades of red and yellow as bright as those of our aniline dyes. These delicate wool-like masses are undoubtedly plants, which seem to be abundant in all the hot springs of the West, and are familiar to the microscopist as diatoms. Upon a kind of terrace, covering an area of 200 yards in length and 15 in width, are several large springs in a constant state of agitation, but with a somewhat lower temperature than the boiling point. The hottest spring is 162 degrees, others are 142 degrees, 155 degrees, and 156 degrees, respectively. Some of them give off the odor of sulphuretted hydrogen quite perceptibly. A qualitative analysis shows the water to contain sulphuretted hydrogen, lime, soda, alumina, and a small amount of magnesia. It is beautifully clear and slightly alkaline to the taste. The water, after rising from the spring basins, flows down the sides of the declivity, step by step, from one reservoir to the other, at each one of them losing a portion of its heat until it becomes as cool as spring water. Within 500 feet of its source, our large party camped for 2 days by the side of the little stream formed by the aggregated waters of these hot springs, and we found the water most excellent for drinking as well as cooking purposes. It was perfectly clear and tasteless, and harmless in its effects. During our stay here, all the members of our party, as well as the soldiers comprising our escort, enjoyed the luxury of bathing in these most elegantly carved natural bathing pools, and it was easy to select, from the hundreds of reservoirs, water of every variety of temperature. These natural basins vary somewhat in size, but many of them are about 4 by 6 feet in diameter, and 1 to 4 feet in depth. With a foresight worthy of commendation, 2 men have already preempted 320 acres of land covering most of the surface occupied by the active springs, with the expectation that upon the completion of the Northern Pacific Railroad this will become a famous place of resort for invalids and pleasure seekers. Indeed, no future tourist in traveling over the far West will think of neglecting this most wonderful of the physical phenomena of that most interesting region. The level or terrace upon which the principal active springs are located is about midway up the sides of the mountain covered with the sediment. Still farther up are the old ruins of what must have been at some period of the past even more active springs than any at present known. The sides of the mountain for 200 or 300 feet in height are covered with a thick crust of the calcareous deposit, which was originally ornamented with the most elegant sculpturing all over the surface, like the bathing pools below. But atmospheric agencies, which act readily on the lime, have obliterated all their delicate beauty. Chimneys, partially broken down, are scattered about here and there, with apertures varying in size from 2 inches to 2 feet in diameter. Long rounded ridges are also quite numerous, with fissures extending the entire length, from which the boiling water issued forth and flowed over the sides. Thus the sediment was continually precipitated in thin oval layers, so that a section of these oblong chimneys presents the appearance of layers of hay in a stack, or the thatched cabin of a peasant. Some of these chimneys were undoubtedly formed by geysers now extinct; others by what may be called spouting springs, as those which are in a constant state of violent ebullition, throwing the water up 2 to 4 feet, a phenomenon intermediate between a boiling spring and a true geyser. The water is forced up through an orifice in the earth by hydrostatic pressure, and, overflowing, precipitates the sediment around it; and thus, in time, it builds up a mound varying in height according to the force of this pressure. One of these cones is very remarkable, surpassing any observed in any other portion of the West. From its peculiar form we almost involuntarily named it the Liberty Cap. It is entirely composed of carbonate of lime in flexible cap-like layers with a diameter at the base of 15 feet and a height of about 40 feet. It is completely closed over at the summit. This is probably an extinct geyser, and was the most powerful one of this group. Sometimes the orifice is in the form of a fissure 100 to 300 feet in length, and the mound built up by the deposition of the sediment will be of oblong shape. As the mound rises, the hydrostatic force diminishes, until finally the spring entirely conceals itself at the summit and either becomes extinct or flows out through fissures in the sides. Classed with reference to their chemical constituents, there are two kinds of springs in the valley of the Yellowstone, viz., those in which lime predominates and those in which silica is most abundant. In respect to beauty of form, the calcareous springs build up monuments that far surpass the others. The stalactites and beautiful fresco work of the Mammoth Cave of Kentucky are precipitated from springs holding a great amount of lime in solution. The remarkable forms which lime is caused to assume through the influence of water is well shown in all limestone regions. The scenery in the vicinity of these hot springs is varied and beautiful beyond description. I have already stated that they are located 1,000 feet above the channel of the Yellowstone, and thus command a very extended view up and down the valley. To the north the Devil's Slide can be distinctly seen, while on either side the mountains rise to the height of 2,000 feet, enclosing the valley as with gigantic walls. From the summit still higher, piercing the clouds, are numerous basaltic peaks presenting a great variety of unique forms. To the eastward is the bluff wall composed of 1,200 to 1,500 feet of strata, revealing one of the most perfect geological sections observed in the West. On the summit is a thick cap of basalt which extends up Gardner's River and forms the floor over which the waters of the east, middle, and west forks of that stream flow and dash down in most beautiful cascades. In the sides of the canyons of these branches are rows of basaltic columns as perfect as those so familiar to all who have visited Fingal's Cave in Staffa. In all my explorations in the far west I have never seen such exquisite exhibitions of this semi-crystallized structure. Between the middle and west forks stands the dome-like form of Mount Everts, clothed with a dense growth of pines, its summit covered with fragments of basalt. From its top the view is grand, reaching over a radius of 50 to 100 miles in every direction. On the west are the higher ranges of mountains about the sources of the Gallatin and Missouri Forks, with their loftiest peaks covered with perpetual snow. We must not linger here, however, amid these impressive scenes, but wind our way up the valley in search of more wonders. These will meet us in rapid transition from step to step. We can only stop a moment to glance at one of the greatest beauties of the valley, Tower Falls, or Tower Creek, where the water makes a vertical descent of 156 feet. On either side the somber brecciated columns stand like gloomy sentinels. But an excellent description of these falls has been given in a former number of this monthly. Near this point the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone River commences and continues about 30 miles to the Great Falls. In some respects this canyon is the greatest wonder of all. The river has carved out a channel through the basalt, volcanic breccia, and hot springs deposit, 1,000 to 1,200 feet deep and 1 to 2,000 feet in width, at the bottom of which the water foams along with torrent-like rapidity. But the striking feature of this remarkable view is the effect of colors derived from the hot spring deposits, which have a brilliancy like the most delicate of our aniline dyes. None but an artist with a most delicate perception of colors could do justice to the picture. The well-known landscape painter Thomas Moran, who is justly celebrated for his exquisite taste as a colorist, exclaimed with a sort of regretful enthusiasm that these beautiful tints were beyond the reach of human art. Between the upper and lower falls a fine stream, called Cascade Creek, empties into the Yellowstone. Standing upon the east margin of the canyon, One can look up the channel of this little creek a few hundred feet and enjoy a full view of Cascade Falls, which have given the name to the creek. The water, as it pours over a succession of basaltic steps, separates into a number of little streams, giving to the whole a most pleasing effect. Above the falls, the river seems to flow quietly along over the surface but little below the general level, and here it may be said to present some of its finest and most attractive views. If below the falls this river surpasses all others in the West for its rugged grandeur, above the falls it excels in picturesque beauty. About half a mile above the falls on this creek, the gorge is so narrow and deep that the traveler looks down from the margin above into an abyss so dark and forbidding that a very appropriate name comes almost involuntarily to one's lips, the Devil's Den. The sides of the gorge are very rugged, composed of angular masses of basalt and obsidian cemented with volcanic ashes. There is also a large amount of sulphur mingled with the ashes, so that the debris looks like the remains of an old furnace. On either side of the river, as we ascend the valley, are remarkable groups of hot springs. There is a singular group on the south side of Mount Washburn, which is well worthy of the attention of the traveler. The deposit formed by these springs extends across the Yellowstone River and occupies a large area. Most of these springs contain clear water, but there are several which are called mud springs. These mud springs do not differ in their origin from the others. Some are what may be called dead springs, as those which have passed the period of their activity and now are filled with turbid water. Others are in a constant state of agitation, and may be called living springs, while others at certain periods throw out great quantities of mud, and may be called mud geysers. There is every grade from simply turbid water to thick mud. The superficial deposits here are composed of basalts and hot spring deposits, as silica and feldspar; and as the aperture through which the hot water reaches the surface sometimes extends a considerable distance through this material, it is dissolved from the sides of the passage, and mingled with the boiling water, becomes in due time much like boiling mush. Whenever the mud becomes so thick as to close up the orifice for any length of time, a sort of explosion takes place, which sometimes hurls masses of the mud to the height of 50 or 100 feet. At Mud Springs and Crater Mountains there are several of these mud springs, with basins varying in size from a few inches to 30 feet in diameter, mostly with circular rims and funnel-shaped orifices. The most interesting of the mud springs occur in the valley of the Fire Hole Creek. Some of them are filled with very black mud, others a brownish clay, but in a few instances the mud has the snowy whiteness which is due to the decomposition of the silica deposited from the hot waters. To heighten the effect, it is also tinged with the bright red from the oxide of iron. Some of these may be called alum springs, from the fact that the mud is composed largely of alum. Sometimes there will be a group of 15 or 20 of these little mud springs with orifices from 2 to 6 inches in diameter, all of them operating at the same time with a low thud-like noise. We make our first camp on the northeast shore of the lake, near the point where the river takes its departure from it. Here we had one of the finest views of this beautiful sheet of water. This portion of the lake is about 10 miles wide. Our camp was located in a broad, open meadow-like space, with the grass 2 feet or more in height, adorned with bright flowers having a great variety of colors. A dense growth of pines surrounded it, and to the eastward the range of forest-covered hills was 1,200 to 1,800 feet above the lake. At this place we launched our little boat, which was destined to perform most excellent service. We had transported the framework on the back of a mule from Fort Ellis. We covered the frame with a heavy canvas, which rendered it perfectly watertight, and with this little craft, 12 feet long, 3½ feet wide, and 22 inches high, the entire length and breadth of the lake was navigated many times. Soundings of the lake were made in every direction, and the greatest depth discovered was 300 feet. Messrs. Elliott and Carrington made a survey of the shore line from the boat, and with the numerous bays and indentations, they estimated the distance to be about 175 miles. So far as beauty of scenery is concerned, it is probable that this lake is not surpassed by any other on the globe. There is not space in the present article to make more than this passing allusion to it, but we hope at some future time to do more ample justice to this region, and trust that the few isolated facts which we now skim from the surface will sharpen curiosity for the complete account. While some were making an exploration of this beautiful lake, the writer with a small party made a trip over the high divide between the waters of the Yellowstone and Missouri rivers into the Firehole Basin. We had already encountered many of the difficulties attendant upon traveling in this rocky and densely wooded region, but we were not prepared for the impediments which seemed to block our pathway everywhere. We were without a guide, and endeavored to make our courses with a compass. The autumnal fires sweep through the dry pines at times, so that many square miles are covered with dead trees. These are soon blown down by the winds, and their long bodies are lodged upon each other in every possible direction. Sometimes these fallen pines are piled up in a sort of irregular network for 6 or 8 feet in height, presenting insurmountable obstacles in the way of the traveler. Then again the small pines grow so thickly that it seems almost impossible to find an interval between so wide as to admit a pack animal with his load. The traveler may thus wind about among the fallen pines or the dense growth of living trees for an entire day, and yet at night find that he has not made a distance of more than 5 or 6 miles in a straight line. After encountering many obstructions, we arrived at the Firehole Basin, and spent 5 days in exploring its wonders, making charts, sketches, photographs, and taking the temperatures of the springs. The boiling point of water at this elevation is about 192 to 196 degrees. We ascertained the temperatures of more than 600 hot springs in this valley, and there were as many more that were dying out, to which we did not think it worth while to give our attention. Many also must have been overlooked by us, so that within an area of about 5 miles square we may estimate the existence of about 1,200 to 1,500 springs, with basins of all sizes, from a few inches in diameter to 300 feet. The springs in this valley are of 3 kinds, but varying much in their active power. First, those in which the ebullition occurs only at intervals, and which may therefore be called intermittent springs. Second, such as are constantly boiling and bubbling up, therefore permanent springs. Third, those whose surface is always undisturbed, and in which there is no bubbling or boiling up. The first class reach the boiling point only when in operation, when in a state of repose the temperature of the water is as low as 150 degrees. The second class have a temperature equal to boiling water, or not far below it, in this region varying from 180 to 196 degrees. Some of the largest of the springs are in a constant state of agitation. One of the largest in the Firehole Basin is represented in the accompanying sketch. The basin is about 200 feet in diameter, and the sides of the crater, which have been much broken down, are about 30 feet deep. The crater is so filled with dense steam that it is only at periodical times that it is cleared away so that one can catch a glimpse of the seething cauldron below. From one side of it 5 streams of water are ever flowing, which in the aggregate form a river 10 feet wide and 2 feet deep. The delicate shades of coloring from the iron and sulfur are most finely displayed upon the surface over which this water flows. But perhaps the most striking exhibition of nature's forces in this wonderful region is that of the Grand Geyser, which is well shown in the accompanying illustration. While we were in the Firehole Valley, this geyser played only at intervals of about 32 hours, but when it was in active operation the display was grand beyond description. As we stood near the crater or basin, it threw up, with scarcely any preliminary warning, a column of hot water 8 feet in diameter to the height of 200 feet, and so steady and uniform did the force act that the column of water appeared to be held there for some minutes, returning into the basin in millions of prismatic drops. This was continued for about 15 minutes, and the rumbling and confusion attending it could only be compared to that of a charge in battle. The steam poured out in immense masses, rising in clouds 1,000 feet or more in height. After the grand geyser had ceased playing, the water of the basin retired from the surface, and the temperature fell gradually to 150 degrees. Another geyser in the same group, and named by the Langford party Old Faithful, was far more accommodating, and played at intervals of only an hour, throwing up a column of water at least 6 feet in diameter and 150 feet high, for a period of about 15 minutes. The ease with which this column of water was sustained at the great height during the period of its operation rendered it a marvel of beauty as well as of power. We may say, in conclusion, that we have been able in this article to do little more than to allude to a few of the wonderful physical phenomena of this marvelous valley. We pass with rapid transition from one remarkable vision to another, each unique of its kind and surpassing all others in the known world. The intelligent American will one day point on the map to this remarkable district with the conscious pride that it has not its parallel on the face of the globe. Why will not Congress at once pass a law setting it apart as a great public park for all time to come, as has been done with that not more remarkable wonder, the Yosemite Valley? End of Part 5. Part 6 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 6, Yellowstone National Park, Part 1. On certain portions of our globe, Almighty God has set a special imprint of divinity. The Alps, the Pyrenees, the Mexican volcanoes, the solemn grandeur of Norwegian fjords, the sacred mountain of Japan, and the sublimity of India's Himalayas, at different epochs in a life of travel, have filled my soul with awe and admiration. But since the summer of 1896, there has been ranked with these in my remembrance the country of the Yellowstone. 2/3 across this continent, hidden away in the heart of the Rocky Mountains, 8,000 feet above the level of the sea, there lies a marvelous section of our earth, about 1/2 as large as the state of Connecticut. On 3 sides this is guarded by lofty, well-nigh inaccessible mountains, as though the Infinite himself would not allow mankind to rashly enter its sublime enclosure. In this respect our government has wisely imitated the Creator. It has proclaimed to all the world the sanctity of this peculiar area. It has received it as a gift from God, and as His trustee holds it for the welfare of humanity. We, then, as citizens of the United States, are its possessors and its guardians. It is our national park. Yet, although easy of access, most of us let the years go by without exploring it. How little we realize what a treasure we possess is proven by the fact that, until recently, the majority of tourists here were foreigners. I thought my previous store of memories was rich, but to have added to it the recollection of the Yellowstone will give a greater happiness to life while life shall last. Day after day, yes, hour after hour, within the girdle of its snow-capped peaks, I looked upon a constant series of stupendous sights, a blending of the beautiful and terrible, the strange and the sublime, which were, moreover, so peculiar that they stand out distinct and different from those of every other portion of our earth. To call our national park the Switzerland of America would be absurd. It is not Switzerland, it is not Iceland, it is not Norway, it is unique, and the unique cannot be compared. If I were asked to describe it in a dozen lines, I should call it the arena of an enormous amphitheater. Its architect was nature, the gladiators that contended in it were volcanoes. During unnumbered ages those gladiators struggled to surpass one another in destruction by pouring forth great floods of molten lava. Even now the force which animated them still shows itself in other forms, but harmlessly, much as a captive serpent hisses though its fangs are drawn. But the volcanoes give no sign of life. They are dead actors in a fearful tragedy, performed here countless centuries before the advent of mankind, with this entire region for a stage, and for their only audience the sun and stars. I shall never forget our entrance into this theatre of sublime phenomena. The Pullman car, in which we had taken our places at St. Paul, had carried us in safety more than 1,000 miles, and had left us at the gateway of the park. Before us was a portion of the road, 8 miles in length, which leads the tourist to the Mammoth Springs Hotel. On one side an impetuous river shouted a welcome as we rode along. Above us rose gray, desolate cliffs. They are volcanic in their origin. The brand of fire is on them all. They are symbolic, therefore, of the entire park, for fire and water are the two great forces here which have, for ages, struggled for supremacy. No human being dwells upon those dreary crags, but at one point, as I looked up at them, I saw, poised statue-like above a mighty pinnacle of rock, a solitary eagle. Pausing with outstretched wings above its nest, it seemed to look disdainfully upon us human pygmies crawling far below. Living at such a height, in voluntary isolation, that king of birds appeared the very embodiment of strength and majesty. Call it a touch of superstition if you will, yet I confess it thrilled me to the heart to find that here, above the very entrance to the wonderland of our Republic, there should be stationed midway between earth and heaven, like a watchful sentinel, our national bird, the bird of freedom. At length a sudden turn revealed to us our first halting place within the park, the Mammoth Springs Hotel. The structure in itself looked mammoth as we approached it, for its portico exceeds 400 feet in length. Our first impressions were agreeable. Porters rushed forth and helped us to alight, and on the broad piazza the manager received us cordially. Everything had the air of an established summer resort. This, I confess, surprised me greatly, as I had expected primitive accommodations, and supposed that though the days of camping out had largely passed away, the resting places in the park were still so crude that one would be glad to leave them. But I lingered here with pleasure long after all the wonders of the park had been beheld. The furniture, though simple, is sufficient. To satisfy our national nervousness, the halls are so well stocked with rocking chairs that European visitors look upon them with alarm, and try to find some seats that promise a more stable equilibrium. The sleeping rooms are scrupulously clean. Soft blankets, snow-white sheets, and comfortable beds assure a good night's rest, and the staff of colored waiters in the dining room, steam heat, a bell-boy service, and electric lights made us forget our distance from great cities and the haunts of men. Moreover, what is true of this is true as well of the other hotels within the park. And when I add that well-cooked food is served in all of them, it will be seen that tourists need not fear a lengthy sojourn in these hostelries. Standing on the veranda of the Mammoth Hot Springs Hotel, I saw between me and the range of mountains opposite a broad plateau on which were grouped a dozen neat and tasteful structures. With the exception of the photographer's house in the foreground, these constitute Fort Yellowstone. "A fort!" the visitor exclaims. "Impossible! These buildings are of wood, not stone. Where are its turrets, battlements, and guns?" Nevertheless, this is a station for 2 companies of United States cavalry, most of the houses being residences for the officers, while in the rear are barracks for the soldiers. No one who has visited the national park ever doubts the necessity of having soldiers there. Thus, one of the most important duties of the United States troops stationed within its area is to save its splendid forests from destruction. To do this calls for constant vigilance. A fire started in the resinous pines, which cover many of the mountain sides, leaps forward with such fury that it would overtake a horseman fleeing for his life. To guard against so serious a calamity, soldiers patrol the park continually to see that all the campfires have been extinguished. Thanks to their watchful care, only one notable conflagration has occurred here in the last 8 years, and that the soldiers fought with energy for 20 days, till the last vestige of it was subdued. The tourist comprehends the great importance of this work when he beholds the rivers of the park threading, like avenues of silver, the sombre framework of the trees, and recollects that just such forests as adjoin these streams cover no less than 84% of its entire area. In a treeless country like Wyoming, these forests are of priceless value because of their utility in holding back, in spring, the melting snow. Some of the largest rivers of our continent are fed from the well-timbered area of the Yellowstone, and if the trees were destroyed, the enormous snowfall in the park, unsheltered from the sun, would melt so rapidly that the swollen torrents would quickly wash away roads, bridges, and productive farms, even far out in the adjacent country, and subsequently cause a serious drought for many months. Another very important labor of the United States soldiers here is to preserve the game within the park. It is the purpose of our government to make this area a place of refuge for those animals which man's insatiate greed has now almost destroyed. The remoteness of this lofty region, together with its mountain fastnesses, deep forests, and sequestered glens, make it an almost perfect game preserve. There are at present 30,000 elk within the park. Its deer and antelopes are steadily increasing, and bears, foxes, and small game roam unmolested here. Buffaloes, however, are still few in number. They have become too valuable. A buffalo head, which formerly could be bought for a mere trifle, commands today a price of $500. Hence, daring poachers sometimes run the risk of entering the park in winter and destroying them. It is sad to reflect how the buffaloes of this continent have been almost exterminated. As late as 30 years ago, trains often had to halt upon the prairies, and even steamboats were occasionally obliged to wait an hour or two in the Missouri River until enormous herds of buffalo had crossed their path. Now only about 200 of these animals are in existence, the sole survivors of the millions that once thundered over the western plains and disputed with the Indians the ownership of this great continent. Until very recently, travelers on our prairies frequently beheld the melancholy sight of laborers gathering up the buffalo bones which lay upon the plains like wreckage floating on the sea. Hundreds of carloads of these skeletons were shipped to factories in the East. Now, to protect the few remaining buffaloes, as well as other animals, our troops patrol the park even in winter. The principal stations are connected by telephone, and information given thus is promptly acted on. No traveler is allowed to carry firearms, and anyone who attempts to destroy animal life is liable to a fine of $1,000 or imprisonment for 2 years, or both. Still another task, devolving upon the military governor of the park, is the building and repairing of its roads. No doubt the superintendent is doing all he can with the amount of money that the government allows him, but there is room for great improvement in these thoroughfares if Congress will but make a suitable appropriation for the purpose. At present, a part of the coaching route is of necessity traveled over twice. This should be obviated by constructing one more road by which the tourist could be brought to several interesting features of the park that are now rarely seen. Everyone knows how roads in Europe climb the steepest grade in easy curves, and are usually as smooth as a marble table, free from obstacles, and carefully walled in by parapets of stone. Why should not we possess such roads, especially in our national park? Dust is at present a great drawback to the traveler's pleasure here, but this could be prevented if the roads were thoroughly macadamized. Surely the honor of our government demands that this unique museum of marvels should be the pride and glory of the nation, with highways equal to any in the world. Only a few hundred feet distant from the Mammoth Springs Hotel stands a strange, naturally molded shaft of stone, 52 feet in height. From certain points its summit calls to mind the headdress of the Revolution, and hence its name is Liberty Cap. It is a fitting monument to mark the entrance into Wonderland, for it is the cone of an old geyser, long since dead. Within it is a tube of unknown depth. Through that, ages since, was hurled at intervals a stream of boiling water, precisely as it comes from active geysers in the park today. But now the hand of time has stilled its passionate pulsations, and laid upon its stony lips the seal of silence. At only a little distance from this eloquent reminder of the past, I peered into a cavern hundreds of feet deep. It was once the reservoir of a geyser. An atmosphere of sulphur haunts it still. No doubt this whole plateau is but the cover of extinguished fires, for other similar caves pierce the locality on which the hotel stands. A feeling of solemnity stole over me as I surveyed these dead or dying agents of volcanic power. In the great battle of the elements, which has been going on here for unnumbered centuries, they doubtless took an active part. But time has given them a mortal wound, and now they are waiting patiently until their younger comrades, farther up the park, shall one by one, like them, grow cold and motionless. Not more than 50 feet from Liberty Cap rise the famous Hot Spring Terraces. They constitute a veritable mountain, covering at least 200 acres, the whole of which has been for centuries growing slowly through the agency of hot water issuing from the boiling springs. This, as it cools, leaves a mineral deposit, spread out in delicate thin layers by the soft ripples of the heated flood. Strange, is it not? Everywhere else the flow of water wears away the substance that it touches, but here, by its peculiar sediment, it builds as surely as the coral insect. Moreover, the coloring of these terraces is, if possible, even more marvelous than their creation; for, as the mineral water pulsates over them, it forms a great variety of brilliant hues. Hot water, therefore, is to this material what blood is to the body. With it the features glow with warmth and color; without it they are cold and ghost-like. Accordingly, where water ripples over these gigantic steps, towering one above another toward the sky, they look like beautiful cascades of color; and when the liquid has deserted them, they stand out like a staircase of Carrara marble. Hence, through the changing centuries, they pass in slow succession, from light to shade, from brilliancy to pallor, and from life to death. This mineral water is not only a mysterious architect, it is also an artist that no man can equal. Its magic touch has intermingled the finest shades of orange, yellow, purple, red, and brown; sometimes in solid masses, at other places diversified by slender threads, like skeins of multicolored silk. Yet in producing all these wonderful effects, there is no violence, no uproar. The boiling water passes over the mounds it has produced with the low murmur of a sweet cascade. Its tiny wavelets touch the stonework like a sculptor's fingers, moulding the yielding mass into exquisitely graceful forms. The top of each of these colored steps is a pool of boiling water. Each of these tiny lakes is radiant with lovely hues, and is bordered by a colored coping resembling a curb of jasper or of porphyry. Yet the thinnest knife blade can be placed here on the dividing line between vitality and death. The contrast is as sudden and complete as that between the desert and the valley of the Nile. Where Egypt's river ends its overflow, the desert sands begin, and on these terraces it is the same. Where the life-giving water fails, the golden colors become ashen. This terraced mountain, therefore, seemed to me like a colossal checkerboard, upon whose colored squares the two great forces, life and death, were playing their eternal game. There is a pathos in this evanescent beauty. What lies about us in one place so gray and ghostly was once as bright and beautiful as that which we perceive 100 feet away. But nothing here retains supremacy. The glory of this century will be the gravestone of the next. Around our feet are sepulchres of vanished splendor. It seems as if the architect were constantly dissatisfied. No sooner has he finished one magnificent structure than he impatiently begins another, leaving the first to crumble and decay. Each new production seems to him the finest, but never reaching his ideal, he speedily abandons it to perish from neglect. It cannot be said of these terraces that distance lends enchantment to the view. The nearer you come to them, the more beautiful they appear. They even bear the inspection of a magnifying glass, for they are covered with a bead-like ornamentation worthy of the goldsmith's art. In one place, for example, rise pulpits finer than those of Pisa or Siena. Their edges seem to be of purest jasper. They are upheld by tapering shafts resembling richly decorated organ pipes. From parapets of porphyry hang gold stalactites side by side with icicles of silver. Moreover, all its marvelous fretwork is distinctly visible, for the light film of water pulsates over it so delicately that it can no more hide the filigree beneath than a thin veil conceals a face. It is a melancholy fact that, were it not for United States troops, these beautiful objects would be mutilated by relic hunters. Hence, another duty of our soldiers is to watch the formations constantly, lest tourists should break off specimens and ruin them forever, and lest still more ignoble vandals, whose fingers itch for notoriety, should write upon these glorious works of nature their worthless names and those of the towns unfortunate enough to have produced them. All possible measures are taken to prevent this vandalism. Thus, every tourist entering the park must register his name. Most travelers do so, as a matter of course, at the hotels, but even the arrivals of those who come here to camp must be duly recorded at the superintendent's office. If a soldier sees a name, or even initials, written on the stone, he telephones the fact to the military governor. At once the lists are scanned for such a name. If found, the superintendent wires an order to have the man arrested, and so careful is the search for all defacers that the offending party is, usually, found before he leaves the park. Then the superintendent, like the Mikado, makes the punishment fit the crime. A scrubbing brush and laundry soap are given to the desecrator, and he is made to go back, perhaps 40 miles or more, and with his own hands wash away the proofs of his disgraceful vanity. Not long ago a young man was arrested at 6 o'clock in the morning, made to leave his bed, and march without his breakfast several miles, to prove that he could be as skillful with a brush as with a pencil. After spending several days at the Mammoth Hot Springs, we started out to explore the greater marvels that awaited us in the interior. The mode of travel through the park is a succession of coaching parties over a distance of 180 miles. The larger vehicles are drawn by 6, the smaller ones by 4 strong horses, well fed, well groomed, high spirited, yet safe. This feature of our national park astonished me. I had formed no idea of its perfection or its magnitude. Here, for example, are vehicles enough to accommodate 700 tourists for a continuous journey of 5 days. Here, too, are 500 horses, all of which can be harnessed at 24 hours' notice, and since the park is so remote, here also are the company's blacksmith and repair shops. Within the stables also are the beautifully varnished coaches, varying in cost from $1,000 to $2,000, and made in Concord, New Hampshire, 2,500 miles away. On one of these I read the number 13½. "Why did you add the fraction?" I inquired of the manager of transportation. "Because," he replied, "some travelers would not take a number 13 coach. They feared a breakdown or a tumble into the river, so I put on the half to take ill luck away." I dwell at length upon these practical details because I have found that people in general do not know them. Most Americans have little idea whether the driving distance in the park is 10 miles or 100. Especially are they ignorant of the fact that they may leave the coaches at any point, remain at a hotel as long as they desire, and then resume their journey in other vehicles, without the least additional expense for transportation, precisely as one uses a stop-over ticket on a railroad. The fact that it is possible to go through the park in 4 or 5 days is not a reason why it is best to do so. Hundreds of tourists make the trip 3 times as rapidly as they would were they aware that they could remain comfortably for months. When this is better known, people will travel here more leisurely. Even now, parents with little children sometimes leave them at the Mammoth Springs Hotel in charge of nurses, and receive messages by telephone every day to inform them how they are. An important consideration also for invalids is the fact that 2 skilled surgeons, attendant on the Army, are always easily accessible. Moreover, the climate of the park in summer is delightful. It is true the sun beats down at noonday fiercely, the thin air offering scant resistance to its rays, but in the shade one feels no heat at all. Light overcoats are needed when the sun goes down. There is scarcely a night here, through the year, which passes without frost. To me the pure dry air of that great height was more invigorating than any I had ever breathed, save possibly that of Norway, and it is, probably, the tonic of the atmosphere that renders even the invalid and aged able to support long journeys in the park without exhaustion. In all these years no tourist has been made ill here by fatigue. A few miles after leaving the hot springs, we reach the entrance to a picturesque ravine, the tawny color of whose rocks has given it the name of Golden Gate. This is, alike, the entrance to and exit from the inner sanctuary of this land of marvels. Accordingly, a solitary boulder, detached from its companions on the cliff, seems to be stationed at this portal like a sentinel to watch all tourists who come and go. At all events, it echoes to the voices of those who enter almost as eager as seekers after gold, and, a week later, sees them return, browned by the sun, invigorated by the air, and joyful in the acquisition of incomparable memories. Emerging from this Golden Gate, I looked about me with surprise, as the narrow walls of the ravine gave place to a plateau surrounded everywhere by snow-capped mountains, from which the Indians believed one could obtain a view of Paradise. Across this area, like a railroad traversing a prairie, stretched the driveway for our carriages. "Do tourists usually seem delighted with the park?" I asked our driver. "Invariably," he replied. "Of course, I cannot understand the words of the foreigners, but their excited exclamations show their great enthusiasm. I like the tourists," he continued. "They are so grateful for any little favor. One of them said to me the other day, 'Is the water here good to drink?' 'Not always,' I replied. 'You must be careful.' At once he pressed my hand, pulled out a flask, and said, 'Thank you.' While crossing the plateau, we enjoyed an admirable view of the loftiest of the mountains, which form around the park a rampart of protection. Its sharply pointed summit pierces the transparent air more than 11,000 feet above the sea, and it is well named Electric Peak, since it appears to be a storage battery for all of the Rocky Mountains. Such are the mineral deposits on its sides that the best instruments of engineers are thrown into confusion and rendered useless, while the lightning on this favorite home of electricity is said to be unparalleled. Presently a turn in the road revealed to us a dark-hued mountain rising almost perpendicularly from a lake. Marvelous to relate, the material of which this mountain is composed is jet-black glass, produced by volcanic fires. The very road on which we drove between this and the lake also consists of glass too hard to break beneath the wheels. The first explorers found this obsidian cliff almost impassable, but when they ascertained of what it was composed, they piled up timber at its base and set it on fire. When the glass was hot, they dashed upon the heated mass cold water, which broke it into fragments. Then, with huge levers, picks, and shovels, they pushed and pried the shining pieces down into the lake, and opened thus a wagon road 1,000 feet in length. The region of the Yellowstone was to most Indian tribes a place of horror. They trembled at the awful sights they here beheld, but the obsidian cliff was precious to them all. Its substance was as hard as flint, and hence well suited for their arrowheads. This mountain of volcanic glass was therefore the great Indian armory, and as such it was neutral ground. Hither all hostile tribes might come for implements of war and then depart unharmed. While they were here, a sacred intertribal oath protected them. An hour later, those very warriors might meet in deadly combat and turn against each other's breasts the weapons taken from that laboratory of an unknown power. Can we wonder that, in former times, when all this region was still unexplored and its majestic streams rolled nameless through a trackless wilderness, the statements of the few brave men who ventured into this enclosure were disbelieved by all who heard them? One old trapper became so angry when his stories of the place were doubted that he deliberately revenged himself by inventing tales of which Munchausen would have been proud. Thus he declared that one day when he was hunting here he saw a bear. He fired at it, but without result. The animal did not even notice him. He fired again, yet the big bear kept on grazing. The hunter, in astonishment, then ran forward, but suddenly dashed against a solid mountain made of glass. Through that, he said, he had been looking at the animal. Unspeakably amazed, he finally walked around the mountain and was just taking aim again when he discovered that the glass had acted like a telescope and that the bear was 25 miles away. Not far from the volcanic cliff which gave the trapper inspiration for his story, we reached one of the most famous basins of the park. In briefest terms, these basins are the spots in the arena where the crust is thinnest. They are the trap-doors in a volcanic stage, through which the fiery actors in the tragedy of nature, which is here enacted, come upon the scene. Literally, they are the vents through which the steam and boiling water can escape. In doing so, however, the water, as at the Mammoth Springs, leaves a sediment of pure white lime or silica. Hence, from a distance, these basins look like desolate expanses of white sand. Beside them always flows a river which carries off the boiling water to the outer world. No illustration can do justice to what is called the Norris Basin, but it is horrible enough to test the strongest nerves. Having full confidence in our guide, the park photographer, we ventured with him outside the usual track of tourists, and went where all the money of the Rothschilds would not have tempted us to go alone. The crust beneath our feet was hot and often quivered as we walked. A single misstep to the right or left would have been followed by appalling consequences. Thus, a careless soldier only a few days before had broken through, and was then lying in the hospital with both legs badly scalded. Around us were 100 vats of water, boiling furiously. The air was heavy with the fumes of sulphur, and the whole expanse was seamed with cracks and honeycombed with holes from which a noxious vapor crept out to pollute the air. I thought of Dante's walk through hell, and called to mind the burning lake, which he describes, from which the wretched sufferers vainly sought to free themselves. Leaving at last this roof of the infernal regions, just as we again stood apparently on solid ground, a fierce explosion close beside us caused us to start and run for 20 feet. Our guide laughed heartily. "Come back," he said. "Don't be afraid. It is only a baby geyser, 5 years old." In fact, in 1891, a sudden outburst of volcanic fury made an opening here, through which, at intervals of 30 minutes, day and night, hot water now leaps forth in wild confusion. "This, then, is a geyser!" I exclaimed. "Bah!" said the guide contemptuously. "If you had seen the real geysers in the upper basin, you would not look at this." Meantime, for half an hour, we had been hearing, more and more distinctly, a dull, persistent roar, like the escape of steam from a transatlantic liner. At last we reached the cause. It is a mass of steam which rushes from an opening in the ground, summer and winter, year by year, in one unbroken volume. The rock around it is as black as jet, hence it is called the Black Growler. Think of the awful power confined beneath the surface here, when this one angry voice can be distinctly heard 4 miles away. Choke up that aperture, and what a terrible convulsion would ensue as the accumulated steam burst its prison walls. It is a sight which makes one long to lift the cover from this monstrous cauldron, learn the cause of its stupendous heat, and traced the complicated and mysterious aqueducts through which the steam and water make their way. Returning from the Black Growler, we halted at a lunch station, the manager of which is Larry. All visitors to the park remember Larry. He has a different welcome for each guest. "Good day, Professor." "Come in, my lord." "The top of the morning to you, Doctor." These phrases flow as lightly from his tongue as water from a geyser. His station is a mere tent, but he will say with most amusing seriousness, "Gentlemen, walk one flight up and turn to the right. Ladies, come this way and take the elevator. Now then, luncheon is ready. Each guest take one seat and as much food as he can get." "Where did you come from, Larry?" I asked. "From Brooklyn, sir," was his reply, "but I'll never go back there, for all my friends have been killed by the trolley cars." Larry is very democratic. The other day a guest, on sitting down to lunch, took too much room upon the bench. "Please move along, sir," said Larry. The stranger glared at him. "I am a Count," he remarked at last. "Well, sir," said Larry, "here you only count one." "Hush!" exclaimed a member of the gentlemen's suite. "That is Count Shoulikoff." "I'll forgive him that," said Larry, "if he won't shuffle off his seat." Pointing to my companion, Larry asked me, "What is that gentleman's business?" "He is a teacher of singing," I answered. "Faith," said Larry, "I'd like to have him try my voice. There is something very strange about my vocal cords. Whenever I sing, the Black Growler stops. One tourist told me it was a case of professional jealousy, and said the Black Growler was envious of my forte tones. 'I have not 40 tones,' I said. 'I've only one tone.' 'Well,' says he, 'make a note of it.'" Only once in his life has Larry been put to silence. 2 years ago a gentleman remarked to him, "Well, Larry, good bye. Come and visit me next winter in the East. In my house you shall have a nice room, and if you are ill, still enjoy a doctor's services free of all expense." "Thank you," said Larry. "Please give me your card." The tourist handed it to him, and Larry, with astonishment and horror, read beneath the gentleman's name these words: "Superintendent of the Insane Asylum, Utica, New York." Some hours after leaving Larry's lunch station, we reached another area of volcanic action. Our nerves were steadier now. The close proximity to Hades was less evident. Yet here hot mineral water had spread broadcast innumerable little mounds of silica, which look so much like biscuits grouped in a colossal pan that this is called the Biscuit Basin. But they are not the kind that Mother used to make. If a tourist asked for bread here, he would receive a stone, since all these so-called biscuits are as hard as flint. We walked upon their crusts with perfect safety, yet in so doing our boots grew warm beneath our feet, for the water in this miniature archipelago is heated to the boiling point. "Show me a geyser!" I at last exclaimed impatiently. "I want to see a genuine geyser." Accordingly, our guide conducted us to what he announced as the fountain. I looked around me with surprise. I saw no fountain, but merely a pool of boiling water, from which the light breeze bore away a thin transparent cloud of steam. It is true, around this was a pavement as delicately fashioned as any piece of coral ever taken from the sea. Nevertheless, while I admired that, I could not understand why this comparatively tranquil pool was called a geyser, and frankly said I was disappointed. But even as I spoke, I saw to my astonishment the boiling water in this reservoir sink and disappear from view. "Where has it gone?" I inquired eagerly. "Stand back!" shouted the guide. "She's coming!" I ran back a few steps, then turned and caught my breath. For at that very instant, up from the pool, which I had just beheld so beautiful and tranquil, there rose in one great outburst of sublimity such a stupendous mass of water as I had never imagined possible in a vertical form. I knew that it was boiling, and that a deluge of those scalding drops would probably mean death, but I was powerless to move. Amazement and delight enchained me spellbound. Talk of a fountain! This was a cloudburst of the rarest jewels, which till that moment had been held in solution in a subterranean cavern, but which had suddenly crystallized into a million radiant forms on thus emerging into light and air. The sun was shining through the glittering mass, and myriads of diamonds, moonstones, pearls, and opals mingled in splendid rivalry 200 feet above our heads. End of Part 6. Part 7 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 7, Yellowstone National Park, Part 2. We soon approached another of the many geysers in the basin. They are all different. Around one, a number of colored blocks, exquisitely decorated by the geyser's waves, appeared to have been placed artistically in an oblong frame. When I first beheld them, they looked like huge sea monsters, which, startled by our footsteps, were about to plunge into the depths. What is there in the natural world so fascinating and mysterious as a geyser? What, for example, is the depth of its intensely colored pool of boiling water? No one can tell. One thing, however, is certain. The surface of the pool is but the summit of a liquid column. Its base is in a subterranean reservoir. Into that reservoir there flows a volume of cold water, furnished by the rain or snow, or by infiltration from some lake or river. Meantime, the walls of the deep reservoir are heated by volcanic fire. Accordingly, the water, in contact with these walls, soon begins to boil, and a great mass of steam collects above it. There must, of course, be some escape for this, and finally it makes its exit, hurling the boiling water to a height of 100 or 200 feet, according to the force of the explosion. Imagine, then, the amount of water that even one such reservoir contains, for some of these volcanic fountains play for more than half an hour before their contents are discharged. Think also that in this basin there are no less than 30 geysers, 17 of which have been observed in action simultaneously. Thus far we have seen merely geysers which arise from pools, but presently we approached one which in the course of ages has built up for itself a cone or funnel for its scalding waves. That, said our guide, is the Castle Geyser. It looks like an old ruin, without a single indication of activity, save possibly the little cloud of steam that hangs above it, as if it were the breath of some mysterious monster sleeping far below. If you doubt it, he replied, go nearer and examine it. We did so. I scrambled up its flinty sides, and found an opening in the summit 3 feet wide. I touched the rock. It was still warm, and yet no water was discernible. No sound was audible within its depths. If this be really a geyser, I remarked, it is no doubt a lifeless one like Liberty Cap. My comrade smiled, looked at his watch, then at his notebook, and finally replied, wait half an hour and see. Accordingly, we lingered on the massive ledges of the Castle Geyser, and learned that it is the largest, probably the oldest, of all the active geyser cones within the park. Once its eruptions were no doubt stupendous, but now its power is waning. The gradual closing up of its huge throat and the increasing substitution of steam for water prove that the monster has now entered on the final stage of its career. For here, as on the terraces, we are surrounded by specimens of life, decay, and death. The young, the middle-aged, the old, the dead, they are all here. The fiery agitation of the pool and the impulsive spurts of water are indicative of youth. A steady, splendid outburst proves maturity. The feebler action of the castle shows the waning powers of old age. Last of all comes the closed cone, like a sealed sarcophagus, and that is death. Meantime the 30 minutes of expectancy had passed, and suddenly, with a tremendous rush of steam, the castle proved that its resources were by no means exhausted. At the same instant, half a mile away, the Beehive Geyser threw into the air a shaft of dazzling spray fully 200 feet in height. I realized then, as never before, the noble action of our government in giving this incomparable region to the people. If this had not been done, the selfishness and greed of man would have made a tour here almost unbearable. A fence would doubtless have been built around every geyser, and fees would have been charged to witness each wonderful phenomenon, whereas today, thanks to the generosity of Congress, the park itself and everything that it contains are absolutely free to all, rich and poor, native and foreigner, forever consecrated to the education and delight of man. But no enumeration of the geysers would be complete without a mention of the special favorite of tourists, Old Faithful. The opening through which this miracle of nature springs is at the summit of a beautifully ornamented mound, which is itself a page in nature's wonder book. The lines upon its wrinkled face tell of a past whose secrets still remain a mystery. It hints of an antiquity so vast that one contemplates it with bated breath, for this entire slope has been built up, atom after atom, through unnumbered ages; during which time, no doubt, the geyser, hour by hour, has faithfully performed its part, without an eye to note its splendor or a voice to tell its glory to the world. Old Faithful does not owe its popularity entirely to height or beauty, though it possesses both. It is beloved for its fidelity. Whatever irregularities other geysers show, Old Faithful never fails. Year in, year out, winter and summer, day and night, in cold and heat, in sunshine and in storm, Old Faithful every 70 minutes sends up its silvery cascade to the height of about 180 feet. Of all the geysers known to man, this is the most reliable and perfect. Station yourself before it, watch in hand, and punctual to the moment, it will never disappoint you. Few realize on how large a scale the forces of nature work here. At each eruption, Old Faithful pours forth about 1,500,000 gallons, or more than 33 million gallons in one day. This geyser alone, therefore, could easily supply with water a city the size of Boston. Within this area of active geysers is a place called Hell's Half Acre. It is rightly named. Rough, perpendicular ledges project over a monstrous gulf of unknown depth, from which great clouds of steam are constantly emerging. When the wind draws back for a moment a portion of this sulphur-laden curtain, the visitor perceives a lake below, seething and boiling from internal heat. For years no one suspected this to be a geyser, but suddenly, in 1881, the underlying force hurled the entire lake up bodily to the height of 250 feet, and even repeated frequently. After some months the exhibition ceased, and all was calm again for 7 years. In 1888, however, it once more burst forth with prodigious energy, ejecting at each explosion more boiling water than all the other geysers in the park combined. Even the surrounding ledges could not withstand this terrible upheaval, and tons of rock were sometimes thrown up with the water more than 200 feet. It is not strange, therefore, that this is called Excelsior, the king of geysers. It is the most tremendous, awe-inspiring fountain in the world. When it will be again aroused, no one can tell. Its interval would seem to be from 7 to 10 years. Said an enthusiastic traveler to me, "If the Excelsior ever plays again, I will gladly travel 3,000 miles to see it." I have a vivid remembrance of my last night at the upper basin. The hush of evening hallowed it. Alone and undisturbed, we looked upon a scene unequaled in the world. Around us liquid columns rose and fell with ceaseless regularity. The cooler air of evening made many shafts of vapor visible which in the glare of day had vanished unperceived. So perfect were their images in the adjoining stream that it was easy to believe the veil had been at last withdrawn, and that the hidden source of all this wonderful display had been revealed. No sound from them was audible, no breeze disturbed their steadfast flight toward heaven, and in the deepening twilight the slender white-robed column seems like the ghost of geysers long since dead, revisiting the scene of their activity. But geysers do not constitute the only marvels of these volcanic basins. The beauty of their pools of boiling water is almost inconceivable to those who have not seen them. No illustration can do them justice, for no photographer can adequately reproduce their clear, transparent depths, nor can an artist's brush ever quite portray their peculiar coloring, due to the minerals held in solution or else deposited upon their sides. I can deliberately say, however, that some of the most exquisitely beautiful objects I have ever seen in any portion of the world are the superbly tinted cauldrons of the Yellowstone. Their hues are infinitely varied. Many are blue, some green, some golden, and some wine-colored, in all gradations of tone; and could we soar aloft, and take of them a bird's-eye view, the glittering basin might seem to us a silver shield, studded with rubies, emeralds, turquoises, and sapphires. Moreover, these miniature lakes are lined with exquisite ornamentation. One sees in them, with absolute distinctness, a reproduction of the loveliest forms that he has ever found in floral or in vegetable life. Gardens of mushrooms, banks of goldenrod, or clusters of asparagus appear to be growing here, created by the architect and colored by the artist of these mineral springs. The most renowned of all these reservoirs of color is called the Emerald Pool. Painters from this and other lands have tried repeatedly to depict this faithfully upon canvas, but finally have left it in despair. In fact, its coloring is so intense that, as the bubbles rising to its surface lift from this bowl their rounded forms, and pause a second in the air before they break, they are still just as richly tinted as the flood beneath. Accordingly, this pool appeared to me like a colossal casket filled with emeralds, which spirit hands from time to time drew gently upward from its jeweled depths. Close by this is another boiling pool called the Sunlight Lake. On this I saw one of the most marvelous phenomena I have ever looked upon. The colors of this tiny sheet of water appeared not only in concentric circles, like the rings of a tree, but also in the order of the spectrum. The outer band was crimson, and then the unbroken sequence came: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet in the center. Moreover, the very steam arising from it, reflecting as it did the varied tints beneath, was exquisitely colored, and vanished into air like a dissolving rainbow. All these prismatic pools are clasped by beautifully decorated curbs of silica, and seem to be set in rings of gold, with mineral colors running through them like enamel. So delicate are the touches of the magic water, as the persistent heartbeats of old Mother Earth propel it over their ornamental rims, that every ripple leaves its tiny mark. Hence it is no exaggeration, but literal truth, to say that beautiful mosaic work is being formed each time the films of boiling water are dimpled by the passing breeze. The great variety of wonders in our national park was a continual source of pleasure and surprise to me. Thus, in the midst of all the pools and geysers in the upper basin is one known as the Mammoth Paint Pot. The earth surrounding it is cracked and blistered by heat, and from this rises a parapet 5 feet high, enclosing a space resembling a circus ring. Within this area is a mixture of soft clay and boiling water, suggesting an enormous cauldron of hot mush. This bubbling slime is almost as diversely tinted as the pools themselves. It seemed to me that I was looking into a huge vat, where unseen painters were engaged in mixing colors. The fact is easily explained. The mineral ingredients of the volcanic soil produce these different hues. In a new form, it is the same old story of the Mammoth Terraces. Fire supplies the pigments, and hot water uses them. All other features of the park are solemn and impressive, but the Mammoth Paint Pot provokes a smile. There is no grandeur here. It seems a burlesque on volcanic power. The steam which oozes through the plastic mass tosses its substance into curious Lilliputian shapes, which rise and break like bubbles. A mirthful demon seems to be engaged in moulding grotesque images in clay, which turn a somersault and then fall back to vanish in the seething depths. Now it will be a flower, then a face, then possibly a mannequin, resembling toys for children. Meanwhile, one hears constantly a low accompaniment of groanings, hiccups, and expectorations, as if the aforesaid demon found this pudding difficult to digest. Soon after leaving the upper geyser basin, we approached a tiny lake, which has, in some respects, no equal in the world. With the exception of some isolated mountain peaks, it marks the highest portion of our country. In winter, therefore, when encircled by mounds of snow, it rests upon the summit of our continent like a crown of sapphire set with pearls. So evenly is it balanced that when it overflows, one part of it descends to the Atlantic, another part to the Pacific. This little streamlet, therefore, is a silver thread connecting two great oceans 3,000 miles apart. Accordingly, one might easily fancy that every drop in this pure mountain reservoir possessed a separate individuality, and that a passing breeze or falling leaf might decide its destiny, propelling it with gentle force into a current which should lead it eastward to be silvered by the dawn, or westward to be gilded by the setting sun. On either side of this elevation, known as the Continental Divide, the view was glorious. In one direction, an ocean of dark pines rolled westward in enormous billows. The silver surfaces of several lakes gleamed here and there like whitecaps on the rolling waves. Far off upon the verge of the horizon, 50 miles away, three snow-capped, sharply pointed mountains looked like a group of icebergs drifting from the polar sea. They did not move, however, nor will they move, while this old earth shall last. They antedate by ages the pyramids which they resemble. They will be standing thus in majesty when Egypt's royal sepulchres shall have returned to dust. Forever anchored there, those three resplendent peaks rise 14,000 feet above the sea, and form the grand tiara of our continent, the loftiest summits of the Rocky Mountains. As we began the descent from this great elevation, another splendid vision greeted us. We gazed upon it with delight. Beyond a vast expanse of dark green pines we saw, 300 feet below us, Lake Yellowstone. It stirred my heart to look at last upon this famous inland sea, nearly 8,000 feet above the ocean level, and to realize that if the white mountain monarch, Washington, were planted in its depths, its base line on a level with the sea, there would remain 2,000 feet of space between its summit and the surface of this lake. In this respect it has but one real rival, Lake Titicaca, in the Andes of Peru. Descending to the shore, however, we found that even here, so far from shipyards and the sea, a steamboat was awaiting us. Imagine the labor of conveying such a vessel 65 miles from the railroad to this lake, up an ascent of more than 3,000 feet. Of course, it was brought in several sections, but even then, in one or two mountain gorges, the cliffs had to be blasted away to make room for it to pass. It is needless to add that this steamer has no rivals. It was with the greatest interest that I sailed at such a height on this adventurous craft, and the next time that I stand upon the summit of Mount Washington and see the fleecy clouds float in the empyrean 1/3 of a mile above me, I shall remember that the steamer on Lake Yellowstone sails at precisely the same altitude as that enjoyed by those sun-tinted galleons of the sky. To appreciate the beauty of Lake Yellowstone, one should behold it when its waves are radiant with the sunset glow. It is, however, not only beautiful, it is mysterious. Around it, in the distance, rise silver-crested peaks whose melting snow descends to it in ice-cold streams. Still nearer, we behold a girdle of gigantic forests, rarely, if ever, trodden by the foot of man. Oh, the loneliness of this great lake! For 8 long months scarcely a human eye beholds it. The wintry storms that sweep its surface find no boats on which to vent their fury. Lake Yellowstone has never mirrored in itself even the frail canoes of painted savages. The only keels that ever furrow it are those of its solitary steamer and some little fishing boats engaged by tourists. Even these lead a very brief existence. Like summer insects, they will float here a few weeks and disappear, leaving the winds and waves to their will. In sailing on this lake, I observed a distant mountain whose summit bore a strange resemblance to an upturned human face, sculptured in bold relief against the sky. It is appropriately called the Sleeping Giant, for it has slept on undisturbed while countless centuries have dropped into the gulf of time, like leaves in the adjoining forest. How many nights have cast their shadows like a veil upon that giant's silhouette! How many dawns have flooded it with light, and found those changeless features still confronting them! We call it human in appearance, and yet that profile was the same before the first man ever trod this planet. Grim, awful model of the coming race, did not its stern lips smile disdainfully at the first human pigmy fashioned in its likeness? This lake has one peculiarity which in the minds of certain tourists eclipses all the rest. I mean its possibilities for fishing. We know that sad experience has taught mankind to invent the proverb, "Once a fisherman, always a liar." I wish, then, at the start, to say that I am no fisherman, but what I saw here would inevitably make me one if I should remain a month or two upon these shores. Lake Yellowstone is the fisherman's paradise. Said one of Isaac Walton's followers to me, "I would rather be an angler here than an angel." Nor is this strange. I saw 2 men catch from this lake in 1 hour more than 100 splendid trout, weighing from 1 to 3 pounds apiece. They worked with incredible rapidity. Scarcely did the fly touch the water when the line was drawn, the light rod dipped with graceful curve, and the revolving reel drew in the speckled beauty to the shore. Each of these anglers had 2 hooks upon his line, and both of them once had 2 trout hooked at the same time, and landed them; while we poor Eastern visitors at first looked on in dumb amazement, and then enthusiastically cheered. Can the reader bear something still more trying to his faith? Emerging from the lake is a little cone containing a boiling pool, entirely distinct from the surrounding water. I saw a fisherman stand on this and catch a trout, which, without moving from his place or even unhooking the fish, he dropped into the boiling pool and cooked. When the first scientific explorers of this region were urging upon Congress the necessity of making it a national park, their statements in regard to fishing were usually received with courteous incredulity. But when one of their number gravely declared that trout could there be caught and boiled in the same lake within a radius of 15 feet, the House of Representatives broke forth into roars of laughter, and thought the man a monumental liar. We cannot be surprised, therefore, that enthusiastic fishermen almost go crazy here. I have seen men, after a ride of 40 miles, rush off to fish without a moment's rest, as if their lives depended on it. Some years ago General Wade Hampton visited the park, and came as far as Lake Yellowstone. On his return some one inquired what he thought of nature's masterpiece, the Canyon of the Yellowstone. "The Canyon!" cried the General. "No matter about the Canyon, but I had the most magnificent fishing I ever saw in my life." One day, while walking along the shore, my comrade suddenly pressed my arm and pointed toward the lake. "An Indian!" I cried in great astonishment. "I thought no Indians ever came here." Our guide laughed heartily, and as he did so I perceived my error. What I had thought to be an Indian was but a portion of a tree, which had been placed upright against a log. The only artificial thing about it was a bunch of feathers. Everything else was absolutely natural. No knife had sculptured it; no hand had given a support to its uplifted arm. Even the dog which followed us appeared deceived, for he barked furiously at the strange intruder. There was to me a singular fascination in this solitary freak of nature, and surrounded though I was by immeasurably greater wonders, I turned again and again to take a farewell look at this dark, slender figure, raising its hand as if in threatening gesture to some unseen foe. Leaving the lake, we presently entered the loveliest portion of the park, a level, sheltered area of some 50 square miles, to which has been given the appropriate name of Hayden Valley, in commemoration of the distinguished geologist Dr. Ferdinand V. Hayden, who did so much to explore this region and to impress upon the government the necessity of preserving its incomparable natural features. Even this tranquil portion of the park is undermined by just such fiery forces as are elsewhere visible, but which here manifest themselves in different ways. Thus, in the midst of this natural beauty is a horrible object known as the Mud Geyser. We crawled up a steep bank and shudderingly gazed over it into the crater. 40 feet below us the earth yawned open like a cavernous mouth, from which a long black throat, some 6 feet in diameter, extended to an unknown depth. This throat was filled with boiling mud, which rose and fell in nauseating gulps as if some monster were strangling from a slimy paste which all its efforts could not possibly dislodge. Occasionally the sickening mixture would sink from view, as if the tortured wretch had swallowed it. Then we could hear, hundreds of feet below, unearthly retching, and in a moment it would all come up again, belched out with an explosive force that hurled a boiling spray of mud so high that we rushed down the slope. A single drop of it would have burned like molten lead. 5 minutes of this was enough, and even now, when I reflect that every moment, day and night, the same regurgitation of black slime is going on, I feel as I have often felt when, on a stormy night at sea, I have tried to sit through a course dinner on an ocean steamer. Not far from this perpetually active object is one that has been motionless for ages, a granite boulder enclosed by trees as by the bars of a gigantic cage. It is a proof that glaciers once ploughed through this region, and it was, no doubt, brought hither in the glacial period on a flood of ice, which, melting in this heated basin, left its burden, a grim reminder of how worlds are made. Think what a combination of terrific forces must have been at work here, when the volcanoes were in full activity, and when the mass of ice which then encased our northern world strove to enclose this prison house of fire within its glacial arms. One of our party remarked that the covering of this seething, boiling area with ice must have been the nearest approach to hell's freezing over that our earth has ever seen. Another striking feature of our national park is its petrified forest, where, scattered over a large area, are solitary columns which once were trunks of trees, but now are solid shafts of agate. The substance of the wood, however, is still apparent, the bark, the wormholes, and even the rings of growth being distinctly visible. But every fibre has been petrified by the mysterious substitution of a mineral deposit. No doubt these trees were once submerged in a strong mineral solution, tinted with every color of the rainbow. Still more marvelous to relate, an excavation on the hillside proves that there are 11 layers of such forests, one above another, divided by as many cushions of lava. Think of the ages represented here, during which all these different forests grew and were successively turned to stone. This, therefore, is another illustration of the conflict between life and death. Each was in turn a victor, and rested on its laurels for unnumbered centuries. Life is triumphant now, but who shall say that death may not again prove conqueror? If not immediately, death may well be patient. He will rule all this planet in the end. No one can travel through the Yellowstone Park without imagining how it looks in winter. The snowfall is enormous, some drifts in the ravines being hundreds of feet deep, and owing to the increased supply of water, the geysers throw higher streams. No traveling is possible then except on snowshoes, and it is with difficulty that some of the park hotels are reached as late as the middle of May. Of course, in such a frigid atmosphere, the steam arising from the geysers is almost instantly congealed, and eyewitnesses affirm that in a temperature of 40 degrees below zero, the clouds of vapor sent up by Old Faithful rose fully 2,000 feet and were seen 10 miles away. It can be well imagined that to do much exploration here in winter is not alone immensely difficult, but dangerous. In 1887 an expedition was formed, headed by Lieutenant Frederick Schwatka, but though he was experienced as an Arctic traveler, in 3 days he advanced only 20 miles, and finally gave out completely. Most of the exploring party turned back with him, but 4 kept heroically on, one of whom was the photographer, Mr. F. J. Haines of St. Paul. Undismayed by Schwatka's failure, he and his comrades bravely persisted in their undertaking. For 30 days the mercury never rose higher than 10 degrees below zero. Once it marked 52 degrees below. Yet these men were obliged to camp out every night and carry on their shoulders provisions, sleeping bags, and photographic instruments. But finally they triumphed over every obstacle, having in midwinter made a tour of 200 miles through the park. Nevertheless, they almost lost their lives in the attempt. At one point, 10,000 feet above the sea, a fearful blizzard overtook them. The cold and wind seemed unendurable even for an hour, but they endured them for 3 days. A sharp sleet cut their faces like a rain of needles and made it perilous to look ahead. Almost dead from sheer exhaustion, they were unable to lie down for fear of freezing. Chilled to the bone, they could make no fire, and although fainting, they had not a mouthful for 72 hours. What a terrific chapter for any man to add to the mysterious volume we call life! One might suppose by this time that all the marvels of our national park had been described. But, on the contrary, so far is it from being true that I have yet to mention the most stupendous of them all, the world-renowned Cañon of the Yellowstone. The introduction to this is sublime. It is a waterfall, the height of which is more than twice as great as that of Niagara. To understand the reason for the presence of such a cataract, we should remember that the entire region for miles was once a geyser basin. The river was then near the surface, and has been cutting down the walls of the cañon ever since. The volcanic soil, decomposed by heat, could not resist the constant action of the water. Only a granite bluff at the upper end of the cañon has held firm, and over that the baffled stream now leaps to wreak its vengeance on the weaker foe beneath. Through a colossal gateway of vast height, yet only 70 feet in breadth, falls the entire volume of the Yellowstone River. It seems enraged at being suddenly compressed into that narrow space, for with a roar of anger and defiance, and without an instant's hesitation, it leaps into the yawning gulf in one great flood of dazzling foam. When looked upon from a little distance, a clasp of emerald apparently surmounts it, from which descends a spotless robe of ermine, nearly 400 feet in length. The lower portion is concealed by clouds of mist, which vainly try to climb the surrounding cliffs, like ghosts of submerged mountains, striving to escape from their eternal prison. We ask ourselves instinctively, what gives this river its tremendous impetus, and causes it to fill the air with diamond-tinted spray, and send up to the cliffs a ceaseless roar, which echoes and re-echoes down the cañon? How awe-inspiring seems the answer to this question when we think upon it seriously! The subtle force which draws this torrent down is the same power which holds the planets in their courses, retains the comets in their fearful paths, and guides the movements of the stellar universe. What is this power? We call it gravitation. But why does it invariably act thus with mathematical precision? Who knows? Behind all such phenomena there is a mystery that none can solve. This cataract has a voice. If we could understand it, perhaps we could distinguish after all but one word: God. As for the gorge through which this river flows, imagine, if you can, a yawning chasm 10 miles long and 1,500 feet in depth. Peer into it and see if you can find the river. Yes, there it lies, 1,500 feet below, a winding path of emerald and alabaster dividing the huge cañon walls. Seen from the summit, it hardly seems to move, but in reality it rages like a captive lion springing at its bars. Scarcely a sound of its fierce fury reaches us, yet could we stand beside it, a quarter of a mile below, its voice would drown our loudest shouts to one another. Attracted to this river, innumerable little streams are trickling down the colored cliffs. They are cascades of boiling water, emerging from the awful reservoir of heat which underlies this laboratory of the infinite. One of them is a geyser, the liquid shaft of which is scarcely visible, yet in reality is 150 feet in height. From all these hot additions to its waves, the temperature of the river, even a mile or two beyond the cañon, is 20 degrees higher than at its entrance. Are there not other cañons in the world as large as this, it may be asked? Yes, but none like this. For see, instead of sullen granite walls, these sides are radiant with color. Age after age and eon after eon, hot water has been spreading over these miles of masonry its variegated sediment, like pigments on an artist's palette. Here, for example, is an expanse of yellow 1,000 feet in height. Mingled with this are areas of red resembling jasper. Beside these is a field of lavender, 500 feet in length, and soft in hue as the down upon a pigeon's breast. No shade is wanting here, except the blue, and God replaces that. It is supplied by the overspreading canopy of heaven. Yet there is no monotony in these hues. Nature, apparently, has passed along this cañon, touching the rocks capriciously, now staining an entire cliff as red as blood, now tingeing a light pinnacle with green, now spreading over the whole face of a mountain a vast Persian rug. Hence both sides of the cañon present successive miles of oriental tapestry. Moreover, every passing cloud works here almost a miracle, for all the lights and shades that follow one another down this gorge vary its tints as if by magic, and make of it one long kaleidoscope of changing color. Nor are these cliffs less wonderful in form than color. The substance of their tinted rocks is delicate. The rain has therefore plowed their faces with a million furrows. The wind has carved them like a sculptor's chisel. The lightning's bolts have splintered them, until, mile after mile, they rise in a bewildering variety of architectural forms. Old castles frown above the maddened stream, 1,000 times more grand than any ruins on the Rhine. Their towers are 500 feet in height. Turrets and battlements, portcullises and drawbridges rise from the deep ravine, sublime and inaccessible, yet they are still 1,000 feet below us. What would be the effect could we survey them from the stream itself, within the gloomy crevice of the cañon? Only their size convinces us that they are works of nature, not of art. Upon their spires we see a score of eagles' nests. The splendid birds leave these at times and swoop down toward the stream, not in one mighty plunge, but gracefully in slow, majestic curves, lower and lower, till we can follow them only through a field glass, as they alight on trees which look to us like shrubs. But many of these forms are grander than any castles. In one place is an amphitheater. Within its curving arms 100,000 people could be seated. Its foreground is the Emerald River, its drop curtain the radiant cañon wall. Cathedrals, too, are here, with spires twice as high as those which soar above the Minster of Cologne. Fantastic gargoyles stretch out from the parapets. 100 flying buttresses connect them with the mountain side. From any one of them as many shafts shoot heavenward as statues rise from the Duomo of Milan, and each of these great cañon shrines, instead of stained glass windows, has walls, roof, dome, and pinnacles, one mass of variegated color. The awful grandeur of these temples, sculptured by the Deity, is overpowering. We feel that we must worship here. It is a place where the finite prays, the infinite hears, and immensity looks on. Two visions of this world stand out within my memory, which, though entirely different, I can place side by side in equal rank. They are the Himalayas of India and the Grand Cañon of the Yellowstone. On neither of them is there any sign of human life. No voice disturbs their solemn stillness. The only sound upon earth's loftiest mountains is the thunder of the avalanche. The only voice within this cañon is the roar of its magnificent cascade. It is well that man must halt upon the borders of this awful chasm. It is no place for man. The infinite allows him to stand trembling on the brink, look down, and listen spellbound to the anthem of its mighty cataract. But beyond this he may not, cannot go. It is as if Almighty God had kept for his own use one part of his creation, that man might merely gaze upon it, worship, and retire. End of Part 7. Part 8 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 8, 37 Days of Peril, Part 1. I have read with great satisfaction the excellent descriptive articles on the wonders of the Upper Yellowstone in the May and June numbers of your magazine. Having myself been one of the party who participated in many of the pleasures and suffered all the perils of that expedition, I can not only bear testimony to the fidelity of the narrative, but probably add some facts of experience which will not detract from the general interest it has excited. A desire to visit the remarkable region, of which during several years' residence in Montana I had often heard the most marvelous accounts, led me to unite in the expedition of August last. The general character of the stupendous scenery of the Rocky Mountains prepared my mind for giving credit to all the strange stories told of the Yellowstone, and I felt quite as certain of the existence of the physical phenomena of that country on the morning that our company started from Helena as when I afterwards beheld it. I engaged in the enterprise with enthusiasm, feeling that all the hardships and exposures of a month's horseback travel through an unexplored region would be more than compensated by the grandeur and novelty of the natural objects with which it was crowded. Of course the idea of being lost in it, without any of the ordinary means of subsistence, and the wandering for days and weeks in a famishing condition alone in an unfrequented wilderness, formed no part of my contemplation. I had dwelt too long amid the mountains not to know that such a thought, had it occurred, would have been instantly rejected as improbable. Nevertheless, man proposes and God disposes, a truism which found a new and ample illustration in my wanderings through the upper Yellowstone region. On the day that I found myself separated from the company, and for several days previous, our course had been impeded by the dense growth of the pine forest and occasional large tracts of fallen timber, frequently rendering our progress almost impossible. Whenever we came to one of these immense windfalls, each man engaged in the pursuit of a passage through it, and it was while thus employed, and with the idea that I had found one, that I strayed out of sight and hearing of my comrades. We had a toilsome day. It was quite late in the afternoon. As separation like this had frequently occurred, it gave me no alarm, and I rode on, fully confident of soon rejoining the company, or of finding their camp. I came up with the pack horse, which Mr. Langford afterwards recovered, and tried to drive him along, but failing to do so, and my eyesight being defective, I spurred forward, intending to return with assistance from the party. This incident tended to accelerate my speed. I rode on in the direction which I supposed had been taken, until darkness overtook me in the dense forest. This was disagreeable enough, but caused me no alarm. I had no doubt of being with the party at breakfast the next morning. I selected a spot for comfortable repose, picketed my horse, built a fire, and went to sleep. The next morning I rose at early dawn, saddled and mounted my horse, and took my course in the supposed direction of the camp. Our ride of the previous day had been up a peninsula jutting into the lake, for the shore of which I started, with the expectation of finding my friends camped on the beach. The forest was quite dark, and the trees so thick that it was only by a slow process I could get through them at all. In searching for the trail, I became somewhat confused. The falling foliage of the pines had obliterated every trace of travel. I was obliged frequently to dismount and examine the ground for the faintest indications. Coming to an opening, from which I would see several vistas, I dismounted for the purpose of selecting one leading in the direction I had chosen, and leaving my horse unhitched, as had always been my custom, walked a few yards into the forest. While surveying the ground, my horse took fright, and I turned around in time to see him disappearing at full speed among the trees. That was the last I ever saw of him. It was yet quite dark. My blankets, gun, pistols, fishing tackle, matches, everything except the clothing on my person, a couple of knives, and a small opera glass were attached to the saddle. I did not realize the possibility of a permanent separation from the company. Instead of following up the pursuit of their camp, I engaged in an effort to recover my horse. Half a day's search convinced me of its impracticability. I wrote and posted in an open space several notices, which, if my friends should chance to see, would inform them of my condition and the route I had taken, and then struck out into the forest in the supposed direction of their camp. As the day wore on, without any discovery, alarm took the place of anxiety at the prospect of another night alone in the wilderness, and this time without food or fire. But even this dismal foreboding was cheered by the hope that should soon rejoin my companions, who would laugh at my adventure and incorporate it as a thrilling episode into the journal of our trip. The bright side of a misfortune, as I found by experience, even under the worst possible circumstances, always presents some features of encouragement. When I began to realize that my condition was one of actual peril, I banished from my mind all fear of an unfavorable result. Seating myself on a log, I recalled every foot of the way I had traveled since the separation from my friends, and the most probable opinion I could form of their whereabouts was that they had, by a course but little different from mine, passed by the spot where I had posted the notices, learned of my disaster, and were waiting for me, the rejoin of them there, or searching for me in that vicinity. A night must be spent amid the prostrate trunks before my return could be accomplished. At no time during my period of exile did I experience so much mental suffering from the cravings of hunger as when, exhausted from this long day of fruitless search, I resigned myself to a couch of pine foliage in the pitchy darkness of a thicket of small trees. Naturally timid in the night, I fully realized the exposure of my condition. I peered upward through the darkness, but all was blackness and gloom. The wind sighed mournfully through the pines. The forest seemed alive with the screeching of night birds, the angry barking of coyotes, and the prolonged dismal howl of the grey wolf. These sounds, familiar by their constant occurrence throughout the journey, were now full of terror, and drove slumber from my eyelids. Above all this, however, was the hope that I should be restored to my comrades the next day. Early the next morning I rose unrefreshed, and pursued my weary way over the prostrate trunks. It was noon when I reached the spot where my notices were posted. No one had been there. My disappointment was almost overwhelming. For the first time I realized that I was lost. Then came a crushing sense of destitution. No food, no fire, no means to procure either, alone in an unexplored wilderness 150 miles from the nearest human abode, surrounded by wild beasts, and famishing with hunger. It was no time for despondency. A moment afterwards I felt how calamity can elevate the mind in the formation of the resolution not to perish in that wilderness. The hope of finding the party still controlled my plans. I thought by traversing the peninsula centrally I might be enabled to strike the shore of the lake in advance of their camp, and near the point of departure for the Madison. Acting upon this impression, I rose from a sleepless couch and pursued my way through the timber-entangled forest. A feeling of weakness took the place of hunger. Conscious of the need of food, I felt no cravings. Occasionally, while scrambling over logs and through thickets, a sense of faintness and exhaustion would come over me, but I would suppress it with the audible expression, "This won't do. I must find my company." Despondency would sometimes strive with resolution for the mastery of my thoughts. I would think of home, of my daughter, and of the possible chance of starvation, or death in some more terrible form. But as soon as these gloomy forebodings came, I would strive to banish them with reflections better adapted to my immediate necessities. I recollect at this time discussing the question whether there was not implanted by Providence in every man a principle of self-preservation equal to any emergency which did not destroy his reason. I decided this question affirmatively 1,000 times afterwards in my wanderings, and I record this experience here, that any person who reads it, should he ever find himself in like circumstances, may not despair. There is life in the thought. It will revive hope, allay hunger, renew energy, encourage perseverance, and, as I have proved in my own case, bring a man out of difficulty when nothing else can avail. It was midday when I emerged from the forest into an open space at the foot of the peninsula. A broad lake of beautiful curvature, with magnificent surroundings, lay before me, glittering in the sunbeams. It was full 12 miles in circumference. A wide belt of sand formed the margin which I was approaching, directly opposite to which, rising seemingly from the very depths of the water, towered the loftiest peak of a range of mountains apparently interminable. The ascending vapour from innumerable hot springs, and the sparkling jet of a single geyser, added the feature of novelty to one of the grandest landscapes I ever beheld. Nor was the life of the scene less noticeable than its other attractions. Large flocks of swans and other waterfowl were sporting on the quiet surface of the lake. Otters in great numbers performed the most amusing aquatic evolutions. Mink and beaver swam around unscared, in the most grotesque confusion. Deer, elk, and mountain sheep stared at me, manifesting more surprise than fear at my presence among them. The adjacent forest was vocal with the songs of birds, chief of which were the chattering notes of a species of mocking bird, whose imitative efforts afforded abundant merriment. Seen under favourable circumstances, this assemblage of grandeur, beauty, and novelty would have been transporting; but, jaded with travel, famishing with hunger, and distressed with anxiety, I was in no humour for ecstasy. My tastes were subdued and chastened by the perils which environed me. I longed for food, friends, and protection. Associated with my thoughts, however, was the wish that some of my friends of peculiar tastes could enjoy this display of secluded magnificence, now, probably for the first time, beheld by mortal eyes. The lake was at least 1,000 feet lower than the highest point of the peninsula, and several hundred feet below the level of Yellowstone Lake. I recognized the mountain which overshadowed it as the landmark which a few days before had received from General Washburn the name of Mount Everts; and as it was associated with some of the most agreeable and terrible incidents of my exile, I feel that I have more than a mere discoverer's right to the perpetuity of that christening. The lake is fed by innumerable small streams from the mountains, and the countless hot springs surrounding it. A large river flows from it, through a canyon 1,000 feet in height, in a southeasterly direction, to a distant range of mountains, which I conjectured to be Snake River; and with the belief that I had discovered the source of the great southern tributary of the Columbia, I gave it the name of Bessie Lake, after the sole daughter of my house and heart. During the first 2 days, the fear of meeting with Indians gave me considerable anxiety; but when conscious of being lost, there was nothing I so much desired as to fall in with a lodge of Bannocks or Crows. Having nothing to tempt their cupidity, they would do me no personal harm, and with the promise of reward would probably minister to my wants and aid my deliverance. Imagine my delight, while gazing upon the animated expanse of water, at seeing sail out from a distant point a large canoe, containing a single oarsman. It was rapidly approaching the shore where I was seated. With hurried steps I paced the beach to meet it, all my energy stimulated by the assurance it gave of food, safety, and restoration to friends. As I drew near to it, it turned towards the shore, and, oh, bitter disappointment! the object which my eager fancy had transformed into an angel of relief stalked from the water an enormous pelican, flapped its dragon wings as if in mockery of my sorrow, and flew to a solitary point farther up the lake. This little incident quite unmanned me. The transition from joy to grief brought with it a terrible consciousness of the horrors of my condition. But night was fast approaching, and darkness would come with it. While looking for a spot where I might repose in safety, my attention was attracted to a small green plant of so lively a hue as to form a striking contrast with deep pine foliage. For closer examination I pulled it up by the root, which was long and tapering, not unlike a radish. It was a thistle. I tasted it. It was palatable and nutritious. My appetite craved it, and the first meal in 4 days was made on thistle roots. Eureka! I had found food. No optical illusion deceived me this time. I could subsist until I rejoined my companions. Glorious counterpoise to the wretchedness of the preceding half hour. Overjoyed at this discovery, with hunger allayed, I stretched myself under a tree, upon the foliage which had partially filled a space between contiguous trunks, and fell asleep. How long I slept I know not, but suddenly I was roused by a loud, shrill scream, like that of a human being in distress, poured seemingly into the very portals of my ear. There was no mistaking that fearful voice. I had been deceived by and answered it a dozen times while threading the forest, with the belief that it was a friendly signal. It was the screech of a mountain lion, so alarmingly near as to cause every nerve to thrill with terror. To yell in return, seize with convulsive grasp the limbs of the friendly tree, and swing myself into it, was the work of a moment. Scrambling hurriedly from limb to limb, I was soon as near the top as safety would permit. The savage beast was snuffing and growling below, apparently on the very spot I had just abandoned. I answered every growl with a responsive scream. Terrified at the delay and pawing of the beast, I increased my voice to its utmost volume, broke branches from the limbs, and in the impotency of fright madly hurled them at the spot whence the continued howlings proceeded. Failing to alarm the animal, which now began to make a circuit of the tree, as if to select a spot for springing into it, I shook, with a strength increased by terror, the slender trunk until every limb rustled with the motion. All in vain. The terrible creature pursued his walk around the tree, lashing the ground with his tail, and prolonging his howlings almost to a roar. It was too dark to see, but the movements of the lion kept me apprised of its position. Whenever I heard it on one side of the tree, I speedily changed to the opposite, an exercise which, in my weakened state, I could only have performed under the impulse of terror. I would alternately sweat and thrill with horror at the thought of being torn to pieces and devoured by this formidable monster. All my attempts to frighten it seemed unavailing. Disheartened at its persistency, and expecting every moment it would take the deadly leap, I tried to collect my thoughts, and prepare for the fatal encounter which I knew must result. Just at this moment it occurred to me that I would try silence. Clasping the trunk of the tree with both arms, I sat perfectly still. The lion, at this time ranging around, occasionally snuffing and pausing, and all the while filling the forest with the echo of his howlings, suddenly imitated my example. This silence was more terrible, if possible, than the clatter and crash of his movements through the brushwood, for now I did not know from what direction to expect his attack. Moments passed with me like hours. After a lapse of time which I cannot estimate, the beast gave a spring into the thicket and ran screaming into the forest. My deliverance was effected. Had strength permitted, I should have retained my perch till daylight, but with the consciousness of escape from the jaws of the ferocious brute came a sense of overpowering weakness which almost palsied me, and made my descent from the tree both difficult and dangerous. Incredible as it may seem, I lay down in my old bed, and was soon lost in a slumber so profound that I did not awake until after daylight. The experience of the night seemed like a terrible dream. But the broken limbs which in the agony of consternation I had thrown from the tree, and the rifts made in fallen foliage by my visitant in his Circumambulations were too convincing evidences of its reality. I could not dwell upon my exposure and escape without shuddering, and reflecting that probably like perils would often occur under less fortunate circumstances and with a more fatal issue. I wondered what fate was in reserve for me; whether I should ultimately sink from exhaustion and perish of starvation, or become the prey of some of the ferocious animals that roamed these vast fastnesses. My thoughts then turned to the loved ones at home. They could never know my fate, and would indulge 1,000 conjectures concerning it, not the least distressing of which would be that I had been captured by a band of hostile Sioux and tortured to death at the stake. I was roused from this train of reflections by a marked change in the atmosphere. One of those dreary storms of mingled snow and rain, common to these high altitudes, set in. My clothing, which had been much torn, exposed my person to its pitiless peltings. An easterly wind, rising to a gale, admonished me that it would be furious and of long duration. None of the discouragements I had met with dissipated the hope of rejoining my friends; but foreseeing the delay, now unavoidable, I knew that my escape from the wilderness must be accomplished, if at all, by my own unaided exertions. This thought was terribly afflicting, and brought before me, in vivid array, all the dreadful realities of my condition. I could see no ray of hope. In this condition of mind I could find no better shelter than the spreading branches of a spruce tree, under which, covered with earth and boughs, I lay during the 2 succeeding days; the storm, meanwhile, raging with unabated violence. While thus exposed, and suffering from cold and hunger, a little benumbed bird, not larger than a snowbird, hopped within my reach. I instantly seized and killed it, and, plucking its feathers, ate it raw. It was a delicious meal for a half-starved man. Taking advantage of a lull in the elements, on the morning of the 3rd day I rose early and started in the direction of a large group of hot springs which were steaming under the shadow of Mount Everts. The distance I travelled could not have been less than 10 miles. Long before I reached the wonderful cluster of natural cauldrons, the storm had recommenced. Chilled through, with my clothing thoroughly saturated, I lay down under a tree upon the heated incrustation until completely warmed. My heels and the sides of my feet were frozen. As soon as warmth had permeated my system, and I had quieted my appetite with a few thistle roots, I took a survey of my surroundings, and selected a spot between 2 springs sufficiently asunder to afford heat at my head and feet. On this spot I built a bower of pine branches, spread its encrusted surface with fallen foliage and small boughs, and stowed myself away to await the close of the storm. Thistles were abundant, and I had fed upon them long enough to realize that they would, for a while at least, sustain life. In convenient proximity to my abode was a small, round, boiling spring, which I called my dinner pot, in which, from time to time, I cooked my roots. This establishment, the best I could improvise with the means at hand, I occupied 7 days, the first 3 of which were darkened by one of the most furious storms I ever saw. The vapour which supplied me with warmth saturated my clothing with its condensations. I was enveloped in a perpetual steam bath. At first this was barely preferable to the storm, but I soon became accustomed to it, and before I left, though thoroughly parboiled, actually enjoyed it. I had little else to do during my imprisonment but cook, think, and sleep. Of the variety and strangeness of my reflections it is impossible to give the faintest conception. Much of my time was given to devising means for escape. I recollected to have read, at the time of their publication, the narratives of Lieutenant Strain and Dr. Kane, and derived courage and hope from the reflection that they struggled with, and survived, perils not unlike those which environed me. The chilling thought would then occur that they were not alone. They had companions in suffering and sympathy. Each could bear his share of the burden of misery, which it fell to my lot to bear alone, and make it lighter from the encouragement of mutual counsel and aid in a cause of common suffering. Selfish as the thought may seem, there was nothing I so much desired as a companion in misfortune. How greatly it would alleviate my distress! What a relief it would be to compare my wretchedness with that of a brother sufferer, and with him devise expedients for every exigency as it occurred. I confess to the weakness, if it be one, of having squandered much pity upon myself during the time I had little else to do. Nothing gave me more concern than the want of fire. I recalled everything I had ever read or heard of the means by which fire could be produced, but none of them were within my reach. An escape without it was simply impossible. It was indispensable as a protection against night attacks from wild beasts. Exposure to another storm like the one just over would destroy my life, as this one would have done but for the warmth derived from the springs. As I lay in my bower, anxiously awaiting the disappearance of the snow, which had fallen to the depth of a foot or more, and impressed with the belief that for want of fire I should be obliged to remain among the springs, it occurred to me that I would erect some sort of monument, which might, at some future day, inform a casual visitor of the circumstances under which I had perished. A gleam of sunshine lit up the bosom of the lake, and with it the thought flashed upon my mind that I could, with a lens from my opera glasses, get fire from heaven. Oh, happy, life-renewing thought! Instantly subjecting it to the test of experiment, when I saw the smoke curl from the bit of dry wood in my fingers, I felt, if the whole world were offered me for it, I would cast it all aside before parting with that little spark. I was now the happy possessor of food and fire. These would carry me through. All thoughts of failure were instantly abandoned. Though the food was barely adequate to my necessities, a fact too painfully attested by my attenuated body, I had forgotten the cravings of hunger, and had the means of producing fire. I said to myself, I will not despair. My stay at the Springs was prolonged several days by an accident that befell me on the third night after my arrival there. An unlucky movement while asleep broke the crust on which I reposed, and the hot steam, pouring upon my hip, scalded it severely before I could escape. This new affliction, added to my frost-bitten feet, already festering, was the cause of frequent delays and unceasing pain through all my wanderings. After obtaining fire, I set to work making preparations for as early departure as my condition would permit. I had lost both knives since parting from the company, but I now made a convenient substitute by sharpening the tongue of a buckle which I cut from my vest. With this I cut the legs and counters from my boots, making of them a passable pair of slippers, which I fastened to my feet as firmly as I could with strips of bark. With the ravellings of a linen handkerchief, aided by the magic buckle tongue, I mended my clothing. Of the same material I made a fish line, which, on finding a piece of red tape in one of my pockets better suited to the purpose, I abandoned as a bad job. I made of a pin that I found in my coat a fish hook, and, by sewing up the bottoms of my boot legs, constructed a good pair of pouches to carry my food in, fastening them to my belt by the straps. Thus accoutred, on the morning of the 8th day after my arrival at the Springs, I bade them a final farewell, and started on my course directly across that portion of the neck of the peninsula between me and the south-east arm of Yellowstone Lake. It was a beautiful morning. The sun shone bright and warm, and there was a freshness in the atmosphere truly exhilarating. As I wandered musingly along, the consciousness of being alone, and of having surrendered all hope of finding my friends, returned upon me with crushing power. I felt, too, that those friends, by the necessities of their conditions, had been compelled to abandon all efforts for my recovery. The thought was full of bitterness and sorrow. I tried to realize what their conjectures were concerning my disappearance, but could derive no consolation from the long and dismal train of circumstances they suggested. Weakened by a long fast and the unsatisfying nature of the only food I could procure, I know that from this time onward to the day of my rescue, my mind, though unimpaired in those perceptions needful to self-preservation, was in a condition to receive impressions akin to insanity. I was constantly travelling in dreamland and indulging in strange reveries, such as I had never before known. I seemed to possess a sort of duality of being, which, while constantly reminding me of the necessities of my condition, fed my imagination with vagaries of the most extravagant character. Nevertheless, I was perfectly conscious of the tendency of these morbid influences, and often tried to shake them off; but they would ever return with increased force, and I finally reasoned myself into the belief that their indulgence, as it afforded me pleasure, could work no harm while it did not interfere with my plans for deliverance. Thus I lived in a world of ideal happiness and in a world of positive suffering at the same time. A change in the wind and an overcast sky, accompanied by cold, brought with them a need of warmth. I drew out my lens and touchwood, but alas, there was no sun. I sat down on a log to await his friendly appearance. Hours passed. He did not come. Night, cold, freezing night, set in, and found me exposed to all its terrors. A bleak hillside sparsely covered with pines afforded poor accommodation for a half-clad, famished man. I could only keep from freezing by the most active exertion in walking, rubbing, and striking my benumbed feet and hands against the logs. It seemed the longest, most terrible night of my life, and glad was I when the approaching dawn enabled me to commence retracing my steps to Bessie Lake. I arrived there at noon, built my first fire on the beach, and remained by it, recuperating, for the succeeding 2 days. The faint hope that my friends might be delayed by their search for me until I could rejoin them now forsook me altogether. I made my arrangements independent of it. Either of 3 directions I might take would effect my escape, if life and strength held out. I drew upon the sand of the beach a map of these several courses with reference to my starting point from the lake, and considered well the difficulties each would present. All were sufficiently defined to avoid mistake. One was to follow Snake River a distance of 100 miles or more to Eagle Rock Bridge. Another to cross the country between the southern shore of Yellowstone Lake and the Madison Mountains, by scaling which I could easily reach the settlements in the Madison Valley; and the other to retrace my journey over the long and discouraging route by which I had entered the country. Of these routes the last mentioned seemed the least inviting, probably because I had so recently traversed it, and was familiar with its difficulties. I had heard and read so much concerning the desolation and elemental upheavals and violent waters of the upper valley of the Snake, that I dared not attempt to return in that direction. The route by the Madison Range, encumbered by the single obstruction of the mountain barrier, was much the shortest, and so, most unwisely, as will hereafter appear, I adopted it. Filling my pouches with thistle roots, I took a parting survey of the little solitude that had afforded me food and fire the preceding 10 days, and with something of that melancholy feeling experienced by one who leaves his home to grapple with untried adventures, started for the nearest point on Yellowstone Lake. All that day I travelled over timber heaps, amid tree tops, and through thickets. At noon I took the precaution to obtain fire. With a brand which I kept alive by frequent blowing and constant waving to and fro, at a late hour in the afternoon, faint and exhausted, I kindled a fire for the night on the only vacant spot I could find amid a dense wilderness of pines. The deep gloom of the forest, in the spectral light which revealed on all sides of me a compact and unending growth of trunks, and an impervious canopy of sombre foliage, the shrieking of night birds, the supernaturally human scream of the mountain lion, the prolonged howl of the wolf, made me insensible to all other forms of suffering. The burn on my hip was so inflamed that I could only sleep in a sitting posture. Seated with my back against a tree, the smoke from the fire almost enveloping me in its suffocating folds, I vainly tried, amid the din and uproar of this horrible serenade, to woo the drowsy god. My imagination was instinct with terror. At one moment it seemed as if, in the density of a thicket, I could see the blazing eyes of a formidable forest monster fixed upon me, preparatory to a deadly leap. At another I fancied that I heard the swift approach of a pack of yelping wolves through the distant brushwood, which in a few minutes would tear me limb from limb. Whenever, by fatigue and weakness, my terror yielded to drowsiness, the least noise roused me to a sense of the hideousness of my condition. Once, in a fitful slumber, I fell forward into the fire, and inflicted a wretched burn on my hand. Oh, with what agony I longed for day! A bright and glorious morning succeeded the dismal night, and brought with it the conviction that I had been the victim of uncontrollable nervous excitement. I resolved henceforth to banish it altogether, and in much better spirits than I anticipated resumed my journey towards the lake. Another day of unceasing toil among the tree tops and thickets overtook me, near sunset, standing upon a lofty headland jutting into the lake, and commanding a magnificent prospect of the mountains and valley over an immense area. In front of me, at a distance of 50 miles away, in the clear blue of the horizon, rose the arrowy peaks of the Three Tetons. On the right, and apparently in close proximity to the eminence I occupied, rolled the picturesque range of the Madison, scarred with clefts, ravines, gorges, and canyons, each of which glittered in the sunlight, or deepened in shadow as the fitful rays of the descending luminary glanced along their varied rocky irregularities. Above where I stood were the lofty domes of Mounts Langford and Doane, marking the limits of that wonderful barrier which had so long defied human power in its efforts to subdue it. Rising seemingly from the promontory which favoured my vision was the familiar summit of Mount Everts, at the base of which I had dwelt so long, and which still seemed to hold me within its friendly shadow. All the vast country within this grand enclosure of mountain and lake, scarred and seamed with the grotesque ridges, rocky escarpments, undulating hillocks, and miniature lakes, and steaming with hot springs, produced by the volcanic forces of a former era, lay spread out before me like a vast panorama. I doubt if distress and suffering can ever entirely obliterate all sense of natural grandeur and magnificence. Lost in the wonder and admiration inspired by this vast world of beauties, I nearly forgot to improve the few moments of remaining sunshine to obtain fire. With a lighted brand in my hand, I effected a most difficult and arduous descent of the abrupt and stony headland to the beach of the lake. The sand was soft and yielding. I kindled a fire, and removing the stiffened slippers from my feet, attached them to my belt, and wandered barefoot along the sandy shore to gather wood for the night. The dry, warm sand was most grateful to my lacerated and festering feet, and for a long time after my woodpile was supplied, I sat with them uncovered. At length, conscious of the need of every possible protection from the freezing night atmosphere, I sought my belt for the slippers, and one was missing. In gathering the wood it had become detached, and was lost. Darkness was closing over the landscape when, sorely disheartened with the thought of passing the night with one foot exposed to freezing temperature, I commenced a search for the missing slipper. I knew I could not travel a day without it. Fearful that it had dropped into the lake, and been carried by some recurrent wave beyond recovery, my search for an hour among fallen trees and bushes up the hillside and along the beach, in darkness and with flaming brands, at one moment crawling on hands and feet into a brush heap, another peering among logs and bushes and stones, was filled with anxiety and dismay. Success at length rewarded my perseverance. and no language can describe the joy with which I drew the cause of so much distress from beneath the limb that, as I passed, had torn it from my belt. With a feeling of great relief, I now sat down in the sand, my back to a log, and listened to the dash and roar of the waves. It was a wild lullaby, but had no terrors for a worn-out man. I never passed a night of more refreshing sleep. When I awoke, my fire was extinguished save a few embers, which I soon fanned into a cheerful flame. I ate breakfast with some relish, and started along the beach in pursuit of a camp, believing that if successful I should find directions what to do, and food to sustain me. The search which I was making lay in the direction of my prearranged route to the Madison Mountains, which I intended to approach at their lowest point of altitude. End of Part 8. Part 9 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 9, 37 Days of Peril. Part 2. Buoyed by the hope of finding food and counsel, and another night of undisturbed repose in the sand, I resumed my journey along the shore, and at noon found the camp last occupied by my friends on the lake. A thorough search for food in the ground and trees revealed nothing, and no notice to apprise me of their movements could be seen. A dinner fork, which afterwards proved to be of infinite service in digging roots, and a yeast-powdered can, which would hold half a pint, and which I converted into a drinking cup and dinner pot, were the only evidences that the spot had ever been visited by civilized man. Oh, thought I, why did they forget to leave me food? It never occurring to me that they might have cached it, as I have since learned they did, in several spots nearer the place of my separation from them. I left the camp in deep dejection, with the purpose of following the trail of the party to the Madison. Carefully inspecting the faint traces left of their course of travel, I became satisfied that from some cause they had made a retrograde movement from this camp, and departed from the lake at a point further down stream. Taking this as an indication that there were obstructions above, I commenced retracing my steps along the beach. An hour of sunshine in the afternoon enabled me to procure fire, which in the usual manner I carried to my camping place. There I built a fire, and to protect myself from the wind, which was blowing violently, lashing the lake into foam, I made a bower of pine boughs, crept under it, and very soon fell asleep. How long I slept I know not, but I was aroused by the snapping and crackling of the burning foliage, to find my shelter and the adjacent forest in a broad sheet of flame. My left hand was badly burned, and my hair singed closer than a barber would have trimmed it, while making my escape from the semicircle of burning trees. Among the disasters of this fire there was none I felt more seriously than the loss of my buckle-tongue knife, my pin fish-hook, and tape fish-line. The grandeur of the burning forest surpasses description. An immense sheet of flame, following to their tops the lofty trees of an almost impenetrable pine forest, leaping madly from top to top, and sending thousands of forked tongues 100 feet or more athwart the midnight darkness, lighting up with lurid gloom and glare the surrounding scenery of lake and mountains, fills the beholder with mingled feelings of awe and astonishment. I never before saw anything so terribly beautiful. It was marvellous to witness the flash-like rapidity with which the flames would mount the loftiest trees. The roaring, cracking, crashing, and snapping of falling limbs and burning foliage was deafening. On and on travelled the destructive element, until it seemed as if the whole forest was enveloped in flame. Afar up on the wood-crowned hill, the overtopping trees shot forth pinnacles and walls and streamers of arrowy fire. The entire hillside was an ocean of glowing and surging fiery billows. Favoured by the gale, the conflagration spread with lightning swiftness over an illimitable extent of country, filling the atmosphere with driving clouds of suffocating fume, and leaving a broad and blackened trail of spectral trunks shorn of limbs and foliage, smoking and burning, to mark the immense sweep of its devastation. Resolved to search for a trail no longer, when daylight came I selected for a landmark the lowest notch in the Madison Range. Carefully surveying the jagged and broken surface over which I must travel to reach it, I left the lake and pushed into the midst of its intricacies. All the day, until nearly sunset, I struggled over rugged hills, through windfalls, thickets, and matted forests, with the rock-ribbed beacon constantly in view. As I advanced, it receded, as if in mockery of my toil. Night overtook me with my journey half accomplished. The precaution of obtaining fire gave me warmth and sleep, and long before daylight I was on my way. The hope of finding an easy pass into the valley of the Madison inspired me with fresh courage and determination, but long before I arrived at the base of the range I scanned hopelessly its insurmountable difficulties. It presented to my eager vision an endless succession of inaccessible peaks and precipices, rising thousands of feet sheer and bare above the plain. No friendly gorge or gully or canyon invited such an effort as I could make to scale this rocky barrier. Oh, for the faith that could remove mountains! How soon should this colossal fabric open at my approach! What a feeling of helpless despair came over me with the conviction that the journey of the last 2 days had been in vain. I seated myself on a rock upon the summit of a commanding hill, and cast my eyes along the only route which now seemed tenable, down the Yellowstone. How many dreary miles of forest and mountain filled the terrible panorama! I thought that before accepting this discouraging alternative I would spend a day in search for a pass. 20 miles at most would take me into the Madison Valley, and 30 more restore me to friends who had abundance. Supposing that I should find plenty of thistles, I had left the lake with a small supply, and that was entirely spent. I looked in vain for them where I then was. While I was thus considering whether to remain and search for a passage or return to the Yellowstone, I experienced one of those strange hallucinations which many of my friends have misnamed insanity, but which to me was Providence. An old clerical friend, for whose character and counsel I had always cherished peculiar regard, in some unaccountable manner seemed to be standing before me, charged with advice which would relieve my perplexity. I seemed to hear him say, as if in a voice and with the manner of authority, "Go back immediately, as rapidly as your strength will permit. There is no food here, and the idea of scaling these rocks is madness." "Doctor," I rejoined, "the distance is too great. I cannot live to travel it." "Say not so. Your life depends upon the effort. Return at once. Start now, lest your resolution falter. Travel as fast and as far as possible. It is your only chance." "Doctor, I am rejoiced to meet you in this hour of distress, but doubt the wisdom of your counsel. I am within 70 miles of Virginia. Just over these rocks, a few miles away, I shall find friends. My shoes are nearly worn out, my clothes are in tatters, and my strength is almost overcome. As a last trial, it seems to me I can but attempt to scale this mountain, or perish in the effort, if God so wills." "Don't think of it. Your power of endurance will carry you through. I will accompany you. Put your trust in Heaven. Help yourself, and God will help you." Overcome by these and other persuasions, and delighted with the idea of having a travelling companion, I plodded my way over the route I had come, intending at a certain point to change it so as to strike the river at the foot of the lake. Stopping after a few miles of travel, I had no difficulty in procuring fire, and passed a comfortable night. When I resumed my journey the next day, the sun was just rising. Whenever I was disposed, as was often the case, to question the wisdom of the change of routes, my old friend appeared to be near with words of encouragement, but his reticence on other subjects both surprised and annoyed me. I was impressed at times during the entire journey with the belief that my return was a fatal error, and if my deliverance had failed should have perished with that conviction. Early this day I deflected from my old route, and took my course for the foot of the lake, with the hope, by constant travel, to reach it the next day. The distance was greater than I anticipated. Nothing is more deceptive than distance in these high latitudes. At the close of each of the 2 succeeding days, my point of destination was seemingly as far from me as at the moment I took leave of the Madison Range. And when, cold and hungry, on the afternoon of the 4th day, I gathered the first food I had eaten in nearly 5 days, and lay down by my fire near the debouchure of the river, I had nearly abandoned all hope of escape. At daybreak I was on the trail down the river. The thought I had adopted from the first, I will not perish in this wilderness, often revived my sinking spirits, when, from faintness and exhaustion, I felt but little desire for life. Once, while struggling through a field of tangled trunks which seemed interminable, at one of the pauses I found myself seriously considering whether it was not preferable to die there than renew the effort to proceed. I felt that all attempt to escape was but a bitter prolongation of the agony of dissolution. A seeming whisper in the air, "While there is life there is hope, take courage," broke the delusion, and I clambered on. I did not forget to improve the midday sun to procure fire. Sparks from the lighted brands had burned my hands and crisped the nails of my fingers, and the smoke from them had tanned my face to the complexion of an Indian. While passing through an opening in the forest, I found the tip of a gull's wing. It was fresh. I made a fire upon the spot, mashed the bones with a stone, and consigning them to my camp kettle, the yeast powder box, made half a pint of delicious broth. The remainder of that day and the night ensuing were given to sleep. I lost all sense of time. Days and nights came and went, and were numbered only by the growing consciousness that I was gradually starving. I felt no hunger, did not eat to appease appetite, but to renew strength. I experienced but little pain. The gaping sores on my feet, the severe burn on my hip, the festering crevices at the joints of my fingers, all terrible in appearance, had ceased to give me the least concern. The roots which supplied my food had suspended the digestive power of the stomach, and their fibres were packed in it a matted, compact mass. Not so with my hours of slumber. They were visited by the most luxurious dreams. I would apparently visit the most gorgeously decorated restaurants of New York and Washington, sit down to immense tables spread with the most appetizing viands, partake of the richest oyster stews and plumpest pies, engage myself in the labour and preparation of curious dishes, and with them fill range upon range of elegantly furnished tables until they fairly groaned beneath the accumulated dainties prepared by my own hands. Frequently the entire night would seem to have been spent in getting up a sumptuous dinner. I would realize the fatigue of roasting, boiling, baking, and fabricating the choicest dishes known to the modern cuisine, and in my disturbed slumbers would enjoy with epicurean relish the food thus furnished even to repletion. Alas! there was more luxury than life in these somnolent vagaries. It was a cold, gloomy day when I arrived in the vicinity of the falls. The sky was overcast, and the snow-capped peaks rose chilly and bleak through the biting atmosphere. The moaning of the wind through the pines, mingling with the sullen roar of the falls, was strangely in unison with my own saddened feelings. I had no heart to gaze upon a scene which a few weeks before had inspired me with rapture and awe. One moment of sunshine was of more value to me than all the marvels amid which I was famishing. But the sun had hid his face and denied me all hope of obtaining fire. The only alternative was to seek shelter in a thicket. I penetrated the forest a long distance before finding one that suited me. Breaking and crowding my way into its very midst, I cleared a spot large enough to recline upon, interlaced the surrounding brushwood, gathered the fallen foliage into a bed, and lay down with a prayer for sleep and forgetfulness. Alas, neither came. The coldness increased through the night. Constant friction with my hands and unceasing beating with my legs and feet saved me from freezing. It was the most terrible night of my journey, and when, with the early dawn, I pulled myself into a standing posture, it was to realize that my right arm was partially paralyzed, and my limbs so stiffened with cold as to be almost immovable. Fearing lest paralysis should suddenly seize the entire system, I literally dragged myself through the forest to the river. Seated near the verge of the great cañon below the falls, I anxiously awaited the appearance of the sun. That great luminary never looked so beautiful as when, a few moments afterwards, he emerged from the clouds and exposed his glowing beams to the concentrated powers of my lens. I kindled a mighty flame, and fed it with every dry stick and broken tree top I could find, and without motion, and almost without sense, remained beside it several hours. The great falls of the Yellowstone were roaring within 300 yards, and the awful cañon yawned almost at my feet, but they had lost all charm for me. In fact, I regarded them as enemies which had lured me to destruction, and felt a sullen satisfaction in morbid indifference. My old friend and adviser, whose presence I had felt more than seen the last few days, now forsook me altogether. But I was not alone. By some process which I was too weak to solve, my arms, legs, and stomach were transformed into so many travelling companions. Often for hours I would plod along conversing with these imaginary friends. Each had his peculiar wants which he expected me to supply. The stomach was importunate in his demand for a change of diet, complained incessantly of the roots I fed him, their present effect and more remote consequences. I could try to silence him with promises, beg of him to wait a few days, and when this failed of the quiet I desired, I would seek to intimidate him by declaring, as a sure result of negligence, our inability to reach home alive. All to no purpose. He tormented me with his fretful humours through the entire journey. The others would generally concur with him in these fancied altercations. The legs implored me for rest, and the arms complained that I gave them too much to do. Troublesome as they were, it was a pleasure to realize their presence. I worked for them, too, with right good will, doing many things for their comfort, which, had I felt alone, would have remained undone. They appeared to be perfectly helpless of themselves, would do nothing for me or for each other. I often wondered, while they ate and slept so much, that they did not aid in gathering wood and kindling fires. As a counterpoise to their own inertia, whenever they discovered languor in me on necessary occasions, they were not wanting in words of encouragement and cheer. I recall, as I write, an instance where, by prompt and timely interposition, the representative of the stomach saved me from a death of dreadful agony. One day I came to a small stream issuing from a spring of mild temperature on the hillside, swarming with minnows. I caught some with my hands and ate them raw. To my taste they were delicious. But the stomach refused them, accused me of attempting to poison him, and would not be reconciled until I had emptied my pouch of the few fish I had put there for future use. Those that I ate made me very sick. Poisoned by the mineral in the water, had I glutted my appetite with them as I intended, I should doubtless have died in the wilderness in excruciating torment. A gradual mental introversion grew upon me as physical weakness increased. The grand and massive scenery, which on the upward journey had aroused every enthusiastic impulse of my nature, was now tame and spiritless. My thoughts were turned in upon myself, upon the dreadful fate which apparently lay just before me, and the possible happiness of the existence beyond. All doubt of immortality fled in the light of present realities. So vivid were my conceptions of the future that at times I longed for death, not less as the beginning of happiness than as a release from misery. Led on by these reflections, I would recall the varied incidents of my journey, my escape from the lion, from fire, my return from Madison Range, and in all of them I saw how much I had been indebted to that mysterious protection which comes only from the throne of the Eternal. And yet, starving, footsore, half blind, worn to a skeleton, was it surprising that I lacked the faith needful to buoy me above the dark waters of despair, which I now felt were closing around me? In less serious moods, as I struggled along, my thoughts would revert to the single being on whom my holiest affections centred, my daughter. What a tie was that to bind me to life! Oh, could I be restored to her for a single hour, long enough for parting counsel and blessing, it would be joy unspeakable. Long hours of painful travel were relieved of physical suffering by this absorbing agony of mind, which, when from my present standpoint I contrast it with the personal calamities of my exile, swells into mountains. To return from this digression. At many of the streams on my route I spent hours in endeavouring to catch trout, with a hook fashioned from the rim of my broken spectacles, but in no instance with success. The tackle was defective. The country was full of game in great variety. I saw large herds of deer, elk, antelope, occasionally a bear, and many smaller animals. Numerous flocks of ducks, geese, swans, and pelicans inhabited the lakes and rivers. But with no means of killing them, their presence was a perpetual aggravation. At all the camps of our company I stopped and recalled many pleasant incidents associated with them. One afternoon, when approaching Tower Falls, I came upon a large hollow tree, which, from the numerous tracks surrounding it, and the matted foliage in the cavity, I recognized as the den of a bear. It was a most inviting couch. Gathering a needful supply of wood and brush, I lighted a circle of piles around the tree, crawled into the nest, and passed a night of unbroken slumber. I rose the next morning to find that during the night the fires had communicated with the adjacent forest, and burned a large space in all directions, doubtless intimidating the rightful proprietor of the nest, and saving me from another midnight adventure. At Tower Falls I spent the first half of a day in capturing a grasshopper, and the remainder in a fruitless effort to catch a mess of trout. In the agony of disappointment I resolved to fish no more. A spirit of rebellion seized me. I determined that thistles should thenceforth be my only sustenance. Why is it, I asked myself, that in the midst of abundance, every hour meeting with objects which would restore strength and vigour and energy, every moment contriving some device to procure the nourishment my wasting frame requires, I should meet with these repeated and discouraging failures? Thoughts of the early teaching of a pious mother suppressed these feelings. Oh, how often have the recollections of a loved New England home, and the memories of a happy childhood, cheered my sinking spirits, and dissipated the gathering gloom of despair. There were thoughts and feelings and mental anguishes without number, that visited me during my period of trial, that never can be known to any but my God and myself. Bitter as was my experience, it was not unrelieved by some of the most precious moments I have ever known. Soon after leaving Tower Falls I entered the open country. Pine forests and windfalls were changed for sagebrush and desolation, with occasional tracts of stinted verdure, barren hillsides, exhibiting here and there an isolated clump of dwarf trees, and ravines filled with the rocky debris of adjacent mountains. My first camp on this part of the route, for the convenience of getting wood, was made near the summit of a range of towering foothills. Towards morning a storm of wind and snow nearly extinguished my fire. I became very cold. The storm was still raging when I arose, and the ground white with snow. I was perfectly bewildered, and had lost my course of travel. No visible object, seen through the almost blinding storm, reassured me, and there was no alternative but to find the river and take my direction from its current. Fortunately, after a few hours of stumbling and scrambling among rocks and over crests, I came to the precipitous side of the cañon through which it ran, and with much labor, both of hands and feet, descended it to the margin. I drank copiously of its pure waters, and sat beside it for a long time, waiting for the storm to abate, so that I could procure fire. The day wore on, without any prospect of a termination of the storm. Chilled through, my tattered clothing saturated, I saw before me a night of horrors unless I returned to my fire. The scramble up the side of the rocky cañon, in many places nearly perpendicular, was the hardest work of my journey. Often, while clinging to the jutting rocks with hands and feet, to reach a shelving projection, my grasp would unclose and I would slide many feet down the sharp declivity. It was night when, sore from the bruises I had received, I reached my fire. The storm, still raging, had nearly extinguished it. I found a few embers in the ashes, and with much difficulty kindled a flame. Here, on this bleak mountain side, as well as I now remember, I must have passed 2 nights beside the fire in the storm. Many times during each night I crawled to a little clump of trees to gather wood and brush and the broken limbs of fallen tree tops. All the sleep I obtained was snatched from the intervals which divided these labors. It was so harassed with frightful dreams as to afford little rest. I remember, before I left this camp, stripping up my sleeves to look at my shrunken arms. Flesh and blood had apparently left them. The skin clung to the bones like wet parchment. A child's hands could have clasped them from wrist to shoulder. Yet, thought I, it is death to remain. I cannot perish in this wilderness. Taking counsel of this early formed resolution, I hobbled on my course through the snow, which was rapidly disappearing before the rays of the warm sun. Well knowing that I should find no thistles in the open country, I had filled my pouches with them before leaving the forest. My supply was running low, and there was several days of heavy mountain travel between me and Bertler's ranch. With the most careful economy it could last but 2 or 3 days longer. I saw the necessity of placing myself and imaginary companions upon allowance. The conflict which ensued with the stomach when I announced this resolution required great firmness to carry through. I tried wheedling and coaxing and promising. Failing in these, I threatened to part company with a comrade so unreasonable, and he made no further complaint. 2 or 3 days before I was found, while ascending a steep hill, I fell from exhaustion into a sagebrush, without the power to rise. Unbuckling my belt, as was my custom, I soon fell asleep. I have no idea of the time I slept, but upon awakening I fastened my belt, scrambled to my feet, and pursued my journey. As night drew on, I selected a camping place, gathered wood into a heap, and felt for my lens to procure fire. It was gone. If the earth had yawned to swallow me, I would not have been more terrified. The only chance for life was lost. The last hope had fled. I seemed to feel the grim messenger who had been long pursuing me knocking at the portals of my heart as I lay down by the side of the wood-pile and covered myself with limbs and sagebrush, with the dreadful conviction that my struggle of life was over, and I should rise no more. The floodgates of misery seemed now to be opened, and it rushed in living tide upon my soul. With the rapidity of lightning, I ran over every event of my life. Thoughts doubled and trebled upon me until I saw, as if in vision, the entire past of my existence. It was all before me, as if painted with a sunbeam, and all seemingly faded like the phantoms of a vivid dream. As calmness returned, reason resumed her empire. Fortunately the weather was comfortable. I summoned all the powers of my memory, thought over every foot of the day's travel, and concluded that the glass must have become detached from my belt while sleeping. 5 long miles over the hills must be retraced to regain it. There was no alternative, and before daylight I had staggered over half the distance. I found the lens on the spot where I had slept. No incident of my journey brought with it more of joy and relief. Returning to the camp of the previous night, I lighted the pile I had prepared, and lay down for a night of rest. It was very cold, and towards morning commenced snowing. With difficulty I kept the fire alive. Sleep was impossible. When daylight came I was impressed with the idea that I must go on despite the storm. A flash, momentary but vivid, came over me that I should be saved. Snatching a lighted brand, I started through the storm. In the afternoon the storm abated and the sun shone at intervals. Coming to a small clump of trees, I set to work to prepare a camp. I laid the brand down, which I had preserved with so much care, to pick up a few dry sticks with which to feed it, until I could collect wood for a camp fire, and in a few minutes thus employed it expired. I sought to revive it, but every spark was gone. Clouds obscured the sun, now near the horizon, and the prospect of another night of exposure without fire became fearfully imminent. I sat down with my lens, and the last remaining piece of touchwood I possessed, to catch a gleam of sunshine, feeling that my life depended upon it. In a few minutes the cloud passed, and with trembling hands I presented the little disc to the face of the glowing luminary. Quivering with excitement lest a sudden cloud should interpose, a moment passed before I could hold the lens steadily enough to concentrate a burning focus. At length it came. The little thread of smoke curled gracefully upwards from the heaven-lighted spark, which, a few moments afterwards, diffused with warmth and comfort my desolate lodgings. I resumed my journey the next morning with the belief that I should make no more fires with my lens. I must save a brand or perish. The day was raw and gusty. An east wind, charged with storm, penetrated my nerves with irritating keenness. After walking a few miles, the storm came on, and a coldness unlike any other I had ever felt seized me. It entered all my bones. I attempted to build a fire, but could not make it burn. Seizing a brand, I stumbled blindly on, stopping within the shadow of every rock and clump to renew energy for a final conflict for life. A solemn conviction that death was near, that at each pause I made my limbs would refuse further service, and that I should sink helpless and dying in my path, overwhelmed me with terror. Amid all this tumult of the mind, I felt that I had done all that man could do. I knew that in 2 or 3 days more I could effect my deliverance, and I derived no little satisfaction from the thought that, as I now was in the broad trail, my remains would be found, and my friends relieved of doubt as to my fate. Once only the thought flashed across my mind that I should be saved, and I seemed to hear a whispered command to struggle on. Groping along the side of a hill, I became suddenly sensible of a sharp reflection, as of burnished steel. Looking up, through half-closed eyes, 2 rough but kindly faces met my gaze. "Are you Mr. Everts?" "Yes, all that is left of him." "We have come for you." "Who sent you?" "Judge Lawrence and other friends." "God bless him and them and you! I am saved." And with these words, powerless of further effort, I fell forward into the arms of my preservers, in a state of unconsciousness. I was saved. On the very brink of the river which divided the known from the unknown, strong arms snatched me from the final plunge, and kind ministrations wooed me back to life. Baronet and Pritchett, my 2 preservers, by the usual appliances, soon restored me to consciousness, made a camp upon the spot, and while one went to Fort Ellis, a distance of 70 miles, to return with remedies to restore digestion and an ambulance to convey me to that post, the other sat by my side, and with all the care, sympathy, and solicitude of a brother, ministered to my frequent necessities. In 2 days I was sufficiently recovered in strength to be moved 20 miles down the trail to the cabin of some miners who were prospecting in that vicinity. From these men I received every possible attention which their humane and generous natures could devise. A good bed was provided, game was killed to make broth, and the best stores of their larder placed at my command. For 4 days at a time, when every day's labor was invaluable in their pursuit, they abandoned their work to aid in my restoration. Owing to the protracted inaction of the system, and the long period which must transpire before Pritchett's return with remedies, my friends had serious doubts of my recovery. The night after my arrival at the cabin, while suffering the most excruciating agony, and thinking that I had only been saved to die among friends, a loud knock was heard at the cabin door. An old man in mountain costume entered, a hunter whose life was spent among the mountains. He was on his way to find a brother. He listened to the story of my sufferings, and tears rapidly coursed each other down his rough, weather-beaten face. But when he was told of my present necessity, brightening in a moment, he exclaimed, "Why, Lord bless you, if that is all, I have the very remedy you need. In 2 hours' time all shall be well with you." He left the cabin, returning in a moment with a sack filled with the fat of a bear, which he had killed a few hours before. From this he rendered out a pint measure of oil. I drank the whole of it. It proved to be the needed remedy, and the next day, freed from pain, with appetite and digestion re-established, I felt that good food and plenty of it were only necessary for an early recovery. In a day or two I took leave of my kind friends, with a feeling of regret at parting, and gratitude for their kindness as enduring as life. Meeting the carriage on my way, I proceeded to Bozeman, where I remained among old friends, who gave me every attention until my health was sufficiently restored to allow me to return to my home in Helena. My heartfelt thanks are due to the members of the expedition, all of whom devoted 7, and some of them 12 days to the search for me before they left Yellowstone Lake, and to Judge Lawrence of Helena, and the friends who cooperated with him in the offer of reward which sent Baronet and Pritchett to my rescue. My narrative is finished. In the course of events the time is not far distant when the wonders of the Yellowstone will be made accessible to all lovers of sublimity, grandeur, and novelty in natural scenery, and its majestic waters become the abode of civilization and refinement. And when that arrives, I hope in happier mood, and under more auspicious circumstances, to revisit scenes fraught for me with such thrilling interest, to ramble along the glowing beach of Bessie Lake, to sit down amid the hot springs under the shade of Mount Everts, to thread unscarred the mazy forests, retrace the dreary journey to the Madison Range, and with enraptured fancy gaze upon the mingled glories and terrors of the Great Falls and marvelous Cañon, and to enjoy, in happy contrast with the trials they recall, their power to delight, elevate, and overwhelm the mind with wondrous and majestic beauty. End of Part 9. End of Yellowstone National Park, 6 early pieces by Various.